Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Pirates. Robin and I are childhood sweethearts. Chapter 1. Haiyuan Calendar Year 1496. West Blue. O'Hara Island, a famous archaeological site. The warm sea breeze blows on the rippling blue sea, and seagulls looking for food sing and fly across the blue sky. At this time, there was a ship with a pirate flag on the side of the island that was rippling with the waves. I finally saw the island. If I don't see the island, I will starve to death. It would be too embarrassing for the first-time traveler to starve to death to tell me. On the boat, a little boy with sunken cheeks and about to turn into a mummy from starvation lay on the side of the boat and shed tears of emotion. The little boy looks about 7 or 8 years old, but in fact he is a 21st-century young man with hemorrhoids, a vibrant college student named Lorraine. Lorraine is not only an otaku who likes to watch anime, but also an avid game fan. After staying up all night, Lorraine finally upgraded his favorite rank of the British Bear League to the strongest king. After being excited for a long time, he was ready to lie down. Suddenly I remembered that my favorite pirate seemed to have been updated, so I postponed my sleep plan. After catching up on the latest episode of One Piece, he was about to go to bed. When he got up, he felt dizzy and couldn't stand upright. He didn't care at first and just thought he was getting up. But then his nose began to bleed, and he coughed violently. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vision went black, and he woke up again and came here. Lorraine was still confused when she opened her eyes. Am I not in the dormitory? Where is this? Lorraine sat up and rubbed his head. Suddenly, a wave of memories flooded into his mind, making Lorraine's head hurt. Fortunately, there were not many pictures, and he recovered after a minute or two. Quote. Then he was speechless. Through this memory, he understood where he was. Didn't I travel through time? The world of One Piece. It's the year 1496 of the Haiyuan calendar now. Help, it's poisonous. Why did I travel through time just by staying up all night? Lorraine grabbed her hair, her spirit seemed to be a little broken, and she still couldn't accept the fact that she had traveled through time, and it was still the world of One Piece. She had also turned into a little kid. In the original world, he went to a double first-class university, and his family situation was also very good. His parents were CEOs of listed companies. He had assets worth billions. Although I was obsessed with animation and games as soon as I entered college, my grades were not affected because my IQ was high enough. On the contrary, I was able to get a scholarship. President Flower. Brother Chong, I will always be a god. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he will join his own company after graduation, become a domineering president, and reach the pinnacle of his life. But with this time travel, everything came to nothing. As a pirate fan, he knows how dangerous this world is. There are surprisingly many perverts. His life is probably in danger at all times. After collapsing for a while, her stomach growled, and Lorraine had to temporarily put away her collapsed emotions, get up and look for something to eat while comforting herself. At least it's not like I've traveled to some place like Raccoon City or Silent Hill, and there are many beauties in this place. It is now the year 1496 of the Hainan calendar, and there are still 2 years before Roger's execution begins the era of great pirates. The original owner's name was Portgas D. Lorraine, which was slightly different from Lorraine's name. There was originally a grandfather who was killed by 2 pirates and then tied to a ship to be sold. This was a small pirate ship. There were only 2 people working as pirates. Because of the uneven distribution of the spoils, they got into a fight. Before the fight, Lorraine was knocked unconscious. As a result, the unfortunate guy was knocked to death. When Lorraine passed through, the 2 pirates had disappeared. They were probably beaten and fell into the sea and drowned. After that, Lorraine began to drift on the sea. He didn't see the island until all the food on the ship was eaten. During this period, he tried to call the system. After all, it was standard for time travelers, but unfortunately it didn't exist. The excitement in my heart after seeing the island at this moment is beyond words. When the boat docked at the shore, Lorraine dragged her weak body, drank the last bit of fresh water, and climbed out of the boat with great effort. It feels so good to be down to earth. With tears streaming down his face, Lorraine walked toward the forest with 3 steps and 1 breath, hoping that there would be fruit to eat in the forest. Otherwise, he might really starve to death. At the same time, In the woods near the coast, the gentle sea breeze blew by, bringing a sense of coolness. 4-year-old Nicole Robin sat on a wooden stake with a book next to her, wearing a somewhat shabby red dress, her skin her white, short black hair swayed in the wind, and she was crying silently. Nico Robin's father passed away very early, and her mother Alvia was a wanted criminal by the world government and could not take her with her to raise her, so Nico Robin was fostered in her uncle's house since she was a child. But her uncle's family was not kind to her. They were extremely harsh on her. They gave her all the housework and only gave her 2 pieces of black bread as food for the day. They even often beat and scolded her. And because she had the power of the devil fruit, the children nearby treated her like a monster, throwing rocks and branches at her from time to time. Robin had no complaints about her unfair fate. She loves reading, and reading is the best way for her to put aside all her worries. Only when she missed her mother would she cry secretly once or twice. Lorraine was walking towards this side with a difficult pace, and finally tripped over a small stone and fell next to a tree. Plop! The sound of falling reached Nico Robin's ears, and she immediately stopped crying and looked cautiously in the direction where the sound came from. Could it be that the children in the village came to bully her again? After waiting for a while, there was no other movement in the direction of the sound. Robin mustered up the courage to walk slowly in that direction. When he got closer, he found that it was a child about his own age struggling to lean under the tree. Moreover, he did not recognize him and had never seen this person in the village. At the same time, Lorraine also discovered Robin's existence. There are actually people on this island. Still a little girl. Lorraine was so moved that after drifting on the sea for more than 10 days, she met the same kind of people when she got off the boat. Although the little girl looked at her with vigilance, she seemed to be a little scared. Don't be nervous. I just drifted over from the sea. I don't mean any harm. You don't have to be afraid. And I'm very weak now, so I can't hurt you. His voice was weak and hoarse. He was really weak after not eating for several days. A little girl shouldn't be so wary. He was in need of help now. Robin observed for a while and found that this little boy, who was probably a year or 2 older than him, seemed to have no ill intentions towards him. Whether they are O'Hara natives or businessmen from other places, they will more or less look at themselves differently after knowing their identity, but the young man in front of them does not, although I don't know if it is temporary. But she still mustered up the courage to step forward. What's wrong with you? Before Lorraine could speak, there was a thunderous sound in her stomach, which almost startled Robin. This made the boy, who was almost 20 years old, blush immediately. No. Sorry, I drifted on the sea and haven't eaten for a long time. Is there a place that sells food here? If possible, I would like to ask you to buy some for me and I can pay for it. There was still a lot of treasure on that ship, enough for an ordinary person to use for decades. It was precisely because of this that the 2 pirates fought over the uneven distribution of the spoils. Of course, Lorraine didn't have it with him at this time. Robin hesitated for a while, and couldn't bear to see Lorraine looking so weak and ready to die at any moment. Just give him half. If you go to bed early at night, you won't be hungry. Reluctantly, he took out a piece of black bread and handed it to Lorraine. Thanks. Lorraine was stunned at first, and then she started eating the black bread crazily. She ate it too fast and choked because the black bread was originally rough. He punched his chest several times before swallowing it, and then he devoured the whole black bread. Lorraine burst into tears. He had also eaten brown bread on the boat, but because it tasted too rough and tasteless, he kept it until the end. I didn't expect it to be so delicious when I eat it now. Robin watched Lorraine enjoying her meal and swallowed quietly. That was her dinner. Lorraine breathed a sigh of relief after eating. Although 1 piece of bread was not enough to fill him up, it was enough for him who had only drank some water for several days. Thank you, little sister. My name is Lorraine. What is your name? Nico Robin. What? Lorraine was shocked. He knew this was the world of One Piece, but meeting Nico Robin like this made him feel a little unreal. Since this little girl is Robin, doesn't that mean this is West Blue's O'Hara Island? What happened? Lorraine's reaction was so big, maybe he knew he was a monster. Robin was a little scared. Oh, it's okay. Don't be nervous. Although Robin felt a little strange when he heard what Lorraine said, Robin didn't think much about it. After all, she was only a 4-year-old girl. Thank you for the bread. Do you know where this is? Is there a place that sells food? Lorraine stretched out his hand to touch Robin's head, but was dodged. As a senior pirate fan, Lorraine knew that Robin's childhood was miserable. Now that she had given herself a piece of black bread, she might be hungry at night. Have. Really? Great. Just wait for me. Lorraine returned to the ship where he drifted, took down the pirate flag and burned it. He was joking that he was not a pirate, so why did he need this thing? After taking some belly, he didn't want to use the jewels for the time being, so he got off the boat again and found Robin and handed her 2,000 belly. Bailey's purchasing power is compared to the small day yen. 2,000 small day yen is almost equal to more than 100 yuan. But Robin shook his head and refused. What's wrong? Is it too little? He originally thought that it would not be safe for a little girl to hold it if she gave it too much. Robin saved his life and was about to give her more Baileys, but Robin still refused. I can't have it, and a black bread only costs 50 belly. Robin didn't mean to ask for money, she was just helping Lorraine out of the goodness of her heart. Then take me to the place where I buy food. I want to buy some food. Good. Robin thought for a moment and agreed. O'Hara is a large island, a famous archaeological holy land, and has the largest number of scholars and the largest library in the world, the Omniscient Tree. Of course, this place not only attracts a large number of scholars, but also some businessmen from other places. After leaving the seaside, I followed Robin for about half an hour before walking to the trading market. After wandering around, I came to a place selling food. Lorraine bought a lot of meat and rice and noodles, and almost couldn't carry them. In the end, Robin bought it. Help him take it back together. Then again, the folk customs in O'Hara are really simple. The two children carried a lot of food and didn't get robbed. It was indeed O'Hara who had the most scholars. It's just that some people look at Robin strangely. After returning to the boat at the beach, Robin put the things he bought in and prepared to leave. She is going to read a book. Wait a minute, Robin. What's wrong? This is for you. Lorraine took out a small bag of bread. It was not black bread, but wheat bread that tasted much better. Robin was about to refuse. You must be hungry too. You saved me when I was about to starve to death and took me to the market. I don't know what you think, but I have already regarded you as a friend. Just treat it as a treat for friends. Friends. Robin lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. She had never had friends before, and she didn't know what it felt like to make friends. But the boy in front of me, who seems to be 1 or 2 years older than me, seems different from the other children on the island. Did he consider me a friend? He raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him, and saw that his smile became even brighter, and at the same time, he passed the bread in his hand forward. The soft smile also warmed Robin. The child didn't have so many twists and turns, and he immediately showed a smile with crooked eyebrows. I reached out and found a small bag of bread and took a bite. Very soft and delicious. Robin had never tasted such soft bread before, and his eyes couldn't help but moisten as he ate. Thanks. Ha ha ha. No need, you can come to me anytime you want to eat in the future, we are friends. Lorraine smiled. He had long accepted the fact that he had traveled through time, and Robin was in front of him now, so he might as well increase his favorability. Robin will become an intellectual goddess in the future, and Lorraine is her favorite. We have been in a good relationship since childhood, so what will happen to others when we grow up? I'm full, let's go now. Lorraine was still thinking wildly, but Robin had already handed over the remaining bread. What is this for? Didn't I say it was for you? I have work to do when I get home, so I can't take it back with me. My aunt will think I stole it. So I'll leave it with you first. I'll come back to eat it next time. Lorraine thought about it and found out that Robin's background story was indeed like this. Her uncle's family was not good to her. Okay, we are friends. You can come to my place anytime you want to eat. Robin agreed and skipped away. It was obvious that she was also very happy. She had not had many friends since she was a child, and the children around her regarded her as a monster. She also longed to have friends of her own, otherwise she would not have dared to step forward and marry the giant Sora when she met him. After Robin left, Lorraine was ready to get some food for herself. A piece of black bread was really not enough, and she had followed Robin for such a long way, so she had already consumed it. Fortunately, the living facilities on board are still complete. To be honest, Lorraine's craftsmanship was not very good at the beginning, and it could even be said to be very unpalatable. Before time travel, as a young man from a wealthy family, his daily life at home was taken care of, and he also had ready-made food at school. At most, I have learned some life skills from various food instruction videos and wilderness survival programs. After traveling through time, he tried to start cooking by himself. If he didn't do it, he would starve to death. Fortunately, he was not stupid, and he had mastered the cooking skills after half a month of drifting at sea. At least the food was edible. In order to celebrate that he successfully survived the sea and got to know Robin, he specially cooked 2 more dishes. After dinner, Lorraine lay in the cabin, planning his future. He thought about the reasons for his time travel. But nothing was found. The only thing that was certain was that he in the original world must have died suddenly and his soul traveled here. I'm just sorry for my parents. They don't know how sad they are. If I had known better, they wouldn't have stayed up so late. But they are still young, so they should be able to have another child. Now that you have traveled through time here, let's live a good life. Lorraine thought so. Although the money left by the 2 pirates on the ship was enough for him to live comfortably for decades, even if Robin was included, it would be enough for 20 or 30 years. But this is the world of One Piece, and it's not easy to live a stable life here. The most important thing is that this is O'Hara. A total of 4 buster calls were launched in the original book, and the first one was launched for O'Hara, causing O'Hara Island to disappear directly from the map. Only Robin survived on the entire island, and had to hide in Tibet. Also, in 2 years, One Piece Roger will be executed, and then the era of great pirates will begin. From now on, there will be monster-like powerful perverts everywhere. What is it if you're not a pervert if you're still jumping after you've knocked down a building? However, O'Hara in the original book didn't seem to have been violated by many pirates before being executed by the Buster Call. Most of the people here are scholars. What can they do if they take back a bunch of books? So let's put aside the beginning of the Great Pirate Era for now. All you need to do is leave the island and go to sea before Buster Call, but this requires thorough preparation and will take several years. It's best to bring Robin with you. Firstly, the current body is only 6 years old, and sailing alone is tantamount to seeking death. Secondly, sailing requires a certain degree of strength. Although Lorraine has always practiced the fine traditional virtues of the descendants of the Yan and Huang dynasties, I will not offend others unless they offend me. But you must have the ability to protect yourself. The world of One Piece will not be reasonable with you. After some analysis, Lorraine found her short-term goal. That is to find a teacher to teach you physical skills. Of course, a good man also yearns for the romance of swords, guns, swords and halberds. If he can practice swordsmanship, he will also practice it. But where can I find teachers of physical skills and swordsmanship? He had just arrived and was not familiar with anything, let alone where to look. In fact, the best way to learn physical skills and swordsmanship is to join Marine, but Lorraine currently has no way to go inside Marine. I wonder if you recognize Robin. Lorraine muttered, but he quickly denied it. Judging from the original book, Robin was bullied and only read books when he was a child. How could he know the swordsmanship teacher of Lao Shizi? But there should always be a glimmer of hope in everything. Just wait until the next time Robin comes over to ask. After more than 10 days of drifting at sea, he was exhausted physically and mentally. Now that he was on land, he felt relaxed. In addition, I felt sleepy after eating enough, and I slowly fell asleep. Lorraine woke up in the evening. It was not completely dark outside. Since there was no clock, Lorraine didn't know what time it was, but it shouldn't be very late. I don't know if Robin has been here in the afternoon, but it doesn't matter, Robin knows where his ship is. After eating something casually, Lorraine took out the 2 dumbbells on the boat and started practicing. Since he decided to practice physical skills and swordsmanship, he should start from now on. Lorraine is not good at swordsmanship now, but a 3-year-old child can do simple chopping, so Lorraine is going to exercise his physical fitness first. To his surprise, this body seemed to have pretty good potential. I lifted dumbbells for more than an hour before I felt exhausted. Sure enough, those with D in their names are not simple people, the original owner's name also has D. They continued to exercise until the moon was high above their heads. Lorraine was exhausted and panting heavily. This practice is really not a human life. I didn't even bother to take a shower, so I just lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Lorraine woke up to the sound of seagulls chirping, and the sun was already 3 in the sky. I got up, took a quick shower, and started exercising again after eating. The most important thing in practicing is to persevere. Lorraine. When the sound came, Lorraine turned around and saw a little girl waving to him under the boat. It was Robin, who was holding a book in her hand. Lorraine waved in response, turned around, took out 2 loaves of bread and walked out. Didn't you have enough food in the morning? Give. Thanks. Did you come here yesterday afternoon? Yes, I saw you sleeping and went back. Next time you come over, just wake me up. We're friends. Friends need to be entertained when they come. Robin smiled with crooked eyebrows. She finally had a friend. What were you doing just now? Oh, I'm going to take some exercise. I want to learn swordsmanship and physical skills in the future. I want to be a strong person. Oh, Robin nodded in understanding. Do you know where there is a teacher or dojo that can teach taijutsu or swordsmanship? Robin shook his head. Sure enough, Robin couldn't know this. Lorraine sighed inwardly. It seems that I still have to practice blindly on my own. But Lorraine was mentally prepared and was not too disappointed. After Robin finished eating a piece of bread, he was going to read a book in the nearby woods and invited Lorraine to join him. Although Lorraine didn't read, she didn't refuse. She took a wooden knife and followed Robin to the woods. The sea breeze blew gently, and a little girl was sitting on a wooden post reading a book. Her whole temperament was very peaceful. It is hard to imagine that a 4 or 5-year-old girl could have such a temperament. The one a little further away was slightly older. Little boy swinging a wooden sword into the air. This scene is indescribably beautiful. Lorraine did not have a teacher of swordsmanship or physical skills, so she could only practice on her own as in the anime and novels of her previous life. For example, if you swing your sword 1,000 times, or do 10,000 push-ups, maybe one day you will be so blessed that you will suddenly understand the art of swordsmanship. Both of them were focused on their own things and didn't realize that there were several sneaky figures approaching quietly nearby. Boom! A stone hit Robin. Look, it's that monster. Let's beat her quickly. Why don't you get off this island? You monster. Go to hell, son of the devil. 4 or 5 teenagers cursed Robin while picking up stones from the ground and throwing them at Robin. In an instant, bruises from the stones appeared on Robin's body. Robin put away the book and looked at the teenagers stubbornly. He was about to use the power of the flower fruit to punish the teenagers. Every time he did this, they would be scared. Then they would run away. But suddenly she thought that Lorraine was still there, and she was afraid that she would scare Lorraine. It was not easy for her to make a friend. So I squatted next to the tree stump with my head in my hands. What are you doing on horseback? Stop it! An angry shout rang out. The seagulls standing on the tree were frightened and flew away. The group of teenagers heard the sound and looked around. I saw a young man with black hair and black eyes, holding a wooden sword in his hand, angrily running over and blocking in front of Robin. The leading boy should be about the same age as Lorraine, maybe a year or 2 older. He stood up and questioned Lorraine loudly. Who are you? Why do you want to help her? Her mother is a wanted criminal by the world government. She is also a monster herself. She is my friend. Lorraine didn't care about that much. He didn't dare to say that he knew everything about Robin, but he understood 78% of it. I just didn't know that her childhood was so difficult. She originally thought she was just being isolated, but she didn't expect that she would be attacked. Lorraine was very angry. He wanted to teach these little brats a lesson. He grabbed the wooden sword and rushed forward. Even Robin had no time to stop him. She was so happy when she heard Lorraine's words, "She is my friend." She wanted to call out Lorraine, but in the end she did not speak but watched quietly. Because it feels so good to have someone standing up for you. Several teenagers were still dodging at first, but then they realized that Lorraine was not that scary, so they started to fight back randomly. Although Lorraine's physique was not bad, she had not undergone systematic training after all. In the end, she was unable to defeat him with 2 fists and was knocked to the ground by several teenagers. Then a rain of fists fell on Lorraine. Robin couldn't help it when he saw this scene, and directly activated the power of the flower fruit. Hands grew on the bodies of several teenagers, and he controlled them forcefully. The monster is angry, run away. Several young men saw off Lorraine and disappeared in a flash. Robin quickly ran to Lorraine and helped him up. Lorraine, are you okay? Robin seemed a little nervous, and he didn't know whether he was concerned about whether Lorraine was injured or was afraid that he would see his abilities. I'm fine, don't worry, you saw that just now. They all said I was a monster. I know. What? You know? Well, I'm from outside after all. Don't worry, you're not a monster, that's the power of the devil fruit. What is a devil fruit? Yeah, it's a fruit that you can have all kinds of strange abilities after eating it. It comes in various shapes and has all kinds of strange patterns on the surface. And it's very difficult to eat. You are the Esper who ate the devil fruit. Although Lorraine had never eaten it, he had seen it and told Robin everything he knew. Robin was also surprised after hearing this. It turned out that the thing he ate before was called a devil fruit. She didn't have enough to eat at her uncle's house. When she was reading in the field, she happened to see a very beautiful flower-like fruit and ate it. Then she became a monster in the eyes of her friends. Even the villagers looked at her strangely. Sometimes she almost thought she was a monster. So, I'm not a monster. Of course not. Then we are still friends. If you want, we can be good friends for life. Lorraine touched Robin's head. Sigma for all, yeah. Robin jumped up happily, but at the same time she was a little embarrassed. She hadn't had her head touched by a boy yet. Looking at the happy Robin, Lorraine was also very happy. What a good little girl. Optimistic. So cute. She can be pretty, and she will be a goddess when she grows up. But what happened today made him feel a little anxious. He couldn't even beat a few kids of the same age, so how could he protect himself? Let alone protect Robin. No, I must practice hard. Protect myself and Robin after becoming stronger. At least I can't let her live such a miserable life again. Lorraine secretly swore in her heart. Ding, a ding in my mind. Lorraine's spirit was shaken, and he was sure that he heard correctly. Then his face became ecstatic, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. However, after a long time, no other prompts sounded. Robin saw Lorraine staying there motionless, and walked up to him strangely and waved. Lorraine, what's wrong with you? Were you injured just now? Lorraine came back to her senses and spoke fiercely. No, I'm just thinking about how to become stronger. I can't be bullied by those little brats anymore. Robin covered his mouth and laughed, aren't we all little brats? Seeing that he was fine, I ran to the side and continued reading. Lorraine was also sitting not far away, waiting with a frown to see if there was any follow-up. System. Lorraine tried to call out in her heart. Busy. Don't queue. Quote. Isn't this system a bit unfair? But I couldn't help but jump when I saw that I really had a system. Then there wouldn't be any obstacles to becoming stronger. Sure enough, as one of the must-have benefits for time travelers, although the system may be late, it will definitely not be absent. I am finally a systematic person. Oh yeah. Robin looked at him strangely, wondering if Lorraine was broken. She was crying and laughing at the same time. Lorraine, who had been excited for a while, gradually calmed down, then sat on the ground and started asking. System. Tongzi. It's still being bound. I'll call you after it's bound. I'm sorry, when you say you're busy, do you mean you're binding? Okay, you are the eldest brother now. I listen to you. Lorraine really just waited patiently. Nonsense, what else could he do if he didn't wait? It wasn't until 3 hours later that Robin went back. Ding, host Lorraine's strong desire to practice has been detected. The strongest practice system has been bound. This department will release training tasks from time to time to assist the host in training. You can get certain rewards by completing the tasks. Until host becomes the strongest man in the world. This is host's benefit as a time traveler. Lorraine, in the end, do you still have to practice on your own? Are you kidding me? Are the other systems like check-in systems, sign-in systems, invincibility systems, etc.? You can become stronger just by lying down. In the end, I still have to practice on my own. Ahem, host, don't worry about these details. Lorraine thought about it, it was better than nothing. Now that there is a system, Lorraine needs to understand it well. What's the reward? This system is dedicated to creating the strongest host in the world. Tasks will be released randomly from time to time. Rewards for completing tasks include sword skills, taijutsu, devil fruit, hockey, etc. As long as there is something in this world, you can get it. What's the mission? The tasks of this system are released randomly. Most of them are related to cultivation, and there are a few temporary tasks. There are currently no tasks in progress. What about the novice gift pack? I think other systems have it. Ding. No. What about the system panel? Ding. This one has it. Host. Portgas D. Lorraine. Age. 6 years old. Swordsmanship. None. Domineering. None. Physical skills. None. 3 no products, 1 cannon fodder, identification completed. Lorraine. It's normal. After all, I'm only 6 years old. If I don't have 3 products, I'll have 3 products. There will be bread, and there will also be milk. Send me a mission quickly. I want to become stronger. Ding. There are currently no tasks to publish. Then what's the use of you? Except for a panel with tasks and no tasks. Novice benefits but no novice benefits. You don't even have a system mall. Are you the worst one in this batch of systems? You were just thrown to me when no one wanted you. Untie. Untie lousy. Don't worry about it, host. It's not easy for me to manage things. It may be a little bad at the beginning, but I will definitely make a comeback later on. How do you want me to trust you? The stupid system. I won't make the steamed buns to get some credit. Ben Tongzi is not someone to be trifled with. Host, just wait. Then there was no sound. Lorraine had a question mark on her face and asked me to wait. Could it be that she was really untied? Although he keeps complaining about the bad things about the system, it's just because there are currently nothing you want, and there will definitely be something in the future. Even if the rewards aren't very good, it's better than nothing. System. If there is no response, it means it is really untied, right? Fortunately, the system did not disappear for too long. 10 minutes later, Lorraine was sitting on the ground doubting life. Ding. Host, please wait impatiently. System. Lorraine was a little surprised. Host doesn't think it was Ben Tongzi who went to untie the knot, right? What a beautiful thought. Ben Tongzi can't be driven away. Quote. Lorraine has 10,000 MMPs in her heart. Ding. Trigger the training mission. Host swings the sword 10,000 times a day. Hold on for 10 days. Completion reward. Introduction to swordsmanship. Today's progress is 0 10,000ths. Total progress is 0 tenths. Filled down pointing triangle Kai hash what a scam. 10,000 times, 10 days to get started with swordsmanship. Other systems will at least give you a swordsmanship grandmaster. They will even give you famous swords. It's indeed a hot chicken system. Give it to Yi Shinai. I saw that Lorraine's mood was wrong. Ahem, host, please don't get excited. This is a benefit that Tongzi has gone through a lot of hard work to get. And there will be famous swords in the future. The rewards are fixed and Tongzi cannot change them. But occasionally there will be additional rewards. Host, please keep up the good work. Convex. Lorraine gave the system a strong middle finger in her heart, but again, complaining is complaining, it would be great if you have it. If the system is not strong enough, then just work hard on your own. It's not too early today, so let's start the mission first. He picked up the wooden sword and started swinging it. He kept swinging it for about 10 minutes. Lorraine was so hungry that he didn't even eat lunch. So I returned to the boat and prepared to eat. I just took out the food and was about to eat it when I took a look at the mission panel. Practice mission. Host swings the sword 10,000 times a day. Persevere for 10 days. Completion reward. Introduction to swordsmanship. Today's progress is 0 10,000ths. Total progress is 0 tenths. Then Lorraine was shocked. The progress was still 0. She was unhappy on the spot. What a rip-off. System, come out, lousy. What's going on? Ding, since you are swinging a sword. Of course you have to use a real sword, a wooden sword will not work. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't even ask host. Except when host asks questions on his own initiative, Ben Tongzi will not take the initiative to disturb host. Okay, be cruel. Lorraine bit the food in her hand fiercely, as if she thought it was this spicy chicken system. After lunch, Lorraine took out a real samurai sword and started slashing forward. This samurai sword was much heavier than a wooden sword. After nearly 2 hours, Lorraine couldn't swing anymore. Her arms were as heavy as lead and felt so sore that she could only stop and rest. Check out the panel. Training mission. Host swings the sword 10,000 times a day. Stick to it for a week. Completion reward. Introduction to swordsmanship. Today's progress is 3,168 10,000ths, total progress is 0 tenths. Hiss, cultivation is really not an easy task. Lorraine looked at the progress and compared the time it took him to swing his sword. He estimated that he would need to swing his sword for more than 6 hours a day to complete the task. Lorraine. Robin. After Robin was busy with her uncle's family affairs, she came to Lorraine again with her books. Now she finally had a friend, and she couldn't wait to come and play with Lorraine whenever she had time. If he didn't have to live in his uncle's house, Robin wouldn't want to go back. Lorraine walked off the boat carrying the knife. Robin, you're here. Are you hungry? There's a lot of food on the boat. Robin shook her head. She just came to see Lorraine. Well, wait until you are hungry before eating. Let's go to the woods and read a book. In the forest, there are still girls reading books and boys wielding swords, and there are no other little kids to disturb them. The beautiful picture lasted until the sun was about to go down. Robin closed the book and looked at Lorraine, who was still swinging his sword. Sweat had wet Lorraine's clothes, and even his hair was wet and stuck to his forehead. The whole person looked a little embarrassed, but in Robin's eyes, the setting sun reflected on Lorraine's body, giving him a golden edge, and the whole person looked radiant. Lorraine really lit up Robin's world like a light. Robin couldn't help but smile as he looked at it. Lorraine also noticed that Robin was watching her. She stopped and inserted the knife into the scabbard. She rubbed her sore arm and looked at the sky. It was getting late. Let's go, it's getting late, let's go back first. The two returned to the boat. Lorraine had been wielding the sword all afternoon, and her hands no longer felt like her own. I took the time to take a look at the panel. It was very good. It has been used for more than 7,000 times, and it is still short of 2,000 times. Seeing how tired he looked, Robin couldn't bear to go back just like that, so he took the initiative to cook. Robin, you will be scolded if you come home late, right? Don't worry. As long as the housework is done, there will be no problem. There are no wild beasts on O'Hara Island. Uncle and the others won't care about my safety. But Robin's tone was obviously disappointed when he said this. It's okay, we are friends. If you are unhappy in the future, you can always come to me. I will take you back later. After finishing cooking quickly, Robin was about to leave, but Lorraine grabbed him. Let's eat together. Good friends should eat together. And you made the food. Lorraine said it very seriously. Robin looked at him and then responded with a heavy voice. Lorraine was surprised that although Robin was only 4 years old, he was already very good at cooking. Lorraine ate very happily, and Robin was also very happy. Although she could cook, her uncle's family gave her 2 pieces of black bread every day as a day's food. Never had such delicious food. Lorraine looked at her with a satisfied look. Robin, what's wrong? You can come to my place to eat every day from now on. What Lorraine was thinking was, when both of them are growing up, how can they only eat black bread every day? Although people in the pirate world have different physiques, more nutrition is always good. No, you won't have enough food. It doesn't matter. The money on this ship is enough to feed the 2 of us for several years. Besides, you saved my life, so I can feed you for the rest of your life, no problem. At a young age, Robin didn't understand love. When Lorraine said this, she just felt very happy in her heart. It was completely dark after dinner, and Lorraine's hand had recovered. I had to sigh at the strength of the human body in the pirate world. Come on, Robin, I'll take you back. Good. There is no danger in O'Hara's night, but human fear of the dark has nothing to do with danger. At this time, except for the outdoor O'Hara, it was actually brightly lit. Robin was sent to a crowded place, and Lorraine also went back. He still had more than 2,000 sword swings today, and it was getting darker and darker along the way. Lorraine was a staunch atheist, but things like time travel have happened. What else is impossible? So Lorraine was a little worried about the dark environment, so she couldn't help but speed up her pace. He usually sleeps with a light on the boat. Finally returning to the boat, Lorraine breathed a sigh of relief and started practicing swinging the sword without missing a moment. He was going to spend the remaining $2,000 at once. Ding! Today's task has been completed. Host, please keep up the good work tomorrow. I know, I'm tired, please step back, Xiao Tongzi. Lorraine stopped swinging his sword and fell asleep, forgetting to take a shower. System. At #% times. The next few days were uneventful. I practiced sword swinging during the day and other physical training at night. Apart from anything else, Lorraine is not bad at all in terms of perseverance. Robin also comes here every day, and Lorraine stays with her for lunch every day, so she has to give her children more food. With Lorraine's training, his appetite has increased and he has begun to develop into a big eater. On the afternoon of the 10th day, Lorraine swung his sword for the last time. Ding! Congratulations to Host. The task. Host swings the sword 10,000 times a day and has completed it for 10 days. Rewards are being distributed. Lorraine felt a wave of information pouring into his mind. He knew nothing about swordsmanship before, but now he suddenly had many ideas. He had his own understanding of everything from the angle of the swing, the way to hold the sword, to the timing of drawing the sword. It was as if he already knew how to do it. His hands were itchy and he couldn't help but draw out his samurai sword, and pointed it at the tree in front of him several times. Then he slowly sheathed the knife. Boom! The small tree as thick as a bowl fell down in front of me, its trunk breaking into several pieces. Robin, who was reading a book, was shocked by this scene. Lorraine, is he so powerful? Although he watches Lorraine swing his sword non-stop every day, Robin doesn't understand if he can become so powerful if he keeps swinging his sword every day. But I still couldn't help but stare. It wasn't until Lorraine jumped up excitedly that she came to her senses and came to Lorraine. Lorraine, you are so powerful. How do you know how to use a sword? Of course it's the result of these few days of practice. Ever since I was defeated by a kid that day, I decided to become a strong person so that I can protect us. Then can I do this? I'm afraid this won't work. Lorraine gave the answer without thinking. Did he have a system for Robin? All right. Robin was not too disappointed when he heard this. After all, just watching Lorraine slashing with a knife every day made her feel very tired. As a girl, she was definitely not suitable to do this. Woohoo! Take off. Tongzi, I suddenly feel that you are of some use. Of course, keep your heart in your pocket, Host. With Tongzi here, I guarantee that Host can become the strongest man in the world. When will the next mission be released? Ha. Well, Host, please don't worry, Ben Tongzi will naturally release it when the time comes. Ha, that's it. Can you do it? System. However, Lorraine just made a few jokes. He had just completed a high-intensity training task and he didn't want to jump into new training immediately, at least not today. Glanced at the panel. Host. Portgas D. Lorraine. Age. 6 years old. Swordsmanship. Getting started. Domineering. None. Physical skills. None. Slightly stronger cannon fodder. Can you delete the last one? I know I'm still very weak, so I don't need to put it directly on my resume. Lorraine looked angry. However, he was only angry for a moment, and was soon replaced by joy. He took Robin and walked towards the town. I'm happy today. Let's go. Let's go to a restaurant. Robin went back after eating. Lorraine walked on the way back alone, holding the samurai sword in his hand and cutting off the grass on the roadside from time to time. Oh, O'Hara's environment is so peaceful, no one is practicing. After getting started with swordsmanship, Lorraine became swollen and always wanted to give it a try. Although the system showed that he was just a stronger cannon fodder, that young man was not frivolous. It's a pity that his wish is destined to fail. In the next period of time, apart from practicing swordsmanship, Lorraine spent more time improving his physical fitness. Because under his constant complaints, the system couldn't bear the humiliation and issued a new mission to him. Although a new mission was released, Lorraine did not want to just abandon the swordsmanship. In addition to the improvement of the system, he could also practice swordsmanship by himself. Got promoted. This time the task is weight-bearing push-ups and squats, and there is no stipulated daily completion amount. But if you have to do 100,000 times of each event, the reward is only an improvement in physical fitness. I don't even bother to explain how many systems have been improved. Although I am looking forward to it, I will inevitably be complained about by Lorraine again about the bad system. Time passed day by day, and Lorraine basically did nothing else except eating, sleeping, and practicing. Meticulously completing the tasks issued by the system, with no time limit, Lorraine's training was even more intense than before. Swinging the sword 100,000 times took 10 days to complete. This time, the push-ups and squats were even more difficult to complete. With no time limit and a fixed daily completion amount, it was completed in 17 days. Originally, the system planned not to impose time and daily quantity restrictions, allowing Lorraine to slack off a little, so that he could complete it later, but he didn't expect it to be completed ahead of schedule. It's really a mistake. Aha! The moment the task was completed, as the system notification sounded, Lorraine felt that her limbs were fused with countless warm currents. His whole body became energetic, his muscles became firmer, his skin became better, and every part of his body felt full of strength. He even felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. He couldn't help but stretch his body and let out a happy moan. Stretching. Comfortable. I've never felt this way before. Now that his physical fitness has improved, Lorraine can't help but want to try it. He found a big tree that was as thick as two people's arms, and punched it with all his strength. The wood slag flew and the whole tree shook. There were cracks visible to the naked eye on the trunk. This punch was at least 1,000 pounds of strength, and Lorraine was very satisfied. Looking at the panel made Lorraine a little happy. The other items did not change much, but the content in the brackets changed, from a slightly more powerful cannon fodder, to with a little bit of self-preservation power. This change is already quite big. As long as he keeps complaining, the incentive system will let it issue more tasks to itself. I believe he will become the most powerful person in the world in a few years. Time flies by like a white horse. 4 years have passed by in a flash. In a blink of an eye, it is the year 1500 of the Haiyuan calendar. Lorraine is 10 years old, and Robin is 8 years old. The O'Hara incident that made Lorraine fearful happened this year. 2 years ago, One Piece Galdi. Roger, who combined wealth, fame, and power, was executed in Rog Town in the East China Sea. Lorraine even went to watch it. As a pirate fan, how could such a big event be carried out? Miss Lorraine, who was 8 years old at the time, went to Rog Town with the caravan. He even found the passerby in a playful manner and interrupted him when he was about to ask that question. Of course, it only attracted his attention, and he could continue to ask that sentence at any time. As a result, another passerby asked that sentence at the moment he interrupted, and Roger's answer came next. Sure enough, the plot settings are not so easy to change. Lorraine stood on the boat, looking at O'Hara, who was getting closer and closer. She couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth when she thought of Robin. She had been away for about 2 months, and she should be very happy to see her when she went back this time. Well, after all, I have only been away for a month at most before. System. View the panel. Host. Portgas D. Lorraine. Age. 10 years old. Swordsmanship. Advanced. Domineering. Intermediate armed color. Primary knowledge color. Physical skills. Marine 6 styles. Shaving. Barely considered a strong person. P.S. This book sets swordsmanship into entry level, intermediate, advanced, and then swordsman and great swordsman. In the past 4 years, Lorraine has been urging the system to send him tasks, which made the system's mentality collapse, and it was no longer willing to deal with Lorraine. It's impossible not to push. The longest time the system has not released any tasks is 5 months. If it weren't for the fact that Lorraine could still chat, she would have thought it was untied. After going to Rog Town to watch the execution, the system reluctantly released a mission with an intermediate armed color. The mission rewards released before were all about physical strengthening or speeding up recovery, but he knew that hockey was the foundation of being strong in the pirate world. Especially Conqueror's hockey. Lorraine's goal from the beginning was domineering, but it was a pity that it tried various methods to stimulate the system and was unwilling to give Lorraine the mission reward of Conqueror's domineering. Fortunately, since I watched the execution, not only the sword skills, but also the system task rewards have improved a lot. Physical skills, domineering, and even weapons can all be obtained from the system rewards. The one that Lorraine is holding now is the famous sword Junhang, one of the 21 skills of the sharp sword. As the merchant ship docked, Lorraine waved to the captain with the gift for Robin and jumped in. As for the shipping fee, the captain had already paid it. That's right, I did. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, merchant ships traveling from various places have been threatened by pirates all the time. Although he is young, Lorraine's strength is currently among the top in the first half of the Grand Line, let alone not yet entering the Grand Line. There is no problem with the safety of the caravan with him on board, so the captain will pay for the escort. He never spends money on the ship. He just has to show off his tricks every time. The merchant ship docked at the port, which was still some distance away from where Lorraine lived. He was not in a hurry and had already gone home anyway. Slowly walked to his seaside cabin. The ship that Lorraine originally drifted over had been soaked in the sea for several years and had rotted away. This did not bother Lorraine, so he spent a little money to hire some craftsmen to build a 2-story cabin for him, and then put the everything was moved in. Facing the sea, spring flowers are blooming, and there is even a fenced yard around it, where various plants are planted. Although Lorraine was a homebody in his previous life, he liked to grow various fruits according to the seasons in his residence. After being away for 3 months, there was no dust anywhere in the house. Apparently Robin came here often to clean it, and only he and Robin had the key to this cabin. Carrying the gift, I came to the place where Robin often reads. Sure enough, 8-year-old Robin was sitting on a wooden post and reading a book seriously. After Lorraine's feeding in the past few years, Robin is not as thin as in the original work, and is even a little rounder. If she eats well, her growth will naturally keep up. She is even a little taller than Lorraine. Shave. Lorraine sneaked up behind Robin with a razor, stretched out his hand to cover her mouth, pressed the handle of the knife against her back, and lowered her voice. Don't move. If you move again I won't be polite. However, Robin was not as panicked as he imagined. Instead, Lorraine watched in confusion as thin arms grew on his body and strangled his neck. He also controlled his hands. It's not that he can't break away, but the object is Robin, the touch of these hands is real, and he is afraid of hurting her. Robin suddenly broke free from his control and was about to strike harshly. When he looked closely, he saw that it was Lorraine, and he immediately released his ability. Lorraine, you are finally back. She stepped forward and looked at him in surprise, her face full of anticipation. Lorraine had gone out a lot in the past few years, and every time she would bring her gifts, sometimes beautiful clothes, sometimes delicious food, and there were some gadgets. Lorraine reached out and touched her head. She had developed the habit of touching her head in the past few years. Robin didn't feel disgusted. She was used to it and even felt very happy. Lorraine handed her the gift she had put aside. Robin couldn't wait to open it. Wow, it's strawberry cake. I brought this specially for you, eat it quickly. Then I'll start. I couldn't wait to bite into the strawberry cake, showing a happy smile, and the cream was all over my face. Lorraine smiled softly. After getting along with each other in the past few years, Robin's personality has become much more cheerful. After Robin took 2 bites, he grabbed a piece and stuffed it into Lorraine's mouth. You eat too. It's so delicious. After eating the cake, Lorraine and Robin took a walk on the beach. One asked about what happened on the road while they were away, and the other talked about it in detail. I suddenly remembered that I had to return books to the Tree of Omniscient Library in the afternoon. Then I'll go with you. The 2 people walked towards the huge tree in the middle of O'Hara Island. People along the way still looked at Robin a little strangely, but no one dared to taunt him, and some people even dared not look at Robin. Because there was a Lorraine behind her, everyone on the island knew for 4 years that there was a kid named Lorraine who protected Robin. No one dared to insult Robin or hurt her. Lorraine's sword would be placed on his neck in the next moment. The most serious ones were the 4 little brats. Each of them was beaten by Lorraine until they couldn't get out of bed for half a month. After the parents were invited out, Lorraine beat them to the ground together with the parents of the 4 children. In order to frighten them, Lorraine cut the middle of the big tree that the 2 of them hugged together with a knife. The people on this island are so scared that they dare not express their anger. However, after the Great Pirate Era began in the past 2 years, although O'Hara is relatively peaceful, it still occasionally receives harassment from pirates. Lorraine took action many times and killed many pirates under the watchful eyes of the residents, which made the people on the island more afraid of Lorraine. Due to Lorraine's intimidation, even Robin's uncle's family's attitude towards her has improved a lot, at least they no longer ask her to do housework. Because he really dares to kill people. Robin walked in front with her head held high. She enjoyed this feeling very much. It felt great to have someone protecting her. Half an hour later, the two people arrived at the door of the Tree of Omniscient Library. The people here also knew them. They were put in directly. Since Robin had been borrowing books from here since he was a child, the historical scholars here also knew that Robin was just a good and studious child with devil fruit abilities. Especially Dr. Kloba. He was the first to accept Robin and let her study archaeology with everyone. And Robin is also very smart. She can understand many things without having to tell her anything. Dr. Kloba, I'm here to return the book. Oh, it's little Robin, and little Lorraine. Give it to me. An old man with a hairstyle that resembled that of Shama came out from the side. It was Dr. Baroque. Dr. Kloba, how many times have I told you, don't call me little Lorraine, it sounds almost like little Lolita. Well, don't worry about these details. Little Lorraine, do you want to come and study archaeology with us? As a die-hard fan of One Piece and a top student in the 21st century, Lorraine knows everything about comics and animation. The slightest revelation of his understanding of history made Dr. Kloba's jaw drop. He immediately invited Lorraine to study archaeology together. He never gave up in the past few years, but was rejected by him every time. No, I want to practice to become a strong man. Only in this way can I protect Robin. Hearing this, Kloba didn't say much, but turned to Robin. Little Robin, you are going to take the exam for your doctorate in archaeology in a few days. Are you confident? Of course, doctor. I'm very confident. Robin waved his little hand, his face full of confidence. After returning the books, Robin borrowed another book about archaeology and left with Lorraine. The next few days were normal and nothing else happened. One sunny morning, Lorraine was practicing swinging a sword. Although he now had advanced sword skills, Lorraine still did not give up on the most basic sword swing. Lorraine, you're here. You haven't come to see me in the past few days. Is the exam over? Well, I finished the exam yesterday. So I came to see you today. Walk. Where to? To celebrate your passing the exam, I'll take you to a big dinner. Don't you only eat after you succeed? Lorraine didn't care about so much, so she pulled Robin and walked out. He couldn't care less about whether he was greedy or not. If he caught a fish, he could celebrate and have a big meal. Moreover, his current appetite rivals that of Luffy, and the two of them ate nearly 100,000 Baileys of food before they stopped. After dinner, Robin didn't know what to do at the Tree of Omniscient Library, so Lorraine went with him. As soon as he pushed open the door of the Tree of Omniscient Library, Robin was stunned by the scene inside. All kinds of fireworks bloomed. Congratulations, Robin. As expected of Alvia's child, Dr. Baroque and a group of scholars welcomed Robin with cheers and applause. Dr. Baroque dug into his pocket, took out a small box, opened it and handed it to Robin. Congratulations, Robin. You got a perfect score in the archaeology doctoral exam yesterday. From today on, you are a doctor of archaeology. This is the badge that proves your identity as a doctor of archaeology. Take it quickly. Real, of course it's true. Thank you, doctor. Robin jumped up excitedly. Lorraine next to him also congratulated Robin. Congratulations, Robin, you are so awesome. It seems that you did not eat wrong at today's celebration banquet. Listen up, Robin. While everyone was celebrating, Dr. Kloba spoke solemnly. Okay, doctor. This 5,000-year-old omniscient tree stores countless historical documents that have been transported from all over the world for a long time. It is the largest and oldest library in the world. As long as by interpreting these documents, the world there is no historical mystery in the world that we cannot solve. You must remember it firmly and solve historical mysteries by studying these historical documents and contribute to the world. This is the meaning of our existence as historians. I know the doctor, can I also study that blank 100 years of history? Robin asked the doctor expectantly. Unexpectedly, Dr. Kloba's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets when he heard this, and he was completely shocked. Wah, what? No, everything else is fine, but this is absolutely not allowed. Why, isn't it possible to unravel the blank 100 years of history by just studying the historical text? How do you know this historical text? You used your ability to peek at it again. You should know that interpreting historical texts is a serious crime, right? But, don't we all still study secretly in the basement every day in the dead of night? Robin was confused. Dr. Kloba was even more surprised when he heard this. You know all this. Did you peek at it all? Answer me, Robin. Because you never let me get close to the basement, that's why I wanted to become a historian. I thought I could study with you. That's why I worked so hard. Facing the doctor's questioning, Robin felt a little aggrieved, but still told the truth. Dr. Kloba's expression changed, and finally he put his arm on her shoulders and said, Robin, your knowledge can be regarded as that of a historian, but you are still a child. When we interpret this historical article, we are prepared to lose our lives at any time before resolutely conducting research. Since the founding of world government 800 years ago, blank history has become a taboo of the world's highest law, and countless scholars have sacrificed for it. I would also like to take this opportunity to tell you that the only people left in this world who can decipher ancient texts are us, the O'Hara clan. We have no way out. Finally, Dr. Kloba said to Robin, Robin, I want you to swear an oath to the tree of omniscientity right now. Never go to the basement. If you come near that place again, you will be disqualified from entering the library. I do not want. Robin pushed Dr. Kloba away violently and ran out of the library crying. Wait for me. Lorraine chased Robin and ran out. He was unable to interrupt and had no intention of interrupting. He knew the result would not change. This child is still following the same path as her mother. She doesn't know yet that her mother Alvia has been arrested by the world government a few days ago. Needless to say, what awaits her fate? Dr. Baroque spoke slowly. Lorraine chased Robin all the way to the beach. With his speed, he could easily catch up with Robin, but Robin needed to vent now, so he didn't stop her forcefully. He had also tried to change the ending of O'Hara's destruction before. He asked the old men in Kloba indirectly, but they didn't believe that the world government would destroy the island. Even Buster Call said it, but they don't believe there is such a thing. Lorraine realized that he couldn't change the outcome. He also gave up. Who made the Buster Call launch in O'Hara for the first time? At the beach, Robin sat on the rocks and cried sadly. Lorraine didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only lie. Robin, don't be sad. You are still young. Maybe when you grow up, they will let you study as a doctor. No matter what you want to study, I will support you. Or maybe the doctors and others are secretly studying, and you are also studying secretly. Anyway, you have the fruit power, and you can peek as much as you want. Seeing Robin still crying, Lorraine felt heartbroken. Old man, I couldn't bear to make Robin cry even once. How could you bear such a cute little girl? Otherwise, I will put a knife to the old man's neck right now and ask him to bring this historical article to you. Lorraine deliberately spoke harshly, although he would not really do that. Don't want. After hearing this, Robin finally raised his head with tears. Lorraine also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. It was scary to keep crying and ignoring people. He gently wiped away Robin's tears and continued to cheat. Don't worry, doctor, they just think you are still young. Let them see your determination in a few years, and they will definitely agree. And if it doesn't work, just wait until we grow up. By the time we grow up, the old man will have been buried long ago, and no one will stop you by then. Robin finally responded. Well, there's no need to wait for Robin to grow up, the old man will be gone in a few days. Not only him, but also O'Hara. Lorraine was also a little anxious when talking about this. He had wanted to take Robin away for a long time, but this girl didn't agree. A few days later, Buster Call came, but there were Akainu and Aokiji. He knew that Aokiji would let Robin go, but he might not let him go. He was definitely not Aokiji's opponent now. But I have a system, and I will definitely not let myself be stuck here. After some persuasion and guidance from Lorraine, Robin was finally not so sad. Lorraine proposed to take her to relax and take the opportunity to take her away from O'Hara, but she still refused. Just walking silently on the beach, Lorraine could only follow slowly behind. The next day, Robin and Lorraine walked slowly by the beach as usual. Robin, look, there's a giant ahead. Robin was walking with his head lowered. Lorraine took the lead in discovering the giant, and at the same time his heart tightened. Hagavard. Sorrow. He showed up, which means that the buster call will come in a few days, but he has forgotten the specific days. The two of them stepped forward curiously. It was also the first time for Lorraine to see a giant. It's so big. Savala was lying on the beach. Robin and Lorraine were probably only as long as one of his fingers. Boom boom boom. There was a sound of the earth shaking, and Sorrow made a face. But it didn't scare the two of them. The atmosphere froze for a moment. When Sorrow saw that the two of them were not frightened, his expression collapsed. He collapsed on the beach and uttered one word intermittently. Water, water, water. The two looked at each other and gave him a direction. Bang bang bang. Sorrow moved over there with difficulty, his footsteps causing the ground to tremble. The moment he saw the river, he buried his whole face in it. Tons, tons, tons. Ha, it's so happy. I saved a life. I wonder what happened to that guy. Thank you for saving me. Is there a town on this island? Have. The two men nodded. Well, I'd rather be washed up on an uninhabited island. Then he stopped talking. After a while, Sorrow sat up and leaned on a hill with his knees in his arms. Lorraine and Robin had to climb up a high rock to see his whole body. The three people stared at each other. Even if you keep staring at me, nothing interesting will happen. I am sitting still because my foot is injured. When the injury heals, I will make a raft and leave here. Is this your first time seeing a giant? Let me explain first, I am not a barbarian like Elbaf and others. There are also docile races among giants. I know you may not believe it, but I still hope you won't tell anyone you saw me when you go home. Lorraine and Robin looked at each other. Okay, we won't tell you. Upon hearing this, Sorrow's face fell and he turned aside. I promised so happily, I will definitely say it. Will not. Stop lying. How can two little brats keep a secret? What's there to say? Both of them were a little confused, and Sorrow was stunned when he heard this. PFF'd, Pelly hee hee hee, Pelly hee hee hee. The weird little voice made Robin feel strange, while Lorraine had no expression. He knew that the laughter in the pirate world was weird. Palixi, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm laughing. What two funny little kids. Are you laughing? Robin was silent for a moment and then smiled. You look so cute when you smile. You should smile more. You're not like the little kid next to you. You don't react even when you're being laughed at. It's so boring. No, I'm just unhappy today. I usually smile. Robin was a little embarrassed after being praised, although Lorraine often praised her. Lorraine was staying well by his side, but this guy said he was laughing at him. Can you bear this? He slowly pulled out the knife, and the armed color covered it directly. Ha, you. Just kidding, don't be impulsive. He breathed a sigh of relief after Lorraine put down the knife. It's amazing. I didn't expect you to master domineering at such a young age. Domineering? What is that? Lorraine said nothing. Robin asked him strangely. I told you that you don't understand. It's the sign of a strong man. And if you can master it at this age, your name will definitely be on the sea in the future. Hey. Strong. Lorraine is indeed very powerful. Sorrow smiled for a while and then introduced himself. My name is Sorrow, Hagwal D. Sorrow. D. Lorraine also has a D in her name. What does it mean? Robin asked strangely. Oh, does this little kid have it too? I don't know what it means. Everyone in our family has this letter. What's your name? Nicole Robin. Portgas D. Lorraine. Okay, I remember, I am being hunted. It would be bad if others find out. I know, we won't tell you. Through conversation, Lorraine and Sorrow became friends. It has to be said that people in the pirate world are very resilient. The day after meeting Sorrow, all his leg injuries were healed. Then he started making a raft and prepared to leave the island. On the third day, Sorrow ate a portion of the food the two brought him and continued working, even though he might not be able to fit it between his teeth. Sorrow was making a raft while chatting with the two of them. You two have a lot of free time. You've been here all day these days. Don't you need to go home? Aren't your parents or friends worried? I'm an orphan. I only have Robin as my friend, and now I have you. Lorraine spoke first. I do have a mother, but she went to sea when I was very young and never came back. I have forgotten her appearance. Although they are also very fond of archaeological elders, they have excluded me now, so I only have Lorraine as my friend. Then you two really match each other. Hey. You guy, what nonsense are you talking about? Lorraine shook her fist to show that you were annoyed. Robin was also a little embarrassed. The fourth day. It's finally done. Hey. Are you leaving? What are you doing? You look sad. I have to make a flag. I have to stay for a few days. At the same time, people in the small town of O'Hara were panicking because there were now a large number of warships parked around the island. Sorrow and Robin Lorraine were still chatting. Does little Robin want to go to sea too? Well, my mother has never come back because of her archaeological research. I want to wait until she comes back to take me to sea together. For this reason, I passed the exam for a doctorate in archaeology and became the youngest archaeologist. Quote, archaeologist, are you so young? The two were chatting. They mentioned the blank 100 years and the historical article. Sorrow suddenly discovered that Robin's eyebrows looked very much like the same person. Shocked, he asked directly, Robin, do you know what your mother's name is? Alvia, Nicole Alvia. Boom. Sorrow was shocked and fell back. It took him a while to recover. Robin is Alvia's daughter. Is this island O'Hara Island? What happened? How could this happen? How could I drift to O'Hara Island? What's so strange? I drifted here too. Lorraine finally intervened. It's not easy, Omega K backquote. After collapsing for a moment, Sorrow came back to his senses with a serious look on his face. Although it may scare you, what I say is true. The marine warship is coming this way. What are you doing here, Marine? Come and kill the archaeologists on this island. You must not let them know that you are a historian. Liar, you must be a liar. Really, I won't lie to you. You can go back to the town now and have a look. There must be something wrong. Your mother should be back too. Mother. Robin was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran towards the town. Wait for me, Robin. Lorraine listened to the conversation just now, word for word, and her heart was filled with solemnity. Only he knows that these Marines are not here to kill any scholars, but to destroy the entire island, including all the people on the island. Just as Robin quickly ran towards the tree of omniscientity, Alvia had already met Dr. Kloba and the others. She anxiously told the story of the incident and asked everyone to run away. As expected, no one was willing to leave. Speaking of which, you should have something you want to do, right? At this time, Dr. Kloba talked about Robin. Alvia's eyes are also full of tenderness. I can't see her. Since I have chosen this path, I have to sever ties with her. I can't let her become the daughter of a sinner. At this time, a person suddenly broke in outside the door. Dr. Kloba, it's bad. Suddenly many world government ships came to the sea. The world government is here. It seems like things are really not going well this time. At this time, Alvia opened the bookshelf and revealed the weapons inside. From now on, you and I are not companions, and we have never known each other. You must remember this. After saying that, he picked up a musket and rushed out. He passed by Robin who was coming here. Robin panted and ran to the tree of omniscient library, followed closely by Lorraine. Looking at the people present, the first words he spoke were, "Has my mother been here?" The archaeologists present were all shocked. They didn't know where she got the news, but they still stumbled to answer. What nonsense are you talking about? How could your mother be in O'Hara? How could you suddenly ask this? Robin was disappointed when he heard this, and then spoke again quickly. By the way, one more thing. I heard that Marines' warships are coming. They are going to kill all the scholars on this island. Is that so? Has it caused a commotion? It seems like we are in big trouble this time. Listen up, Robin. If anyone asks, you must not admit that you are an archaeologist. You are still a child. As long as you don't admit it, no one will doubt you. At this moment, the door was kicked open. Robin was almost hurt. Lorraine held the knife with a cold expression on her face, and was about to take action. Dr. Kloba stopped her. She shook her head at him imperceptibly. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. We suspect that someone on your side has committed a major crime of interpreting historical texts. Everyone, raise your hands and get out. We want to search. How rude. Don't break our stuff. It's so noisy. Stinky old man. Get out of here. Everyone, search for me. Yes, the situation outside is the same, and people who have nothing to do with archaeology are being herded onto the evacuation ships. At this time, Soro also saw groups of warships on the beach. A group of scholars were gathered in the open space outside. At this time, Dr. Kloba was sitting at the front. Lorraine, little Robin, there seems to be an evacuation ship. You should go there. The next situation will be very dangerous. No, I want to be with everyone. Dr. Kloba looked at Lorraine, hoping that he would leave with Robin. Don't look at me, I'm just Robin's friend. Wherever she goes, I go. Anyway, the buster call hasn't been activated yet, so the island is still safe. At most, there will be a CP9 here, who knows Marine 6th form and doesn't even have domineering skills. He is no match for me. Dr. Kloba wants to say something more. A burst of arrogant laughter came. Ah. Did it go well, guys? Thank you for your hard work, sir. The person coming was none other than Spangdine. The person behind him threw Alvia on his shoulders to the ground. There was a dull sound. Seeing this, Robin thought to himself, it's too much to do this to a woman. The scholars looked at Alvia, who was thrown to the ground, and clenched her teeth. Dr. Kloba gritted his teeth and said to Robin, Robin, you and Lorraine go to the refuge ship quickly. Hearing someone calling Robin, Alvia raised her head with difficulty and looked at the grown-up Robin. You've grown so big. Boom. As the explosion sounded, Spangdine's phone bug also rang. After answering the phone, Spangdine let out an arrogant laugh. The crime has been established. You are already facing death penalty. The world's best archaeologists are going to die together, ha 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 ha. It's so boring, my job is over. All I have to do next is report to the 5 elders. Robin couldn't believe what Spangdine said. Dr. Kloba, will everyone be killed? Why, it's just an interpretation of ancient texts. Idiot, you little brat is so unreasonable. They want to awaken the ancient weapon and kill countless people. Impossible. Doctors and others have never thought of it this way. Okay, Robin, there's nothing to say to this kind of person. Just in time, let me talk to the 5 elders before I die. Lorraine, take Robin and leave. If you hear what I'm going to say next, you will become criminals. Without saying a word, Lorraine pulled Robin and ran towards the beach. Although he had the ability to kill Spangdine and others, he didn't want to do that. First, if Dr. Kloba had not said what he had to say to the 5 elders, O'Hara Island would not have been subject to the buster call. It was his words that caused the threat level of the entire O'Hara in the hearts of the 5 elders. It has risen to an extremely high level. Secondly, he didn't have any good impressions of Alvia. Since he was going to sea, why did he leave Robin behind? He also left her to suffer alone in O'Hara. The third thing is that he doesn't want to be targeted by the world government so early. He is not strong enough now. The two of them didn't get far before Robin broke away. She wasn't happy to leave, so she watched from a distance. At this time, Soro is also looking for Robin. Next, Robin didn't know what Dr. Kloba said to the person on the other end of the phone. Spangdine took out his musket and shot Dr. Kloba directly. At the same time, the 5 elders also issued an order to launch a buster call. And they warned not to let anyone escape. Robin watched Dr. Kloba being hit by a shot and couldn't help but run towards this side quickly. Doctor, how are you? Robin, silly boy, you shouldn't have come back. Leave quickly. Go to the refuge ship. Don't want. At the same time, Spangdine took out a golden phone bug. Buster call. Activate. No one knew what he had done, they only knew that it must be something bad. But there was no time to worry about it, because a huge flame ignited in the tree of Omniscient Library. Go put out the fire. And Robin, get out of here. Dr. Kloba said intermittently. The buster call has been launched, and Lorraine can't be as undisciplined as before. She has to get to Soro as soon as possible, where she can escape. But at this moment Robin saw Alvia's face and was transported into childhood memories. Are you my mother? You have another child? Spangdine asked her. Alvia looked painful, struggled internally, but still resolutely denied it. You got the wrong person. I'm Robin, I've grown up. Don't you remember me? I've been waiting for you to come back. Are you really not my mother? Olivia could no longer maintain her cold face, sat on the ground covering her face and cried bitterly. I really want to be held by someone's hand and walk on the beach together, so I study so hard to become an archaeologist. I can also understand historical texts. Spangdane's face was full of shock. That little girl. Don't leave me alone again. Boom boom boom. Robin's voice sounded along with the explosion. Spangdane was knocked upside down by the shock wave of the explosion. We are still on the island. Do those want to kill me too? Sir, that little girl said she is also an archaeologist. Ah, it seems that I did say that. Whether it's true or not, remember her face and don't let her get out of this island. Retreat. What about Olivia? Never mind her. If you stay here, you will die. If you don't leave, we will be killed. The most important thing is my life. As soon as Spangdane left, Robin mustered up the courage to walk to Olivia and hold her hand. Robin, mother, I'm sorry, Robin, can you really understand this historical article? I'm sorry, I want to read it anyway. Not everyone can master ancient writing. You are so awesome, Robin. Olivia praised Robin without hesitation. Robin cried even louder for a while. We can't delay any longer, Olivia, little Lorraine. Take Robin and run. Find a way to get on the refuge ship and leave. At this time, Sorrow also came here with heavy steps. Robin, I finally found you, you met your mother. Sorrow. Robin raised his head from Olivia's arms. At the same time, Olivia also asked Sorrow. Sorrow, why are you here too? I came here by chance. My boat sank and drifted here, but Robin and Lorraine saved me. Don't worry about this, get out of here. Robin will be left to you, you must take her out. Mom, what about you? I still have my own things to do. No, I don't want to be alone anymore. We finally met each other, and I don't want to leave you again. At this moment, Olivia was already looking forward to death, and said to Robin gently. Robin, as an O'Hara scholar, you should know that history is people's property and it will definitely illuminate your future. However, the history passed down from the past will gradually die out if it cannot be continued. O'Hara does not want to expose history, he just wants to protect the voices left by his ancestors. Even if our research is stopped and O'Hara is destroyed, we cannot give up hope for the future. I don't understand. One day you will understand. Putting Robin into Sorrow's arms, the two looked at each other and nodded. Let's go, Sorrow. Sorrow turned around and left, and Lorraine quickly followed. Even though Robin cried, there was no hesitation. Live with our hope, Robin, Olivia shouted in the direction of the two of them. Savallo and Robin ran all the way, and several cannonballs were cut into two pieces by Lorraine along the way. This scene also fell in Marine's eyes. Lieutenant General Kuzan and Lieutenant General Sorrow who escaped are also on the island. Sorrow, let me go back. No, I can't do it. Your mother is a great person, and O'Hara is also great. You should be proud. One day in the future, the history of O'Hara will be told by you. It has made a great struggle. At the same time, people on the Omniscient Tree side were struggling to protect the books and throwing them into the water. Although most of the cannonballs on Sorrow's side were blocked by Lorraine, there were still shells that slipped through the net and hit Sorrow. He held Robin tightly in the palm of his hand. It would be bad if Robin got hurt. In order to protect Robin, Sorrow ignored his former colleagues, put Robin on the ground, raised the warship and threw it towards another warship, smashing it. We also got a moment of respite here. Sorrow took this opportunity to tell Robin to escape to the refuge ship. It's not safe over there. But he was stopped by Lorraine. He knew that the refuge ship would also be sunk. And Robin couldn't get on the ship. Lorraine, what are you doing? Why don't you run? Lorraine didn't explain, and Sorrow didn't care anymore. Spangdane also shouted not to let Robin escape. CP9, stop getting in the way. Savallo felt that Spangdane was in the way, so he rushed towards that direction. He didn't care if the cannonballs hit him. At this time, Ice Cube 2 Thorn Spear. An ice pick hit Sorrow directly and knocked him to the ground. Lieutenant General Kuzan, Aokiji. Ah la la la, it would be so embarrassing if Buster Call was stopped by the former Marine Lieutenant General. Aokiji, do you also agree with this attack? You should know that this is an attack that will kill one person and scare others. For this reason, you will not hesitate to wipe out the entire O'Hara. Do you think this is correct? For the peaceful development of the world in the future, there is nothing we can do about this. Scholars have indeed seriously violated the law, haven't they? Everyone's idea of justice is different, so I won't say much, but if you want to organize us, I can't ignore it. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the entire refuge ship exploded into a fireball. Everyone was shocked. When dealing with evil, we should root it out. Akainu defended his behavior. It was obvious that he did what just happened. Asshole. Aokiji couldn't help but curse. Is this your justice? Can you still feel at ease like this? Soro was so angry that he couldn't help but attack Aokiji directly. I didn't want to get to that point. Aokiji jumped out of the way. Soro took this opportunity to run away with Robin. Because Aokiji is not an ordinary lieutenant general. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji takes action decisively, and the frost spreads towards Soro. But he was intercepted by a slash. It was Lorraine. Although he knew the result, he was very angry when this happened. It was thousands of innocent lives. At the same time, he is even more shameless towards Marine's actions. He is depressed and feels uncomfortable if he doesn't vent his feelings. Ha, kid, are you going to stop me? Aokiji was also surprised that a teenage boy could actually block his attack. Lorraine had a dark face and said nothing. She just clenched the famous sword Junhang in her hand and pointed it at Aokiji. Then let me see how much you weigh. Ice cube 2 spiny spears. Covered in the armed color. Shave. Relying on the seeing color to avoid the 2 thorn spears, Junhang, covered in the armed color, slashed straight at Aokiji. Aokiji was also surprised. He saw Lorraine's application of hockey. He didn't expect that in this small West Blue, a place that didn't even enter the Grand Line, there would be people who had mastered hockey. So he hurriedly avoided it. It's so surprising, kid. You can actually use hockey. You shouldn't be from here. You must know that these are a group of scholars. Aokiji said to him after dodging Lorraine's slash. Why do you care so much? I just want to protect Robin. And I despise what you Marines do. Then it seems there's nothing to talk about. I can only enforce justice. Trampling on freedom and life at will. Just to consolidate one's position and demonstrate one's authority. What kind of bullshit justice is this? Lorraine roared, and at the same time his whole body burst out with an amazing momentum, sweeping the entire beach in an instant. Aokiji was stunned, and a drop of cold sweat fell down his face. Conqueror's domineering power. Is it real or fake? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Soro grabbed Robin and ran in the opposite direction of the warship. Soro ran away with the little girl. Marine, who was still conscious on the nearby warship, shouted loudly, and Aokiji jumped into the sky. Ice Age. 2 thin lines of ice shot out from Aokiji's hand. The moment it touched the ground, the entire land quickly condensed into ice cubes, which quickly spread towards Soro. Don't think I don't exist. Lorraine roared and moved directly behind Aokiji. The armed color wrapped around Junhang and slashed at Aokiji. Aokiji has been prepared for a long time. Faced with an opponent who is armed and possesses the qualifications of a king, he is naturally always on guard. You must know that the armed color can attack him. So he also used Shao to avoid it. However, it also interrupted his spell casting. Lorraine's goal had been achieved, and he didn't expect to cause harm to Aokiji this time. What an annoying little devil. You will lose your life if you do this. You think I'm afraid of death? Well, that's right. People with the qualifications of a king should not be afraid of death. So, are you ready? Bring it on. Whoosh. The figures of the 2 people disappeared at the same time, and there were sounds of gold and iron clashing in the air. The soldiers on the warship were stunned to see. Then, that brat, he's fighting with Lieutenant General Kuzan. How is that possible? The momentum just now must be him. With that kind of qualification, it is natural to become a strong person. But his age. Yeah, what a monster. Although Lorraine has 3-color hockey, she is too young and lacks combat experience. She is still too reluctant to fight against Aokiji, who is serious about fighting. They were defeated within a short time of fighting. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant Mouth. What happened? I can't escape. Armed color. Hardened. Boom. After a crackling sound, Lorraine revealed her body, kneeling on one knee while holding her chest, holding the famous sword Junheng in her other hand and gasping for air. There was also a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Ah, what an amazing kid. You almost hurt me. There is a long gap in the clothes on Aokiji's stomach, which was cut by Lorraine, but it did not damage the inside, and was avoided by Aokiji's partial elementalization. You can refer to the 8-foot mirror in which Whitebeard of War interrupted Kizaru, and the elementalized old man Kizaru was slashed back to his original body. Logia's ability is really troublesome. Lorraine was not to be outdone, even though she was injured. It's a monster to be able to reach such a level at such an age. It's a pity that you are going to die here today. HMPH, come again. Shave. Lorraine disappeared instantly again, but the injured man was not as fast as Aokiji and was blocked immediately. Lorraine slashed backwards without looking back, but was blocked by Aokiji. Suffer it. Lorraine was shocked. Freeze moment. If the system doesn't save you, you will die. Lorraine called in her mind, but the system did not respond. Soon Lorraine's whole body was frozen. But he didn't feel any pain or biting cold feeling. He just felt a little cold, maybe because he was protected by conquerors or armed colors, or maybe Aokiji didn't intend to kill him got him. Well, just stay here for now. Aokiji's voice came from outside the ice. Sure enough, Aokiji didn't intend to kill himself. After all, he couldn't be a scholar. If it weren't for a Kainu, ordinary people could escape. Seeing Aokiji freeze Lorraine, the Marines on the warship couldn't help but cheer. Great. As expected, Lieutenant General Kuzan is the strongest. How can this little brat be Lieutenant General Kuzan's opponent? I have to go after Soro. Aokiji said something to the warship next to him and disappeared. On the other side, Soro and Robin didn't run too far, and were still some distance away from the small raft he built. Ice Age. Endless ice blocks spread over and froze half of Soro's body. Aokiji, why is it you? Where is Lorraine? Oh, that kid has been killed. What? Soro was shocked and filled with unspeakable anger. He is not a scholar, he is just a child. Aren't you also opposed to attacking civilians? Why do you still do that? He is not an ordinary child. He has the qualifications of a king. He has mastered domineering at a young age and almost hurt me. We can't let a guy like this grow up and become Marine's enemy. Shameless. Robin, run. Soro turned around and shouted to Robin, but Robin seemed not to hear him and kept mumbling. Lorraine is dead. Lorraine is dead. Hateful. Robin, run. Think of your mother and Lorraine. You are not alone now. You have to live with them. Do you want their sacrifice to be in vain? After hearing this, Robin finally had some reaction. Mother. Yes, live together with your mother and O'Hara's hope, and Lorraine's share. I don't want it. So what if I escape? I'm still the only one. Lorraine is dead. I don't want to live either. The sea is very broad, and no one will be alone forever. There must be a partner to protect you somewhere in the sea. You have to find them. Robin. Freeze moment. Aokiji slowly stepped forward and unleashed a move on Soro again. The ice spread quickly on his body, and Soro used his last chance to say to Robin. Run quickly. Don't look back. Smile more like me when you are in pain. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Soro laughed and was frozen into an ice sculpture. Robin cried and ran towards the beach. When she finally reached the beach, the figure sitting in front of her made her despair. That figure is none other than Aokiji. Extreme justice sometimes turns people into weapons. I decided to let you leave here. I want to see what the seeds that Soro guarded with his life will grow into. You can hate anyone, but you must also be happy. Save your own life and live a low-key life in the future. I will form an ice road for you on the sea, and you can reach the land in a small boat. Also, you have to remember that I am not your accomplice, but the first person to arrest you once you commit a crime. My mother is still on the island. Everyone on the island will die. Of course, if you want to go back and die, I won't stop you. Aokiji walked towards the warship without looking back. After Aokiji completely disappeared, Robin climbed onto the small boat, holding his legs and sobbing non-stop with tears that he could not wipe away. At this time, she remembered what Soro said, and laughed like him when she was in pain. Pei li hee hee hee, pei li hee hee hee. While laughing, I recalled the time spent with Lorraine, Soro and Dr. Kloba. After laughing for a while, Robin couldn't help crying loudly. Today was too cruel for Robin. Everything she owned was lost today, including the two most important people in her life, her mother and Lorraine. Aokiji walked all the way back and arrived at Lorraine again. At this time, Lorraine had been frozen in the sword-drawing posture for a while. He could have broken free, but he gave up when he thought Aokiji would let Robin go. He might not let himself go. The dog system is now nor spoke. The warship was also far away from here. Aokiji took out his phone and was quickly connected. A voice came from the other side. Lieutenant General Kuzan, how are you doing there? Are we going to bring the ship back to pick you up? No, you go back first, I'll be back later. Yes. As the warship gets further and further away, until it disappears. I don't know how you blocked my freezing, but you can come out now. Didn't Aokiji let him go on purpose? Was the system protecting him? Or was it domineering? But Lorraine also understood that Aokiji knew that he was not really frozen, so he simply broke free from the ice on the surface of his body. Why don't you take action against me? You are not a scholar. Originally, the target this time was only scholars from O'Hara. It would be terrifying if you were a scholar at your age while possessing great strength. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, kid, after what happened today, will you become Marine's enemy? Although Aokiji's tone was very calm, Lorraine could feel that if he answered yes, he would definitely be killed, but he had his pride, and Aokiji also felt that people with the qualifications of a king would not bother to lie, so he asked directly. Who knows, I still have a crush on some Marines, but I hate Sakazuki. Well, you brat knows a lot, and I don't like his style very much. One more question, will you become a pirate in the future? Have no idea. Hey, boy, you're in danger. How old am I? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Well, yes, then do you want to be a Marine? No, I just want to find Robin and protect her. I am an orphan and she is my only friend. It's up to you, but if you let me know that you have committed a crime, I will personally let you be buried in the sea. After saying that, he took out his phone and dialed again. Moses, Lieutenant General Kuzan, is there something urgent? No, I forgot to bring my bicycle. I have to trouble you to come back and pick me up. Yes, everyone listens to the order. Return, Lorraine. That's not what you just said. You go, the warship will be back soon. Goodbye. Lorraine didn't do any ink, and retreated directly to the back, all the way to the place where Robin left in a boat. At this time, the buster call was also over. Lorraine saw the ice road that Robin left. When she left, she took another boat and did not take away the raft built by Soro. But Lorraine is not going to ride on the raft made by Soro. He has it himself. It's hidden not far away. He got on his boat and randomly identified the direction. Then he chased in the direction Robin left. At the same time, he also cursed the system in his mind. Dog system, why didn't you come out and help me just now? Ding, Ben Tongzi is here. Tongzi didn't detect that the host was in danger just now. Shit, Aokiji has already frozen for me, isn't it dangerous? Ding, he didn't want to kill the host. So there is no need to activate the emergency plan. You have been talking about the emergency plan for 2 years. What exactly is the emergency plan? Ding, Ben Tongzi can't say that. Forget it if you don't tell me. Lorraine rode hard. At this time, the ice road was almost completely melted because it was soaked in the sea water. He had to catch up with Robin quickly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find him when the ice was completely revealed. However, he kept chasing him to another island but still failed to catch up. 2 days later, a small island somewhere in West Blue. Where has this girl gone? How can she hide so well? A young man had a bitter expression on his face, holding a wanted poster for Robin in his hand. The reward was as high as 79 million Baileys. This young man is Lorraine. He chased her all the way from O'Hara to a small island in the north. He also saw Robin's boat parked on the shore, but he did not find her. The only thing that was certain was that she, a little girl, must not have been far away and was still here. A small island. Just the day before, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fando, Sengoku's office. It's her, I'm so sure. Spandane had a determined and affirmative expression on his face. Where did you see her? Have you caught her? The two Marines next to them looked serious. No, we just found this suspicious girl. She appeared on a remote island near O'Hara. But she was quickly lost. This little kid is so lucky. At that time, I saw with my own eyes that she rushed out of O'Hara, which was covered by artillery fire, in a small boat. I still want to chase it. The boat can't move. It must be Sorrow. She can interpret historical texts. Even a child is an extremely dangerous criminal. We must use all means to catch her. Otherwise this buster call will be meaningless. Give me a reward. She is wanted. In the end, the Warring States period made a decision and decided to arrest Robin. Marine was also very fast, and the wanted notice spread throughout the world the next day. 79 million Baileys. How can an 8-year-old child have such a high bounty? I heard she is the demonic remnant of O'Hara who is trying to destroy the world. O'Hara, yeah, I don't know what she did, but she seems to have killed a lot of Marines. Is that so? I heard that the world government and Marine were involved in the arrest. The most important thing is that she inherited O'Hara's legacy. If she is allowed to grow up, it will be very dangerous for the world. She is the son of the devil. We must not let her live. Listening to the conversations of the people around him, Lorraine sneered, what a despicable method. But this is also the tragedy of the people at the bottom. They will not understand the truth of the matter, and will only be constantly guided to wrong perceptions. But we still have to find Robin as soon as possible. I don't know how much hardship this girl will have to endure by herself. Lorraine put away the wanted poster, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and murmured to herself, then slowly walked forward. As long as Robin is still on this island, he will definitely be able to find her. Lorraine's destination was the island's only port. Now that a wanted order has been issued, the wanted Robin will be betrayed by everyone she meets and can only continue to flee. To leave this island, she must pass through this only port. After arriving at the port, Lorraine ate something and found a place with a better view to wait slowly. During the day, there were some riots in the small island town. Lorraine suspected that Robin was responsible, but he did not go looking for it blindly. What if he and Robin missed it? Anyway, this is the only way to go, so why not keep staring here? This wait will go straight to the evening. Lorraine's spirit never relaxed for a moment. Finally, the Emperor paid off. After the sky turned completely dark, the already relatively remote island immediately fell into silence. Suddenly Lorraine noticed a thin figure appearing in the shadows looking left and right, slowly moving towards the ship docked in the port under the dim moonlight, stopping from time to time to use the bunker to observe the situation carefully. It was Robin who had been separated for a few days, and his cautious look made Lorraine couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Hey, I'm quite cautious. When Robin finally approached the docked ship, Lorraine also rushed towards the ship. Because after it was confirmed that Robin was on the island, in order to prevent her from escaping, the port was already a heavily protected place. At least a dozen Marine and world government people were ambushing the ship. Although I don't know how Robin escaped in the original book, it must have been very dangerous. Sure enough, just when Robin was about to step onto the ship, the surrounding lights suddenly turned on, illuminating half of the port as bright as day. Ha 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 ha, she is indeed here. Catch her quickly. The 79 million Baileys are mine. Suddenly a large group of people appeared on the boat, some wearing Marine uniforms and some wearing suits. Robin's pupils shrank sharply, turned around and ran away. There are several people chasing after you. Robin, who was running, suddenly saw a vague figure appearing in front of him. He was shocked, there were enemies in front of him too. Just as he was about to turn around and run to the left, he heard a swish sound, and the figure passed him at a speed invisible to the naked eye. So fast. There was a cry of surprise in my heart, and then I heard a sound of gold and iron intersecting and a muffled sound coming from the pursuers behind me, and then all the 30 or 40 people fell down. Robin couldn't help but stop and look at the only figure still standing. Is he helping me? But why? Robin was full of doubts. No one should be able to help him now. But looking at that not tall figure, he felt inexplicably familiar. Lorraine's clothes have been changed, and he is now wearing a windbreaker, which covers his original figure. In addition, Robin cannot recognize him now that he is facing the light. After knocking out all the people chasing Robin, He turned around and lowered his head and slowly walked towards Robin. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Robin asked warily. As Lorraine got closer and closer, the familiar feeling became stronger and stronger. When he was only a few meters away from Robin, Lorraine suddenly raised his head. "It's me." Robin was stunned for a moment. Then his big eyes were filled with tears. He rushed towards Lorraine. Lorraine, you're not." Robin suspected that he was dreaming. Aokiji had clearly said that Lorraine had been killed by him. What's not? You don't recognize me anymore." This reaction. Lorraine walked up to Robin and reached out to pinch her face. Robin felt the touch on her face and finally determined that the person in front of her was the lively Lorraine, and threw herself into her arms. Co-. Wow, Lorraine, Aokiji said you. He said you, woo. Lorraine hugged Robin and touched her head. This girl must have lost several kilograms in 2 days, and her body has lost a lot of weight. He said I was dead, right? No, I was just injured by him, and then I ran away. He lied a little and continued to comfort Robin. Don't cry, I'm doing a good job. You won't be alone in the future, the two of us can always be together. I will protect you from now on. Robin raised his head and looked at Lorraine, and after confirming that everything in front of him was true, he suddenly bit Lorraine's shoulder. Lorraine, why is she still biting? Forget it, it's not like she hasn't been bitten before. Lorraine was bitten when she made her angry. But fortunately, Robin let go immediately after taking a bite. He didn't use any force. We should leave, it's not safe here. There may be pursuers at any time. Lorraine directly took Robin's hand and walked towards the previous ship. Robin let Lorraine hold his little hand, and felt happy in his heart. This is the happiest she has been these days. Lorraine felt a little numb when he got on the boat, because he had only seen others sailing boats, but he had never sailed one himself. It took half an hour to slowly get the boat out. Lorraine held the rudder with one hand and looked at Robin, who had been holding on to his clothes since he let go. Would you like to go get some sleep first? I've been so worried these past 2 days that I probably haven't slept much, right? Robin shook his head. No, I'm afraid you'll be gone as soon as I wake up. Don't leave me alone again. Lorraine also knew that what Robin had experienced in the past 2 days had hit her hard when she was only 8 years old, and it made her feel distressed to see her haggard look. What if you don't sleep? I'll go with you. Can I watch you sleep? Robin hesitated and nodded. Robin was indeed very tired and almost fell asleep on the bed. However, Robin in his sleep also frowned and grabbed Lorraine's windbreaker with his little hands. Lorraine pulled it even though he didn't pull it off. Sighing and gently stroking Robin's hair, his tone was gentle. Don't be afraid. Everything is over. You will no longer be alone. I am here. Robin in his sleep seemed to have heard it, his frown relaxed, and his grip on Lorraine's clothes loosened a little. Lorraine had just pulled out her clothes when Robin woke up. Big eyes stared straight at Lorraine. Quote. The alertness is so high. Also, if you don't have high alertness, you can't run from small to large without being caught by Marine. Well, I just want to sit in a different position. I won't disappear suddenly. Sleep peacefully. Tucked Robin in. After a while, Robin closed his eyes again and his breathing gradually calmed down. Lorraine didn't even dare to close the door, and quietly retreated out, for fear of waking Robin up again. Standing on the deck, Lorraine looked at himself and the system's panels. Host, Portgas D. Lorraine. Age, 10 years old. Swordsmanship, Advanced. Dominance, Intermediate. Armed color, Elementary. Insight color, Elementary. Conquerors. Physical skills, Marine. 6 styles, Shaving. Barely considered a strong person. The difference from the previous one is not big. There is an additional Junior Conquerors, and the Junior Conquerors can only be activated when emotional, and cannot be controlled at will, while the Intermediate Conquerors can be controlled at will. There is also an additional task on the system task panel. It was released by the system after the battle with Aokiji 2 days ago. This is the first time in 4 years that the system has actively released a task. In the past, Lorraine used various methods to force the system to send herself tasks, and the task content was simple. But Lorraine didn't know how to do it. Training task. Host must successfully guide his conqueror's haki out of the body every day. Lasts for 10 days. Reward, Intermediate Conquerors Hockey. Lorraine not underscore not backquote. If I knew how to do this, would I still be using your 3-0 system? I could practice it myself. Lorraine complained like this more than once. The answer to this system is, oh, what a huge difference. Intermediate Conquerors can control sending and receiving at will. Ben Tongzi can directly let the host control it as long as the host guides it, which saves an unknown amount of training time. Oh, hot chicken system. System sad face. I have become immune to Lorraine's complaint system. Lorraine, I know this system is like this. If you swing a sword, you will be taught swordsmanship. If you run 100,000 meters a day, you will be shaved. If you live blindfolded for a few days, you will be exposed to love. Standing under a waterfall when water washes it off, it gives it an armed color. But that still doesn't change the fact that Lorraine thinks it's a garbage system. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the east and the wind was beautiful. Lorraine was sitting cross-legged on the deck, with some dewdrops hanging on his body. He had been sitting all night and had no clue how to channel his conqueror's domineering spirit. Oh, dog system, why are you scolding me again? You are stupid and blame me. Lorraine. Robin's voice came from the cabin. As soon as Lorraine turned his head, he saw Robin running out of it in a panic and throwing himself on him. What's wrong? Lorraine was knocked a bit and sighed that this girl was not very strong. She asked her what was wrong. Robin held Lorraine and felt relieved. I didn't see you when I got up. I thought I was dreaming last night and you were gone as soon as I woke up. How is that possible? Touch me, I'm here fine. I'm alive. He took Robin's hand and put it on his face. Robin squeezed it. It was hot, very warm. Tears slowly filled her eyes again, and she hugged Lorraine. How about we never be separated again? Unexpectedly, Lorraine's answer was beyond her expectation. Well, that may not work. Why are you leaving? Robin looked up at him, tears welling up in his eyes, as if he would cry if he disagreed with her. Because I want to marry a wife and have children when I grow up. We will never be separated again unless you marry me when you grow up. Lorraine spoke half jokingly, and saw Robin's tears quickly retracted, and his face turned red visibly, reaching the roots of his ears. Then Robin punched Lorraine in the chest, pushed him away, ran into the room and locked himself up. Lorraine was beaten. Why is it different from what is written in the novel? Aren't you supposed to be shy? Being shy means being shy, but I didn't say I would be beaten. He scratched his head and finally blamed it on Robin being too young and not understanding love yet, so keep raising him. However, Robin's reaction also shows that his training has been very effective. Alas, the revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Robin's face in the room was as red as anything, and he got into the bed and kept fluttering his calves. Smelly Lorraine. How can you suddenly say this? You want me to marry him when I grow up. But if you marry Lorraine, of course there will be no problem, hee. Oh, I'm still young. I can't think about this. But I can't stop. What should I do? It's all his fault. After a long time, there was a knock on the door, and Lorraine's voice came. Eat, Robin. You haven't eaten any decent food in the past few days. I made something delicious. Come on. Robin tried hard to control his expression, and after a while he opened the door with his face still a little red. Lorraine was already sitting on the table waiting for him. When he saw him coming out, he waved to him vigorously. Come on, I have your favorite strawberry cake. Lorraine pointed to the table full of dishes. Neither of them spoke while the two were eating. Lorraine was working hard and couldn't stop talking. Robin was usually asking questions at the dinner table. The reason why he didn't speak today was obviously out of embarrassment. Robin snorted suddenly. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Or are you choking? No, I like these dishes very much and I didn't choke on them. Oh, drink water if you choke. Lorraine replied and continued to work hard. I promised to marry you when I grow up. Robin secretly said to Lorraine in his heart. After dinner, Lorraine was going to ask Robin what her plans were next and where she wanted to go. After all, Lorraine doesn't want to be a Marine, nor is she interested in doing anything like One Piece. She just wants to raise Robin, a cabbage, and take her home. Apart from wanting to become stronger, it can be said that he has no goals. Because he has a system to become stronger wherever he goes. The words haven't been asked yet. Boom! A cannonball exploded on the water, causing the ship to tilt around. Robin held on to the mast to keep from falling. That's the ship in front. It was thrown out of the port yesterday. The Devil's Son must be on the ship. Catch her quickly. Be careful. Dozens of colleagues were knocked unconscious yesterday, and they haven't woken up yet. Lorraine looked angry. Did she catch up so quickly? I hate people who come up and do it directly. Robin, stay on the boat. I'll go deal with them. Okay, be careful. Don't kill them, or you will be wanted too. Robin hugged the mast and tried to steady herself. Now that Lorraine was by her side, she was not afraid at all. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Whether you kill or not only affects the level of your bounty. It is impossible to be with Robin and not be wanted. Lorraine suddenly jumped onto the roof of the cabin. The pursuing Marines were all startled. Who is he? Isn't he the son of the devil? Did we follow the wrong one? No, no, the Devil's Son is also on board, they are accomplices. Shouted a Marine with a telescope in his hand. Is that so? Let's catch them together. Lorraine's face turned cold, and he immediately started to shave, rushing to the warship several dozen meters away. With a few swipes, the cannon on the warship was cut off. Then he knocked out the Marines one by one, until only one person was left. After solving these problems, Lorraine also looted the entire ship's supplies. There was no other way, but he now had the same appetite as Luffy, he could eat a lot. Otherwise, the food on the ship would not be enough to last for several days. In the following period, Lorraine and Robin met Marine many times. The most time was that Colonel Marine was dispatched, but he was still no match for Lorraine. Then Lorraine was also wanted and had a title. Demon Guard, Portgas D. Lorraine. Bounty of 50 million Baileys. 3 months later. Still in West Blue. After Lorraine knocked out another wave of Marines who came to pursue him. These Marines are so annoying, they keep chasing me. I have to find a way to get rid of them. In the past 3 months, Lorraine and Robin have been drifting aimlessly at sea while facing Marine's endless pursuit. This made Lorraine very annoyed. She originally thought that there were so many pirates and Robin in the original book, but an 8-year-old girl could escape for 20 years without being caught because Marine didn't do much work and liked to fish. Now it seems that is not the case at all. Over the past 3 months, I have been catching up almost every day or two. I don't know anything else, but at least they are really enthusiastic about capturing Robin. Lorraine and the others would still be recognized even though they changed several ships. Because the combined bounty of the two people exceeds 100 million belly, and they are 2 children, the target is too obvious. So much so that the 2 of them haven't escaped from West Blue yet. But we are already approaching Upside Down Mountain. Lorraine's idea is to escape through the channel on the other side of Upside Down Mountain, giving Marine the illusion that the 2 of them have entered the Grand Line. And where Lorraine really wants to go is the East China Sea. And the goal is very clear. Lorraine and Robin have discussed this many times during this period. Robin wants to go around the world to interpret historical texts. Lorraine has no goals, but entering the Grand Line is not that simple. The situation on the Grand Line is not something that 2 people can handle, if only the dangers from Marines or pirates. Lorraine is confident that he can be invincible in the first half of the Grand Line. Because he had completed the system's tasks 2 months ago and mastered Conqueror's domineering power. With 3 colors of domineering power and advanced swordsmanship in hand, it can be said that there are almost no opponents in the first half of the Grand Route. But the weather on the Grand Line is unpredictable. It may be sunny and rainy, and it may be sunny and windy one moment, but it may be rough the next moment. There is no record pointer yet. It would be okay if it was just Lorraine, but if there is another Robin, the risk will be greatly increased. Although I don't know how old Robin in the original book was when he entered, Lorraine doesn't want to take this risk. So after Lorraine's analysis, Robin also felt that he shouldn't be too hasty now. At least wait until you grow up. So the 2 of them decided to disguise themselves and enter the East China Sea. As for why I chose East China Sea, one of the reasons is that the protagonist Luffy is there, even though he hasn't been born yet. Also, because a certain old man often goes home, the pirates in the East China Sea are the least and weakest, and the number of marine patrols is also the least. Even a guy like Aaron, who was defeated by the fledgling Luffy, can claim the throne in the East China Sea, so Lorraine and Robin will have no problem settling down in the East China Sea. Lorraine's plan is to find a place to hang out in the East China Sea, and then decide whether to go to Windmill Village depending on the situation. After all, Lorraine wasn't sure what was going on with Mr. Garp. If someone tried to arrest him, he wouldn't be able to run away. For safety reasons, it's better not to go there yet. After a few days, Lorraine and Robin have approached Upside Down Mountain, with a marine warship hanging far behind them. We're almost close. Up ahead is Upside Down Mountain. They're about to enter the Grand Line. Speed up and stop them. It will be difficult to chase after you enter the Grand Line. Marine's conversation behind her fell on Lorraine's ears. Yeah, what I want is that you think so. The two ships were approaching quickly. Your escape journey ends here. Don't even think about entering the Grand Line. You guys can't stop me. Lorraine narrowed his eyes and activated Conqueror's Haki. A dozen Marines fainted instantly, leaving only one or two barely standing. Devil Guard, what did you do? Guess. Let's go to the Grand Route first. You'd better lie down. He quickly moved over and knocked out the remaining Marine, then controlled the ship and entered the countercurrent. So amazing. Robin watched the water around him go up and couldn't help but exclaimed. Hee, it's amazing. I thought it was amazing when I saw it for the first time. Huh, Lorraine, have you been here before? Of course, One Piece Galdi. Roger was executed in the East China Sea. I've been there once. All right, the canal on the Upside Down mountainside is not very fast, and it is very wide. It is not as fast or narrow as in the original book, and there is a calm transit area at the top where you can take a rest. Otherwise, everyone who enters here can only enter the Grand Line. If people on the Grand Line want to return to these 4 sea areas, they can only cross the Red Earth continent or pass through the Windless Zone, both of which are almost impossible to accomplish things. Therefore, people from the 4 sea areas can communicate and trade with each other through the canal here. Due to the speed of the water flow and the original speed of the boat, it took almost half an hour to reach the top transfer area. After reaching the top, Lorraine did not hesitate and sailed directly towards the entrance of the East China Sea. The speed of going down was much faster than when we came up, and we entered the East China Sea within 10 minutes. Lorraine followed the route in his memory and headed towards the nearest Rog Town. When approaching Rog Town, Lorraine did not choose to enter Rog Town directly. Instead, he packed up all the treasures and put them on a small boat. There is no way these are the guarantees for future organizational life. If you don't bring them with you, you can only go to work. How can Lorraine, who has never worked a part-time job in her life, go to work? The two of them also dressed up in disguise and changed their clothes. Lorraine dyed her black hair blonde, painted some Madara sparrows on her face, stuffed the famous sword Junheng into her bag, and also made a homemade masks. Robin also had long blonde hair dyed and tied into a ponytail, and his skirt was changed into short sleeves and jeans. At least it was very different from the one on the wanted poster. If you didn't identify it carefully, you wouldn't be able to recognize it at all. If Robin was originally a gentle and quiet princess, she should be a tomboy now. Lorraine couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't you think of this in the original novel? If you had thought of it, would you have suffered so much? After scuttling the big ship, the two people rowed the small boat towards Rog Town. Finally, we arrived at the port of Rog Town when it was almost dark. Wow, it's really not that lively here, Robin exclaimed as he walked. Of course, this is the only way for pirates from the East China Sea to enter the Grand Line, and it is also the place where One Piece Roger was born and executed. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Age, there have been surprisingly many merchants and pirates coming here. Oh, that's it. Where are we going? Find a place to settle down first. Aren't you hungry? I have been hungry for a long time. Before Lorraine could finish speaking, Robin next to her heard a goo from her stomach. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Robin was also hungry, Lorraine smiled but also quickened his pace and finally found a restaurant that provided accommodation. After Lorraine threw out 1,000,000 Baileys, the boss enthusiastically invited the two of them. Went in and were greeted to two people to the highest standards, even the room was the best. After eating, Lorraine lay on the bed and didn't want to move, while Robin was reading with a book. Lorraine, what's wrong? Where are we going? Robin asked this question again. Before, Lorraine said that he was coming to the East China Sea, but did not say where specifically. Lorraine looked at Robin and was lost in thought. To be honest, he had never thought about where to go before. Now Robin asked again and he had to think about where to go. Is there somewhere you want to go? No. Then let's find a place to settle down. You have also seen Marine's pursuit during this period. If we have been sailing on the sea or exploring historical texts, Marine's pursuit will not stop. Well, but I am a scholar. What else can I do if I don't explore and interpret historical texts? I carry O'Hara's will. Robin's head is getting lower and lower, and her voice is getting lower and lower. If possible, she really doesn't want to refute Lorraine, because he is the most important person left to her. Yes, of course I know this. I didn't say I wanted to stop you from exploring history. I will support you unconditionally in whatever you want to do. Lorraine touched Robin's head and spoke softly to her, and then her words changed. But look, how old are we now? You are 8 years old and I am 10 years old, we haven't grown up yet. We have a lot of time. Let me tell you secretly, One Piece Goldie. Roger is the one who knows all the history, including the blank 100 years. P.S. said by Roger himself in Whitebeard's Memories of the War. Robin had a look of admiration upon hearing this. Someone who knows all the history must be very powerful. The most important thing is that he didn't know all the history when he became One Piece. Why? Because he didn't know the existence of historical texts at the beginning. Later, in order to understand the entire history, he walked the Grand Route again. It only took him 3 years to collect all the historical texts and understand the entire history. Quote. Amazing. So Robin, we don't have to worry at all, it won't be too late even if we wait until we grow up. We can even wait until we are over 50 and our children are adults before we go. Robin's face turned red with embarrassment at just one sentence. He quickly got into bed and turned his back on Lorraine. Ha. Lorraine was in a good mood. Sure enough, she still had to act rough around girls occasionally. In the past, they were too respectful to each other and their relationship had not progressed. He didn't even think about how old Robin was. Just thinking about how beautiful Robin is as an adult animal. However, Lorraine thought about it until midnight and still gave a place to Kokoja village. That's Nami's hometown, and it's relatively remote. It's a good place to settle down. Another reason is that although Lorraine doesn't know what will happen in the future, he wants to try his best to prevent the childhood of his favorite characters from being less sad. He thought the same about Robin at first, but after getting along with him for several years, Lorraine found that both the Robin in his childhood and the Robin in his previous life were his favorites. Then the relationship turned sour. Early the next morning, Lorraine and Robin, carrying a large bag of treasures, found the captain of a merchant ship and told him that he and his sister had been shipwrecked, both parents were dead, and only some clothes and bedding were left. He took it with him and said that he needed to go to Kokoja village to join his relatives. Although the captain sympathized with the two people's experience, he did not agree because he needed to take a detour from Kokoja village. Then Lorraine dug out a dirty gold coin from the sole of her shoe for a long time and handed it to the captain with a look of reluctance. Please, Captain. The merchant captain's eyes lit up when he saw the gold coins. He had known that one gold coin was equal to 100,000 belly. This trip to the sea can earn up to several 100,000 belly. A detour will cost up to tens of thousands of belly. No matter how you look at it, it is a good deal. Okay, brother, these are not enough, but if you can take out another gold coin, we can take you there. Otherwise, we will lose a lot if we take a detour. There is nothing we can do. That is our last belongings. But our uncle can give you a large reward when you get there. Really? The merchant captain's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. Of course it's true, our uncle is also very rich. Then let's go without further ado. Let's set off as soon as possible. He is a profiteer who is greedy for money, but Lorraine is too lazy to argue with him now. He is also carrying hundreds of kilograms of treasure behind him. The captain of the merchant ship will never find out. Who would have thought that a 10-year-old kid could carry hundreds of kilograms of things on his back? The two finally boarded the merchant ship, and they were placed in the smallest room. Even the food was only given to a few with bread. Lorraine looked angry. If he hadn't considered concealing his whereabouts, he would have killed the profiteer directly. Robin didn't care. The room she lived in at her uncle's house was much smaller than this. Instead, she comforted Lorraine and even gave her black bread to Lorraine. Of course Lorraine would not accept it. After some patience, I ate a third of the entire ship's food in the middle of the night. The next day, the captain of the merchant ship turned green. He claimed that there was a ghost on the ship and ate everything. It made people on the ship panic. Lorraine and Robin on the side were snickering. The next afternoon, the merchant ship team arrived at Kokoja village. The captain also wanted Lorraine to take him to the non-existent uncle for more reward. As a result, Lorraine told him that they were all lying to him, and that their uncle had no money. Then he picked up Robin and ran away. The speed was very fast, and by the time the merchant ship captain came to his senses, the two men had disappeared. You brat, don't let me meet you again. Robin, let's take a look around first. If you like it, we can stay here safely for a while. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then the two of them wandered around the village. It wasn't dark yet, and there were quite a lot of people coming and going. In the end, the two people caught the attention of the village policeman Kensuke. At this time, he was still a high-spirited young man. Hey, you two. Lorraine and Robin looked back. Where are you kids from? Are you from Kokoja village? Ah, yes, we came from outside. The ship we were on was shipwrecked. There was nowhere to go. We were rescued by a passing caravan, and then they left us here because we had no money to pay them. Quote. Lorraine started to act miserably again, and sure enough, Kensuke showed sympathy after hearing this. Under Lorraine's random fabrications, Kensuke was completely moved by the tragic life experiences of the two people. Even Robin looked at him strangely. Why didn't he realize that this guy was so deceptive before? If he hadn't experienced it with Lorraine, she might have believed it. Afterwards, Kensuke arranged a place to stay for the two of them near his home, and bought a lot of food for the two of them. He told the two of them that if they had no place to go, they would stay in Kokoja village, and there would be no pirates to invade. The two of them naturally agreed to this. They came here planning to stay, but they were not planning to live in other people's homes. After all, living in other people's homes would not be as comfortable as living in their own home. Early the next morning, Lorraine took Robin to say goodbye to Kensuke and came to the west of Kokoja village. After Lorraine's identification, it was basically determined that this was where Nami and Nokigao's family would live in the future, so they came over in advance to stay. Then the two of them were ready to start building their own cabin. There is no shortage of wood in Kokoja village. Soon Lorraine collected enough wood to build an entire wooden house and chopped it into the required size with a knife. Then two figures squatted in front of a pile of wood and started to stare. I really don't know how to build a house. Then why are you cutting down so many trees? I'm going to build my own little home soon. I can't stop being excited, hee. Robin, otherwise, let's go back to the village and ask for help from craftsmen to make the house stronger. Let's build a brick house. Lorraine tentatively put forward her suggestion, so that she didn't have to do anything herself. Robin happily agreed. Then the two people returned to the village and found Kensuke again. What, are you looking for craftsmen to build a house? Kensuke looked at the dozens of shining gold coins handed over by Lorraine with an expression of disbelief. The two of them just talked about their tragic life experiences yesterday, and now they actually spent so much money to hire craftsmen to build them a house, and it was a 2-story building. You brats, didn't you suffer a shipwreck? Were you chased by pirates all the way, and were finally rescued here? Why do you still have so much money? Of course the shipwreck is real, but the bag I carry still has all the money left in our family. That's why the caravan sent us here. We don't have any relatives, so we plan to live here in the future, so we have to build a house. After hearing what Lorraine said, Kensuke choked up. Yesterday, he only sympathized with the two brats, but he didn't expect that they were actually tycoons that could not be matched by the richest people in the village. I almost had a heart attack for a while. Although, even so, Kensuke didn't have any evil thoughts because Lorraine and Robin controlled huge wealth at such a young age. Instead, he sighed and turned around to take 2 people to find the craftsman. When selecting the craftsman, he also specifically said that Lorraine and Robin were his distant relatives, dispelling the evil intentions of some craftsmen. Although Lorraine is not afraid at all, he appreciates this feeling. In the end, Lorraine took out only a dozen gold coins to build the entire house, which also came with a back garden. Those wooden boards were not wasted, they were all spread on the ground or made into furniture. A few more gold coins were spent to connect the house to water and electricity. Lorraine forcibly gave 5 of the remaining gold coins to Kensuke. He would not accept any more, saying that there would be a long time to come, so he asked them to keep them until they grow up. What he didn't know was that the big bag of treasure in Lorraine was just a drop in the bucket. Looking at the luxurious 2-story brick house, Lorraine was extremely happy. They cleaned the house inside and out, and planted their favorite plants in front and back of the house. "Hey, Robin, this is our future home." The following days returned to normalcy, as if they were the same as in O'Hara. Lorraine was practicing her sword in the small yard in front of the house, and Robin was sitting on the swing reading a book. The difference is that there is no group of persistent and friendly scholars. Time flies, this peaceful life has passed for 7 years. It is now the year 1507 of the Haiyuan calendar. There has been no marine to hunt down Lorraine and Robin in the past 7 years. This is not because they were hiding well, but because Lorraine directly bribed Marine Division 16 when she was discovered by the patrolling Marine. Colonel Mouse, under the coercion and inducement of force and money, Colonel Mouse compromised. At this time, Lorraine was already 17 years old. And Robin was also 15 years old. Her body gradually grew longer, with her body bulging forward and back, and her figure reached a terrifying 180 centimeters. Of course Lorraine is also that tall. I already have a hint of the erudite and intellectual feeling I will have in the future. Uncle Lorraine, Sister Robin. A little girl's voice came from outside the courtyard. It's 5-year-old Nami and 8-year-old Nokigao. The second year after Lorraine and Robin settled down here, Bellamere appeared here with 2 children. After seeing people living here, I was originally ready to leave, but under Lorraine's persuasion, I built a cabin not far away and settled down, selling oranges for a living. Little Nami, how many times have I told you, if you want to call me Sister Robin, you can't call me uncle. If you want to call me brother, do you know that? Lorraine put away the knife and looked helplessly at that small figure. No, just a little bit. Nami made a face. You brat, believe it or not, I will spank you. Lorraine walked toward Nami fiercely, and Nami was startled and ran quickly behind Robin. Robin, help me. In fact, Lorraine is only 12 years older than Nami. Nami and Lorraine have been playing together since they could talk. Their relationship is more like that of brother and sister, not to mention Nokigao. P.S. I am 10 years older than my sister, and my high school classmate is 18 years older than his sister, Wavy Dash, and she dotes on her very much. Of course, Nami was actually spanked by Lorraine, quite a few times. When Lorraine said she was going to spank her, she got scared and ran away as soon as she was done with it. It turned out that no matter how far she ran, Lorraine would always be there. You can catch her in an instant. Then her poor little butt will suffer. Then she learns to be smart and run behind Robin. So most of the time Nami calls him uncle because she is angry with him, otherwise she calls him by his first name. When she feels good, she will add a sister to Robin. Robin laughed softly and narrowed his eyes with laughter. The 2 of them looked really funny. Tell me, why did you come to us? Nami hides behind Robin. Aunt Belmere asked me to treat you to a meal. She said that you used to treat us to a meal, but this year's orange harvest will be great. She wants to treat you to a meal too. Oh, that's it. Do you have enough food supplies for the winter? I'm very good at eating. Of course that's enough. Don't worry. Okay, then we'll go there tonight. Okay, let's go play. After saying that, he took Nuauchigao and ran away. She can run fast. I won't cook dinner tonight, she will cry when I eat. Lorraine said fiercely, and Robin smiled gently without exposing him. Lorraine often went out in the past few years. For Robin's safety, he taught Robin 2 kinds of domineering force through hard work, but she didn't like to use them. So she knows Lorraine's abilities very well. Even Marine generals should be able to fight now, how could he not catch a child? Lorraine was stunned. She said in her heart, so beautiful, she is indeed the goddess in my mind. As soon as I picked up Robin, I took a sip of the fragrance. Now the relationship between the two of them should be the closest in the world. Robin was not embarrassed and immediately responded. This has become a daily routine for the two of them. Robin was embarrassed at first, but now he feels very warm. I am also very glad that I met Lorraine, otherwise I would probably still be on the run while being hunted by Marine. Or I might have been caught long ago and dismembered and thrown into the sea. In the evening, the two of them came to Bellmeyer's house as guests as promised, and then they really ate Nami until she burst into tears, because she was eaten by Lorraine after just one bite of a lot of food. It's not because he ate all the food, but because this guy has no respect for the elderly and the young, and specializes in grabbing Nami's favorite food, and Nami can't eat him. This makes her very angry. On the way back, Robin looked at Lorraine, who looked refreshed, and asked him curiously, "You seem to enjoy bullying Nami today. Of course, this little girl is always angry with me and hides behind you. Today I finally got the chance to make her angry once. Wouldn't you be happy?" Robin, that's it. Are you angry with a kid? You're 17, big brother. By the way, Robin, I have to go out on a trip recently, which may take a long time. Well, how long will it take? About 3 months. When to set off? Just tomorrow. Well, I'm waiting for you to come back. Lorraine doesn't know exactly how long it will take, so she needs to get vaccinated first. Robin didn't ask much. Lorraine had often traveled out over the years, and every time he came back, he would bring back a lot of treasures. He even brought back an old man once. Lorraine is also very pleased with Robin's reasonableness and supports her no matter what she does. She won't ask too many questions, and she is willing to listen to what she says. She firmly believes that Lorraine will not harm her. Of course, Lorraine said everything she could. Lorraine estimated that Fisher Tiger, the hero of the Fishmen tribe, should start to liberate the slaves. This was also a major event with far-reaching consequences in the original work. He was going to help. At night, Lorraine and Robin hugged each other and fell asleep. Of course, the two of them had done nothing but kissing so far. Lorraine was not an impatient person, and Robin was only 15 years old. At least he had to wait until he was an adult. The next day, Lorraine picked up his famous sword Junhang, boarded a small boat and set off, but the direction he was heading was not the grand route, but the direction of Windmill Village. Lorraine on the way checked her dashboard. Host, Portgas D. Lorraine. Age, 17. Swordsmanship, swordsman level, dominance, high level of armed color, intermediate level of knowledge color, intermediate level of conquerors. Taijutsu, Marine 6 forms complete. I guess I'm evenly matched with the general. Come on up. Training tasks. None. There is no way. Lorraine has not encountered any danger in the past few years, so the system does not issue many tasks. Most of them are practiced by Lorraine himself. If it were not for the long chat, Lorraine must have forgotten this spicy system. After checking the panel, Lorraine sighed, and then took out a phone bug. Moses. Mr. Garp, you're fine. Yes, this phone bug can contact Garp. Ever since Luffy was born almost 4 years ago, Lorraine has been visiting Windmill Village from time to time and staying for a few days. Finally, I got to know Garp as I wished, and after a period of insinuations, I discovered that Garp was not interested in his status as a bounty placed on Marine. After a few more tests, Garp revealed his identity directly, but Garp still had no reaction. He refused to be promoted to general because he didn't want to deal with the people in the world government. He also learned about O'Hara and Lorraine from Aokiji. He has never killed a single Marine, knocking him unconscious every time, and Robin is just a scholar who has done no evil. He even went to see the lives of 2 people in person, and he can't find any reason to arrest them. But he was very interested in Lorraine's strength described by Aokiji. So I tried many times to test, but Garp was also shocked. Since then, he has been trying to get Lorraine to become a Marine. Lorraine, is it you? Why are you looking for me? Have you figured out that you want to be a Marine? That's great. I will find a way to remove your bounty for you. If you don't want to be a Marine according to your ability, run away. It's such a waste to live the life of ordinary people. With you as an example, Ace and Luffy will definitely follow my will and become Marines. Ha 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 ha. Garp was obviously thinking too much, and Lorraine had to interrupt him. Wait a minute, Mr. Garp. I'm not here to become a Marine for you. Ah, no, then why are you looking for me? The phone bug immediately changed his expression and became a bit sultry, with two big nostrils. I wanted to ask if there is a way to quickly reach the Sabayati Islands from the East China Sea. What are you doing there? Are you going to do something bad? Look at what you said, am I that kind of person? I haven't done anything bad in all these years. Oh, that's right, the fastest way is a week. If you become Marine, I'll tell you. No, isn't this a natural relationship based on our friendship? Tell me. If you don't tell me, I will have to find a pirate ship and go with them. How dare you? I'll be the first to catch you. In the end, Garp compromised. It would be even more dangerous for a guy like Lorraine to become a pirate, and maybe there would be more Roger. In fact, it is very simple. The Red Earth continent divides the entire world into two parts, and the middle is divided into 4 sea areas by the Great Line and the Windless Zone. The Windless Zone is home to countless Poseidon species. Under normal circumstances, no one can cross it, past. However, Marine can cover the bottom of the ship with sea rocks to pass through the Windless Zone, and strong players like Rayleigh can swim directly through it. And Garp's advice is to let Lorraine swim directly there. If he doesn't become a Marine, Garp won't help him. This is Garp's bottom line. In the end, Lorraine compromised and chose to swim over. Chapter 11. Although Lorraine was ready to swim over, he did not change his route and continued to move towards Windmill Village. 3 days later, I successfully landed at the port of Windmill Village. I didn't encounter the king of the offshore. That guy didn't appear every time. After being beaten several times by Lorraine, he appeared less frequently. After getting off the boat, Lorraine went straight to Maginot's bar because he was thirsty. Makino, have a glass of orange juice. Come on. Alas, Mr. Lorraine, long time no see. You haven't been back for more than half a year, right? Luffy often asks you why you haven't come back yet. Maginot's eyes lit up when he saw Lorraine, and he quickly handed over the beer. Lorraine has been running here a lot over the years, and they have become familiar with each other. Lorraine finished a large glass of juice and wiped her mouth. Ah, it's comfortable. Why don't you hide from Marine? Hee hee. Except that Mr. Garp Lorraine did not reveal his identity to Maginot and the others. People in Windmill Village only thought Lorraine was a wandering swordsman. There is new beer in the store, do you want to try it? No, that stuff doesn't taste good. Here's another glass of juice. Okay, just a second. Maginot turned around and went to get the juice, when suddenly the door opened. Where's Lorraine? Luffy, who was only 4 years old, pushed open the door of the bar and rushed towards Lorraine. Then Lorraine grabbed his neck and lifted him up. What do you want to do again? Lorraine, let me go. This is so embarrassing. When Lorraine heard this, he also let go of Luffy, and then he ran away to sulk. Luffy was raised in Windmill Village by Mr. Garp before he was 7 years old. It was not until he ate the rubber fruit that Mr. Garp took him to Dayton. I was passing by here today and will leave tomorrow. Oh, that's such a pity. I thought Mr. Lorraine could stay longer. Luffy, who was sulking on the side, pricked up his ears. Once he heard that Lorraine was leaving tomorrow, he didn't care about sulking. What, Lorraine, you are leaving tomorrow? That means you have no time to tell me about the adventures of the past 6 months. Luffy has been full of yearning for various adventures at sea since he was a child. This is why he has always wanted to be One Piece after spending some time with Shanks. Yes, I can only tell you next time. And this time I am going to do something big. I will tell you next time. Luffy's eyes shine. Big event. What big event? Can you take me with you? Of course, can't. Just kidding, Mr. Garp will kill him. After hearing the first 2 words, Luffy's smile spread all over his face, and Maginot also looked in disbelief. As soon as the last 2 words came out, Luffy's face fell, Maginot's face was filled with smiles, and so was Lorraine. Sure enough, the smile will not disappear, it will only move. Lorraine, when I grow up, I have to take risks on my own. Okay, don't be angry. Come and have a glass of juice. I'm treating you today. Oh, thanks. Luffy took the juice with a smile on his face. Lorraine left Windmill Village early the next morning, took out the map and compared it. After confirming the location closest to the Sabayati Islands, he rowed a boat there. After several days of traveling, we finally arrived at the edge of the windless zone. Lorraine originally planned to swim over directly, but then she thought, wouldn't it be wrong if there was a boat? Then she rowed the boat all the way into the windless zone. 3 days later, near the Sabayati Islands, Lorraine threw the boat into the water, jumped in, and waved to a Poseidon, which then took off. I encountered this on the first day, and encountered several of them at once. After Lorraine chopped down several other strange-shaped Poseidons, he suddenly had a sudden idea and put the knife on its neck. I don't know if you understand. Pull me to Marjoya, or I will chop you to death. Not if you understand. Coupled with Conqueror's domineering shock, Lorraine successfully obtained a Poseidon-like boat-drawing tool fish. Lorraine, who had let go of the Poseidons, steered the boat toward Sabayati. After coming to this world for more than 10 years, Lorraine came to the Sabayati Islands for the first time. The Sabayati Islands are an entire mangrove forest composed of the roots of a huge mangrove, the Yarchman mangrove. The roots branch into a total of 79 trees, and each root corresponds to an island. Even numbered. Behind the Sabayati Islands is the Red Continent, and at the top of the Red Continent is the Holy Land Marihoa, where the celestial dragons live, and the marine headquarters, Marinavando, is also nearby. It is also the most prosperous place in the entire pirate world. There are countless merchants and pirates coming and going. If you want to reach the second half of the Grand Line, you can only pass through Fishman Island or cross the Red Earth continent. The closest thing to Lorraine is the Soap Bubble Park on number 33, which is where Lorraine logs in. How spectacular! If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would be hard for Lorraine to believe that such a big tree actually existed in the world, and that it grew from the bottom of the sea. The splendor is real, the prosperity is real, and the chaos is real. Lorraine saw no less than 3 fights within half an hour of landing ashore. They were all pirates doing good things. Marine doesn't care. This place is not far from the Marine headquarters. This is also the strangest place in Lorraine. In the original book, the security of the Sabayati Islands, which is the center of the entire world, is in a mess, and countless criminals with bounties on them can come and go freely here. And yet it's so close to the Holy Land of Marijoya and Marine headquarters. However, after a few hours, he realized that it wasn't that Marine didn't care. It was that he couldn't control it. There were fights on almost every island. In the past few hours, Lorraine had witnessed dozens of fights, almost all involving pirates. Moreover, in the half hour that Lorraine was eating in the restaurant, 4 fights broke out in the same place. If they were all arrested and pushed into the city prison, they would probably not be able to fit in them. Lorraine walked and came to Island G13. Well, let me think about it, what is there here? A familiar place. Forget it. Lorraine felt that this place was familiar, but it had been so long that she couldn't remember it clearly. Originally, he just walked around and took a look. He only knew that Fisher Tiger would cause trouble in the recent period, but he didn't know the specific time, so he could only wait until he took action and the place became chaotic before taking action. Before that, he could only wait or stroll around. While walking, Lorraine found a bar. The area was quite remote. There was only one store and the rest was lawn. Lorraine was still wondering why there was a bar here. There is a bar, go in and take a look. Shakey's Rip-Off Bar. Oh, this is it, then it's okay. Lorraine immediately recalled what he had seen. This was where Rayleigh and Shaky lived. You're already here, why don't you go and have a look? With that said, he opened the door and went in. Hey, he's a young and handsome guy. What would you like to drink? Ah, just juice. No problem. The woman in front of her looked quite young, probably only in her 30s, wearing red short sleeves and tight pants, holding a women's cigarette in her hand, and looking at Lorraine with her chin propped up. If nothing else, this is Shaky. What's wrong, brother? Seeing Lorraine in a daze, Shaky asked strangely. Ah, it's okay, it's okay. Then he raised his glass and drank the juice. What an interesting guy. After a while Lorraine felt that it was getting late. Ms. Shaky, do you know where there is accommodation here? Do you want accommodation? It's a little far away. Most of them are on the islands after No. 70. That's it, forget it, you can stay anywhere. Thank you for your hospitality, I'll come back tomorrow. Lorraine paid for the juice and left without being blackmailed. On the evening of the next day, Lorraine came to Shaki again. Oh, it's the little brother from yesterday. Are you still drinking juice today? I forgot to ask your name yesterday. Well, my name is Lorraine, Portgas d. Lorraine, from the East China Sea. Huh, I remember that the demon guard with a bounty of 50 million was also named like this. Yes, I am. What are you here for? Are you planning to become a pirate? She knew Lorraine's name, and she had seen the reward notice, but she didn't expect Lorraine to come here alone, and she couldn't recognize it because she had grown up. No, I don't plan to become a pirate just yet. I just heard that this is the center of the world, and there are mermaids under the sea. I want to come and see the world. Is that so? Of course. We chatted about a few non-nutritious topics. Shaky, I'm back. A gentle yet rough and powerful voice sounded outside the door, and then an old man wearing a vest, shorts, slippers, and a cape came in. Rayleigh, welcome back. Lorraine also heard the name Shaki shouted, and turned to look at Rayleigh. Rayleigh also glanced at Lorraine, and the two people's eyes met in the air, as if sparks were flying. Lorraine looked stern, Pluton Rayleigh. Even though he is old, his eyes are really sharp. Rayleigh was also a little shocked. Are young people these days so powerful? However, neither of them had any malicious intent, and the killing look in their eyes just now was just a subconscious behavior. It seems that a great customer came to the store. Shaki was also a little shocked at this moment. She knew very well how powerful Rayleigh was. The world government and marine were not willing to catch him even though they knew he lived here, which showed how strong he was compared to Madara. But Lorraine could actually arouse Rayleigh's momentum, which she never expected, and then introduced the two to each other. Then the two of them sat and drank together. Of course Lorraine drank juice. Just like this, another 10 days passed, and Lorraine became completely familiar with the two of them. Brother Lorraine, drinking is a man's romance. No, that stuff doesn't taste good. I still like sweet juice. Lorraine was unmoved by Rayleigh's persuasion. Someone who could sell himself as a slave in exchange for alcohol was definitely not a serious old man. Okay, but Brother Lorraine, do you have nothing to do here? Come here every day to drink juice. Of course I have it, but I don't know how to do it now. Wait a minute. However, there is one thing I want to ask of Uncle Rayleigh. Oh, what's the matter that you want to trouble this old man like me? I want to have a discussion with you. This is one of the things Lorraine wants to do this time. He wants to know how much he weighs now. He can't just look at the evaluation given by the system. And Rayleigh is a good training target, the vice captain of One Piece. Even though he is old, he can still be 50 to 50 equal to the general. Is that so? But I don't want to take action. I'll buy you a drink. Make a deal, Lorraine. Then the two people found an open area and stood opposite each other. Shaki also stood in the distance and watched from a distance. She knows Rayleigh's strength and is also very curious about Lorraine's strength. Uncle Rayleigh, are you ready? Of course, you can take action at any time. But don't forget to promise me the wine. Of course, Uncle Rayleigh, be careful. Lorraine burst out with a huge burst of Conqueror's domination and rushed towards Rayleigh. Ha, Conqueror's hockey. Rayleigh and Shaki look straight, which not everyone has. Rayleigh didn't hesitate when he saw this, and also used Conqueror's domineering attitude. The two momentums squeezed each other in the air, even the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart, the surrounding flowers and plants were crazily destroyed, and even cracks appeared on the trees. In the end, the two momentums exploded. Lorraine took 3 steps back, and Rayleigh took 2 steps back. But this already shocked Rayleigh. What happened in the 7 years since the demon guard disappeared with the demon sun? How could a little boy grow up to this point? Lorraine is more humble in her domineering fight, but the competition is not over yet. Lorraine pulled out the famous sword Junhang, wrapped it with a weapon and shaved it directly towards Rayleigh. Seeing this, Rayleigh also pulled out his own sword and fought with Lorraine. The two people are now competing in swordsmanship and physical skills, and their moves are a bit unpretentious, provided that you ignore the flying slashes that come out from time to time, and the explosive sound of gold and iron clashing. A series of flying slashes cut the surrounding ground and trees, stirring up huge bursts of smoke and dust. The fighting situation between the two people gradually became invisible. Even people on the nearby island noticed the fighting situation here and looked at it from a distance. What is that? Are there two people fighting? Two people? How could humans cause this level of destruction? Are they monsters? Some people who were eating melons exclaimed with disbelief on their faces. 10 minutes later, Rayleigh was already out of breath. After all, given his age, he was over 60 years old and his physical strength could no longer keep up. Finally, Rayleigh made a flying slash, and Lorraine also responded with a flying slash, causing a huge air explosion in the air, causing huge damage to the ground again, and raising huge smoke and dust. When Lorraine was about to take action again, Rayleigh's voice came. No fight, no fight. Brother Lorraine, it's just a competition, that's about it. Oh, let's not fight anymore. Uncle Rayleigh is getting stronger and stronger. I can't hold it anymore. Don't come here, old man, can't I see it? Lorraine looked embarrassed, but Rayleigh continued. What a monster. That guy Roger is not as strong as you at your age. Are all the newbies today so scary? Hearing Rayleigh's comment, Lorraine scratched her head in embarrassment. He, I should be special. Well, there shouldn't be many little monsters like you. You have mastered such powerful three-color hockey at such a young age. If there is a protracted battle, I'm afraid I won't be your opponent. Of course, if it is a life and death battle from the beginning and we all use our full strength, you will definitely die. Lorraine also knows this. In a life and death battle, he is definitely not a match for a strong man like Rayleigh. Your combat power is already comparable to that of a general. You can run away even if you can't defeat him, but your use of Conqueror's hockey is not enough. Learn Conquerors and Tangle early. You won't have to run against a general. The summary is just one sentence, it's great to be young. Well, thank you, Uncle Rayleigh. Don't forget my wine. Of course, let's go now. Lorraine was overjoyed when she heard this, and immediately took Rayleigh to fulfill her promise. Although I already know it in my heart, it is a very worthwhile and happy thing to be recognized by others. Especially when the other party is a veteran and strong person. In the next more than a month, Lorraine would pull Rayleigh to teach him moves from time to time, because the dog system took the initiative to issue him a task, which was to spar with Rayleigh 10 times, and the reward would be swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman. Lorraine was overjoyed and extremely happy, so she praised the system for the first time. This was the first time Lorraine praised the system in more than 10 years of being bound to the system, and Tongzi was almost moved to tears. Strong sparring partners like Rayleigh can't be found everywhere, although Mr. Rayleigh is not only called a mediocre teacher who misleads his children. But in fact, I have several brushes at hand, okay. The price is just a few drinks. Lorraine has plenty of money. Don't panic at all. He doesn't buy a car or a house, so whatever he has is spent. If he doesn't have enough money, he can catch a few pirates to exchange for the reward or directly just rob them. As for the self-esteem of the strong, Hiluo does not need it. A few days later, after Lorraine and Rayleigh said goodbye at night, they returned to the hotel and slept soundly when they were suddenly woken up by the noise outside. With sleepy eyes, he came to the window to check, and saw the summit of the Red Earth continent not far from the Sabayati Islands, and the Holy Land Marijoa filled with flames. From what Lorraine saw, he also sensed screams coming from time to time, which had even affected the Sabayati Islands. You can see panicked Marines everywhere on the street, rushing to support Marijoa. Lorraine lost all sleep in an instant. Fisher Tiger took action. He stepped back from the window, grabbed the famous sword Junhang placed beside the bed and walked out. Lorraine has been waiting for this to happen every moment during this period. However, he did not rush to Marijoa immediately because he remembered something wrong, which caused his goal to change slightly. Originally, he was planning to come here and wait for Fisher Tiger to cause trouble in the Holy Land, so Marijoa would rescue him when he was about to die, and then help him escape to make friends. Later, I had an idea and remembered that Fisher Tiger did not die here. He was able to escape, and the Sun Pirates were established after that. So his goal has changed relatively. But the difference is not big, there is still a chance to make friends with him. Lorraine's ultimate goal is to find Aaron and warn him so that he can act more appropriately when he goes to the East China Sea to see Nami and others after the Sun Pirates disband. Just don't kill Belmere. Of course, he could also wait until Aaron and his gang went to Kokoja village 3 years later and kill him directly, but Lorraine didn't know what changes would happen in that case. First of all, if you do that, Nami will definitely not steal things in order to redeem Kokoja village, nor will she meet Luffy and others at sea. Maybe the Straw Hats will directly change to a navigator. Except for the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, which Lorraine cannot change, other changes can be made. It can be seen from Robin that Lorraine does not want to see a Straw Hat group with different members. The original idea of not wanting to be a marine or a pirate has changed somewhat. He doesn't want to be a pirate because he doesn't want to form a pirate group by himself. He has no big ambitions, let alone being one piece. The Straw Hats don't burn, kill, loot, or help others along the way. At most, they are just a group of passionate adventurers. Moreover, Robin wants to interpret the historical text, which other groups don't understand very well, but the Straw Hats are pretty good and have plenty of time to be lazy. It's just that he wants to enjoy their time together, so he has to consider it carefully. Lorraine came all the way to Shaki's rip-off bar. Rayleigh and she had also gotten up and were observing outside. Hey, brother Lorraine, you are here too. Well, what is going on? Why did it suddenly become chaotic? Lorraine asked knowingly, and Rayleigh glanced at him. You must have seen something with your knowledge. There was a riot in the Holy Land of Mariajoya. Someone boarded Mariajoya and freed the slaves imprisoned inside. Hiss, whose general is so brave? Lorraine took a breath, her shocked expression was spot on, she is a veteran actor. I don't know yet, but since there are people who dare to resist, then I have to go and have a look. Brother Lorraine, will you go? Rayleigh turned to look at Lorraine. Nonsense. That's what I'm here for. Of course, the world government and Marine have wanted me for so many years, but I've obviously done nothing. I've never killed a single Marine. He complained in his heart, but looked indignant on the surface. He immediately expressed that he wanted to go with Rayleigh. Then let's go. Rayleigh took the lead and rushed towards the top of the Red Earth continent, followed closely by Lorraine. Be careful, Rayleigh, and Lorraine. Shaki shouted from behind. The Holy Land of Mariajoya is not far from the Sabayati Islands. If two people go all out, it will only take half an hour to reach the top of the Red Continent. On the Red Earth continent above the Sabayati Islands, many slaves were running away, and people from Marine and world government were chasing them. They didn't pay too much attention to the two retrograde people. Because this is already the outside of the Holy Land, Mariajoya, there are still some civilians here, and the slaves are easy to identify. The flying dragon's hooves are usually imprinted on a more conspicuous place, and even if they are in inconspicuous places, they are usually not covered by clothes. There are even naked ones. This is to remind slaves at all times to remember their identity and that they have no right to choose. And now that these slaves are escaping in a hurry, they definitely don't have time to look for clothes. So they just need to keep an eye on those who have the flying dragon's hooves on them. Others don't need to worry too much. The situation became more and more chaotic as they went up. When they reached a place where no civilians lived, the two of them began to hide themselves. Lorraine also covered herself with a cloak. After a period of time, the two finally arrived at the place where the celestial dragons lived. The place was blazing with fire. There were many slaves still escaping, and there were also people from the Marine and world government who were in chaos and were busy putting out the fire. There were even Tianlong people wearing glass jars on their heads scolding and commanding loudly. The two of them looked at each other and split up, sneaking in quietly without being discovered. At this time, Fisher Tiger had stopped setting fires, and was followed by a large group of pursuers. He was still freeing the slaves. On the one hand, he wanted to free all the slaves, and on the other hand, these slaves also blocked them very well. The footsteps of the pursuers. Because most of the pursuers are world government agency personnel and Marines, they cannot shoot and kill these slaves at will. Only the celestial dragons have the absolute right to dispose of slaves. Some slave Tianlong people still like it very much. If they kill Bao Bukchi and become slaves, they don't dare to take the risk. Lorraine jumped all the way, and first came to an extremely luxurious room. It looked like a bedroom, with an area of more than 1,000 square meters. Looking at the furnishings inside, she had to sigh that the life of the Tianlong people was really extravagant. The room is very large and decorated with gold, various jewelry and other precious ornaments. The luxurious bed can accommodate 10 people, and there is a huge crystal lamp in the middle. There are also tables and chairs carved from sea-floor stone, and the wine cabinet is filled with wine. There are also various toys, various rare and exotic plants on the balcony, and a swimming pool. Lorraine took a look and left. There was nothing else here except luxury. She ran to a few more rooms and saw more interesting things. There were even a few naked women wearing collars, including furs. All clans have them. I wish I could dress up as a celestial dragon. In addition, Lorraine also saw a few interesting things, a few devil fruits, which were casually thrown on the table. Although I don't know what kind of tie it is, it must be a good thing. Any one of them can be sold for a lot of money. I pulled a piece of curtain, wrapped it up, and carried it on my back. At this time, there was a commotion outside. A celestial dragon shouted to kill him. Then there was a burst of gunfire. Lorraine poked her head out and took a look. Oh! He was red all over and 5 meters tall, and he was still a fish man. Isn't this Fisher Tiger? At this time, he has been surrounded by people from the world government. There are also domineering people, and he is only relying on the fishmen's physique, which is much higher than that of ordinary people, to hold on. It can be said that there is no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. No matter how you look at it, there is no way to escape. There are Tianlong people shouting next to them. Lorraine did not take action. He wanted to see how Fisher Tiger escaped. Just when the domineering strong man got behind Fisher Tiger and prepared to attack him, a figure rushed towards him at a speed far exceeding his, blocking his attack. Hey, Rayleigh, I knew it. Otherwise, with the Murlocs who will only have a bounty of more than 200 million in the future, how could they possibly run away after making such a big fuss with Mary Joa? Lorraine showed a true expression, and the figure in black robe was none other than Rayleigh. The moment Rayleigh appeared and used his domineering power, the marine minions and several celestial dragons who were not very good around him had already fainted. You. Who are you? How dare you attack Mariajoya? Do you want to die? Kill him. At this time, the Tianlong people still standing in the field were shouting, but Rayleigh, who was wearing a black robe, remained unmoved. Oh, how could I not participate in such an interesting thing as liberating slaves? Sir, no matter who you are. We are friends now, so let's rush out first. As long as we get to the beach, we will be safe. Fisher Tiger also spoke at this time. When Lorraine saw this, he was ready to go out and join Rayleigh. He immediately rushed towards the Tianlong man, preparing to give him a big dick. However, those who can personally protect the Tianlong people are not mediocre. They have already discovered when Lorraine was approaching and reacted quickly. He slashed towards Lorraine with a knife. There are accomplices. Protect Lord Tianlong. Lorraine missed a single blow and rushed directly towards Rayleigh and joined them. Hey, I'm coming out too, how about you? Rush out first. Ah, Luo, little brother, you are out too, then let's rush out. Good, Mr. Fishman, you have gone through a battle, but we are still full of energy. You go first. Rayleigh said decisively, and then the two of them started to attack the people next to them. Then thank you both. Fisher Tiger is not an ungrateful person, and he knows that these two people are very strong. They are definitely not slaves he freed, but are here to help him. You can tell from the momentum that people with this momentum you won't become a slave willingly. At this time, the pursuers were no match for Lorraine and Rayleigh, but within a few minutes, the three of them approached the edge of the Red Earth continent. My two friends, please jump in with me. There is the sea below. As long as I am there, the sea is safe. Fisher Tiger suggested to the two of them, and Lorraine and Rayleigh were about to agree when suddenly Lorraine and Rayleigh pushed him hard at the same time, pushing him to the ground. Call out. A ray of yellow light shot over from where he was just now and hit the Red Earth continent, causing a violent explosion. Wah! What? Fisher Tiger was a little confused. This level of destruction must be too scary. General, Lorraine and Rayleigh said at the same time, and then a very weak-sounding voice came from the distance. It's so scary. Someone can actually make the Holy Land Marijoa look like this. They actually asked me to work overtime. Don't even think about leaving today. Two figures walked towards the three of them. One of them was a swaying figure wearing a yellow striped costume, sunglasses and a cloak at night. It was Kizaru. And next to him is Aokiji. It's Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Aokiji. Great. Marine can't use the future support. If two generals are dispatched at once, the thieves will definitely be finished. After seeing the visitor, the troops from World Government and Marine were reassured. They felt they had won. Rayleigh and Lorraine looked at each other and determined their opponent. Mr. Fishman, you go down to pick us up first. We'll be back soon. These are two Marine generals. Fisher Tiger hesitated. Don't worry, we are also very strong. And if you don't go down to help us, will we keep fighting? Good. Hearing this, Fisher also ran decisively towards the edge of the Red Earth continent, preparing to jump off. Kizaru and Aokiji were about to intercept in a flash, but were stopped by Rayleigh and Lorraine respectively. Don't worry, your opponent is not him. Don't think that the two of us don't exist. Lorraine and Rayleigh said to their respective opponents. You are making an enemy of the whole world. Because Lorraine and the two stopped Aokiji and Kizaru, the two of them could only watch helplessly as Fisher Tiger successfully reached the edge of the Red Earth continent and left the words, "I'll wait for you below," without hesitation. Jump down. Those Tianlong people who are worse than rubbish can't represent the whole world. We just came to watch the fun, and now that the culprit has escaped, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to deal with us. Ha 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 ha. Lorraine's tone was filled with excitement. In fact, he was really happy because the person in front of him was Aokiji. 7 years ago, Lorraine was no match for him. After being injured, he threatened and warned him. If he could put him in trouble this time, he might be scolded when he went back. Not to mention how happy Lorraine is, just hold a grudge. However, Aokiji didn't have much expression on his face, which made Lorraine feel a little disappointed. If he ran away, wouldn't he still have you? It would be the same if he caught you. Aokiji spoke calmly. Oh, Brother Luo, it seems that the two generals can't see us clearly. Ah, yes, then let them see how powerful we are. Without saying a word, Lorraine struck Aokiji with a flying slash, but he elementally avoided it. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant Mouth. Aokiji's ultimate move comes when he takes action. One sword style split slash. This move was created by Lorraine. He wraps the armed color around the blade and shoots out a domineering blade. It will explode when it encounters an object, so it has a high-end and classy name. Look at Zoro, he doesn't even have a name anymore, he uses a big move and a poem. And you can't always draw A and break other people's ultimate moves, that would be rude. A huge explosion occurred the moment Aokiji and Lorraine's skills intersected. Ah, back off. The generals' battle is not something we can participate in. The world government and marine personnel who were originally close to each other realized the danger here after being accidentally injured, and quickly retreated. Then Lorraine and Aokiji disappeared at the same time and got into a ball. Lorraine would hit Aokiji with a knife from time to time, but he would dodge it with elemental transformation. Aokiji would freeze Lorraine from time to time and be shattered by Lorraine's domineering force. He even condensed 2 thorn spears and grabbed them in his hand to fight with Lorraine in swordsmanship. How scary, Kizaru exclaimed beside him with a look on his face, and he was also awe-inspiring in his heart. Aokiji is a general like him, and he knows how powerful he is in battle, but he can't do anything to the opponent for a moment. This kind of person is not a small person. Hello. Kizaru watched for a while before slowly preparing to take action. After all, he had just become a general and there was still a large group of people watching behind him. It was not easy to fish all the way. What if he was tricked by 5 elders and his salary was deducted? P.S. Kizaru was still a lieutenant general 16 years ago during the war on the top, and now it is 13 years. I haven't found out exactly when he became a general. I guess he was a general. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Although Rayleigh didn't take any action, Kizaru knew that he was a strong man, but it didn't stop him from talking. Rayleigh, you will pay the price for underestimating me. As he said that, he also took out his sword and started fighting with Kizaru. The damage caused by the battle between the 4 people was much greater than that caused by Fisher Tiger. Fortunately, this place was far away from the residential area of the Celestial Dragons. It was obvious that Kizaru was also serious for once, even though he was wearing a cloak and his identity was unclear. Facing an opponent who can compete with you, if you don't take it seriously, you will lose your life. On the other end, Fisher Tiger, who had no pursuers, fell hard to the sea after a long period of time. With his fish-human physique 10 times that of a human being, he grinned when he hit the sea. Then he stopped on the sea and looked up at the top of the red continent. Sometimes there was ice overflowing above, and sometimes it was filled with golden light. Along with bursts of explosions of fire, huge rocks continued to fall, some of which required him to dive to the bottom of the sea to avoid them. With the aftermath of a battle of this magnitude, it seems that those two friends are not simple people. I hope you can retreat safely. Fisher Tiger just stood on the sea and stared at the top of the red continent. He had agreed to meet here. He would not leave until 2 people or General Marine chased after him. The battle above has entered a fierce stage, and all 4 people have begun to pant, especially Lorraine, whose hand holding the famous sword Junhang has begun to tremble slightly. Although his strength is already very strong, it is still a little inferior to Aokiji and the others. He does not have the fruit ability yet. After smashing Aokiji's 2-thorn spear again, he took the time to say to Rayleigh, "Uncle, haven't you fought enough? I can't hold it anymore. Why don't we stop fighting?" Coming. After hearing this, Rayleigh also fended off Kizaru's Tian Kong Yun sword and came to Luo Lin's side to join him. "It's so scary. Do you want to run away? It's useless." Kizaru also came to Aokiji's side and spoke to the 2 of them. "Not yet." Lorraine and Rayleigh looked at each other, and then Lorraine started to charge up. Rayleigh was also watching eagerly from the side. His ultimate move did not require charging. Is it coming? The last struggle. Kizaru and Aokiji also looked solemn. They already knew the strength of these 2 men in black robes. Except for the one whose voice sounded younger, the other one was simply unbelievably strong. One sword-style storm slash. God avoids. Lorraine's knife rolled up a shock wave, and the interior was filled with flickering light. It swept up a large amount of sand, gravel and dust and rushed towards Kizaru and Aokiji. Rayleigh, on the other hand, used divine evasion to launch a flying slash with conquerors attached, and it continued to grow in size as it moved forward. When it reached the 2 of them, it was already thicker than a tree hugged by several people. Ice Age. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Aokiji and Kizaru had to take this attack seriously, and at the same time released their ultimate moves. The 4 attacks instantly struck together and caused an explosion. The damage caused by this explosion was greater than any previous explosion. It directly shattered the Red Earth continent where a few people were, and a big gap appeared in the originally connected Red Earth continent, like a piece of cake being cut off. Lorraine and the others had already taken advantage of the gap in Aokiji's resistance to jump down to the bottom of the Red Earth continent. What's going on? This kind of explosion, can it really be caused by humans? I hope nothing happens to those 2 friends. On the sea below the Red Continent, Fisher Tiger looked up and his eyes widened. Even with a height difference of several kilometers, he could clearly see the explosion above. There were also huge boulders falling, so he had to hide first. Above the Red Continent, beside the gap caused by the explosion, Kizaru and Aokiji stood on the edge of the cliff. At this time, Kizaru's body was a little messy, and Aokiji's body had been cut out by Lorraine. "It's so scary. I was almost killed. A strong man of this level cannot be an ordinary person. Do you want to chase him?" "Forget it, I don't want to work overtime. And there are no Tianlong casualties. We have also captured a lot of escaped slaves. Let's go back to work," Kizaru said indifferently, and Aokiji also nodded. Such a person cannot be killed if he catches up, and there is still the sea below. The 2 people have never used the fruit ability from the beginning to the end. They should not be Esper. After going down, they will have an advantage. Not on their side. But, I'm not willing to leave like this. Kizaru originally wanted to leave directly, but it seemed that he took a step back and the more he thought about it, so he returned to the edge of the cliff and jumped into the sky. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Another long-lasting 8-foot Magatama hit the bottom and then fell to the ground. Seeing that Aokiji had forgotten him, he opened his mouth to explain. "I just heard that the fish man is the culprit, and he is still waiting for them below. If he can't kill those 2 strong men, he might be able to kill the fish man. You called me out in the middle of the night to work overtime. It's time to go back and catch up on some sleep. After saying that, he wandered back, and Aokiji slowly followed. Kizaru, you idiot, I will remember this grudge. At this time, Lorraine had fallen to the bottom and was cursing. When he fell, he was scratched by an 8-foot magatama on his neck, but Rayleigh next to him was fine. When the two people fell, they could see the two generals due to the firelight above, but the general could not see them. I originally thought that Kizaru had left and was about to relax, but I sensed through sight, smell and color that he had returned and hit the 8-foot magatama. And when the lasers were so dense, Lorraine almost didn't escape. Ha 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 ha, little brother Lorraine. Now that you know how to fight with others, you can't let down your guard until it's absolutely safe. Although you are very strong, you still don't have enough combat experience. Rayleigh was smiling happily on the side. Uncle Rayleigh, you are still laughing. I almost died, why didn't you warn me earlier? There is no way to remind you of combat experience. You have to accumulate this yourself. And haven't you already noticed it? The two people were just floating on the sea. Huh, where's the fish man? I'm here. Fisher Tiger on the side came up long after all the stones fell into the sea. Oh, I used up too much domineering energy and it was too dark to notice you. Sorry. It doesn't matter. My name is Portgas D. Lorraine, what's your name? Lorraine asked knowingly. My name is Fisher Tiger. Hey, let me tell you. Do we have to chat here? There are still two generals up there. Rayleigh watched the two talking and had to interrupt. Oh, in that case, let's go back first. ... Island No. 13. Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. The three people put down their wine glasses, and Lorraine continued to drink juice. Thank you both for what happened today. I didn't expect that someone would come over to help me with this kind of thing. I didn't expect that Brother Lorraine would have the strength of a general at such a young age. Fisher Tiger was the first to speak. If it weren't for Lorraine and the two people, he would never have been able to escape today. Ah, don't worry. There has never been anyone brave enough to declare war on the world government. Of course you have to see this kind of thing. Well, yes, life should be equal. The Tianlong people forcibly capture people of all races to become their slaves, and those who resist will die. Why, this system should not exist. In the same way, we will kill those who resist it help. As a great young man in the 21st century, Lorraine also expressed her inner thoughts. Hearing this, Fisher Tiger's eyes widened. What Lorraine said was the same as what he was thinking. He didn't expect that there were people in the world who thought the same as him. I didn't expect Brother Lorraine to think the same as me. Ha ha ha. By the way, what are you going to do with those three little girls? Hearing this, the four of them all looked at the three girls sitting at the table on the other side. Fate is a wonderful thing. Originally, Lorraine thought that the Empress and others would return to Nine Snakes Island with the help of Rayleigh and Shaki anyway, and they would definitely be able to see it without going out of their way to find it. However, on the way back, they saw the three Hancocks running for their lives, and there were pursuers behind them. Then Lorraine decisively picked up the three people. They also introduced themselves on the way. I do not know. You didn't know what you picked up. Ahaha, don't we see them being chased? We can't throw them back now. Lorraine said with a smile. After hearing this, Hancock and the other three stared at Lorraine, and Hancock stood up and stood in front of the two sisters. I have to say that although Hancock is only 16 years old, she has a hint of the most beautiful woman in the world in the future. It's just that her figure is a bit worse than that of 15-year-old Robin, maybe because of malnutrition as a slave, but Lorraine is not interested in this love brain, he only likes Robin. Don't be nervous. Now that I have saved you, I won't throw you out again. Let's eat first. Only when you are full will you have the strength to escape. He, Brother Lorraine is really interesting. But leave these three people to me. Shaki spoke at the right time, and the three Hancock girls became nervous again after hearing this. Because Shaki doesn't look like a good person, you can tell just by looking at the name of the bar. I have an old relationship with your Amazon's former emperor, Groliosa. You guys will stay here for now. Wait until the incident calms down a bit in a few days, and then contact her to take you back. Hearing this, Hancock and the other three were overjoyed. They thanked everyone frantically and burst into tears. The 4 years of suffering were finally over. Then the affairs of these 3 little girls will be left to you, Miss Shacky. What about you, Mr. Tiger? Lorraine asked while eating. He was starving after a night of fighting. Me, I'm going back to Fishman Island. After doing something like this, I have to go back and report to Princess Otahime quickly, and break away from Fishman Island as soon as possible. Fisher Tiger put down his wine glass and explained to a few people and then stood up. Oh, is that so? We can't involve Fishman Island. Then when he heard about Fishman Island, Lorraine's mind became active again. This was the goal of his visit this time. Fisher Tiger, who was about to leave, took out a few conchs and handed them to the 3 of them before Lorraine could speak. This is my token. With it, you can freely enter and leave the Fishman Island. No matter what happens between humans and fishmen, I hope we will always be friends. I will always regard you as my friends. You are always welcome to come to Fishman Island as a guest. The king and others will definitely welcome you. Lorraine held the conch and smiled. Of course, I have a fishman friend, it's cool to say it. You can brag to my wife when you get back. Hehehehe. After hearing what Lorraine said, Fisher Tiger was slightly stunned again. He and Lorraine hadn't spent much time together. But judging from the conversation, he didn't see any signs of dislike or discrimination in Lorraine's tone, eyes, or even micro-movements. It seems, he really doesn't care about his own race or his past as a slave, and he really regards himself as a friend. Brother Lorraine, I have a question. Lorraine. What? What do you think about races? Humans and fishmen, or other races? And slaves? Fisher Tiger was visibly nervous when he asked this question. Even Rayleigh, Shacky and Hancock's 3 daughters looked at Lorraine, looking forward to what kind of answer he would give. How else can I look at it? I stare at the beautiful ones, but I don't even look at the ugly ones. Rayleigh, Shacky, Fisher Tiger, Hancock's 3 daughters. Ha ha ha, Brother Lorraine is really interesting. Shacky was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Just kidding, to be honest, I don't have the slightest bit of discrimination against any person or race. Whether they are fishmen, giants, furs, or any other race, I recognize them all. In my eyes, we are all human beings, so who can be nobler than others? Those who claim to be noble are just stupid. Of course, the same goes for slaves, and becoming slaves is not something they want to do. How do you say that? It's not them that's wrong, it's the world. It's not us that's wrong, it's the world. Lorraine's words made Fisher Tiger stunned again. He looked at Lorraine deeply. Even Rayleigh and others looked at him in shock. Everyone was shocked. How could Lorraine know the world so thoroughly when she was only 17 years old? Of course, the key is to look beautiful. I will dislike ugly people no matter what race they are. However, Lorraine's next words made their faces darken again. Rayleigh, who was about to praise him, was choked back. Hancock and the other 2 gnashed their teeth. Sure enough, this guy doesn't look like a good person. Ha ha ha, I don't like ugly ones either. Brother Lorraine, you must come to our Fishman Island as a guest. King Neptune and Princess Otahime will definitely like you very much. Fisher Tiger is all smiles. Well, I really want to go too. I heard that Fishman Island is full of beautiful mermaid ladies. I am also planning to go to Fishman Island to visit and bring some specialties to my wife before I go back. Hancock. I'm sure, this guy is really not a good person. By the way, Brother Lorraine, you have mentioned your wife several times, and the previous wanted order mentioned a demon guard. Could it be that what you are talking about is? Yes, the wife I am talking about is Nicole Robin, the son of the devil. Although she is not married yet, she will definitely marry me in the future. Speaking of Robin Lorraine, she also had a gentle look on her face. This is his wife of more than 10 years. Hancock. Bah, scumbag. Well, that's really lucky. Shacky didn't ask any more questions. Then I'll leave first. Fisher Tiger walked to the door and said goodbye to everyone in the bar. Mr. Tiger, can you just go this way? Don't you need a coating boat? No, Fishman Island is 10,000 meters deep under the Sabayati Islands. Ordinary people do need coated boats if they want to reach Fishman Island. But for us, whose swimming speed in the sea is second only to mermaids, 10,000 meters is just a few minutes. Fisher Tiger walked to the edge of Island 13, jumped into the water and waved to Lorraine. Brother Lorraine, if you can't go down with me, I'll be waiting for you on Fishman Island. Okay, I'll go down in a few days. Lorraine also waved her hand, and after seeing Fisher Tiger disappear, she turned back to the house and continued to cook. He was not full yet. Half an hour later, Lorraine was full and sat on a chair at the bar holding her teeth. Brother Lorraine, what is this cloth bag of yours? Is it the treasure plundered from the Holy Land? Shaki looked at the cloth bag Lorraine put aside and felt a little curious. When he went out, he only brought a knife, but when he came back, he brought a large bag. Hancock, the three of them and Rayleigh were also a little curious. Lorraine was very protective of her along the way. With Lorraine's strength, she shouldn't be short of money. How could she pack up for a trip to Mariajoya? If I had known that most of the things belonging to the Tianlong people were marked, it would have been difficult to take action. Oh, if you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. This is a good thing. Oh, if Brother Lorraine can call it a good thing, it should be quite precious. Lorraine stood up, took the curtain bag from Shaki and slowly opened it, revealing 2 large, 2 small and 4 devil fruits inside. Dang dang, this is it, devil fruit, several people said in unison. Yes, that's right, and there are 4 of them. I found them on the table in the Tianlong room. If you don't take them, you won't take them. This is indeed good food. Brother Lorraine, do you want to eat it? Shaki asked him strangely. I don't know what it is, how could I eat it randomly? Lorraine tilted his mouth, and his tone was full of disgust. The fruit he wanted to eat most probably hadn't borne fruit yet, and he didn't want to turn into a landlubber so quickly. Yeah, Brother Lorraine, I don't recommend you to eat devil fruit either. Rayleigh also spoke solemnly at this time. Huh, why? Lorraine was a little strange. When he fought against Aokiji before, he was very annoyed by the opponent's Logia ability. Although he could hit him, he would often be dodged by the opponent's partial elementalization. Once the opponent's attack hits him, it is a real hit, and his desire to eat a Logia fruit becomes stronger and stronger. The most important reason is of course that after eating it, you will be disgusted by the sea. Once you come into contact with the sea water, your whole body will become weak. This is also the fatal weakness of those with fruit abilities. The second thing is that in this world, there are still many top strong people who are not capable people, including One Piece and the hero Garp. Also, once you eat the fruit, you must develop the fruit, which is not a good thing for you, Lorraine. On the premise of having 3 colors of domineering and powerful swordsmanship, eating another fruit can enhance your strength in a short period of time, but if you focus on developing the fruit later, you will slack off on the cultivation of domineering and swordsmanship. If not developing it is equivalent to adding a fatal weakness to yourself. So do you understand? After listening to Rayleigh's analysis, Lorraine felt that it seemed quite reasonable. Then would she still want to look for Logia's fruit in the future? Of course, if you can reach the level of a great swordsman or practice your domineering to the highest level, eating a fruit will still be beneficial. Rayleigh looked at Lorraine, who was deep in thought, and added another sentence. After hearing this, Lorraine breathed a sigh of relief and thought she couldn't eat it at all. Mr. Rayleigh, please finish your sentence at once next time. I thought this food was completely inedible. Ha ha ha, of course not. There are more people with strong abilities in this sea. After all, cultivating hockey is very hard. To develop the fruit, you just need to use the fruit's ability to fight non-stop. So, Brother Lorraine, do you want to eat? No, don't eat it. At least these people don't eat it. They don't understand the effect, and eating it blindly will only cause trouble for themselves. Then what are you going to do with these devil fruits? Of course, sell it, or take it back to others to eat. Hee hee. That's great. These things are very expensive. Each one can be sold for at least 100 million Baileys on the auction house. Lorraine. Why, why? My, this is my. Where can I buy it? There is an auction house on island number 1, but it may take a few days. It's very windy these 2 days. Okay, then just throw it here first and wait until I come back from Fishman Island to sell it. ... Lorraine didn't go out much for the next 2 days. On the morning of the 4th day, Lorraine came to Shaki's bar again. What, want me to send them back? Lorraine looked in disbelief, pointed at the 3 Hancocks, and then pointed at his nose. Ah, yes, of course not now, the news has not passed in the past 2 days. Anyway, Brother Lorraine, you have to take it back through the Windless Belt. The daughter island happens to be in the Windless Belt, so we can give each other a ride by the way. With a strong person like you sending each other back, we can feel more at ease. Quote. Is that so? Haha. No, Uncle Rayleigh, you are better than me, why don't you give it away? Ah, I was so tired the day before yesterday, so I need to rest for a while. Lorraine's face darkened. You're so tired. But I didn't care too much, it was just a matter of course anyway. Wait until I get back. I'm going to Fishman Island. His attitude was quite bad. He drank a few glasses of juice and then went out to find the pirate ship to Fishman Island. The three Hancock girls asked cautiously, Sister Shacky, do we have to let him send us there? Ah, although Brother Lorraine's tone is unfriendly, he is actually a good person and has the strength of a general. It is most appropriate for him to escort you. Rayleigh has a special status, and many people are paying attention. He will be suspected if he escorts you. Hancock and the three of them were a little confused. Although he had saved a few of them, they really didn't expect that this guy with a bad attitude and lustful attitude was so powerful. Lorraine. What words? What words? I just want to see if the beautiful mermaid girl is wrong. My wife doesn't mind. Due to what happened in the Holy Land Marie Joa, people on the Sabayati Islands are also in panic today. Common people are afraid to go out. Countless marine and world government people are patrolling various islands and arresting suspicious persons. The first target is the pirates who come here to enter the New World. These people are the best tool to calm the anger of the celestial dragons. Therefore, these pirate groups are also eager to go to sea and enter the second half of the Grand Line. Lorraine was strolling around and met a pirate group who had already coated their ship. He walked up to them and asked, Hey, you guys, I want to take your boat to Fishman Island. Is that okay? Lorraine's words stunned the pirates who were still busy, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, where did you come from, kid? Who do you think we are, the Wind Chaser pirates? You still want to take a ride on our ship? A handsome-looking pirate walked directly in front of Lorraine, took out his knife and took a lick. You brat, do you know how to write the word death? I can pay you, and if you encounter a powerful sea monster on the way, I can also solve it for you. However, his words made the pirates laugh again. Ha 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 ha, brothers, it seems that this kid hasn't recognized the reality yet. Lousy are not some tourist boats or sightseeing boats or anything else. Lousy are vicious pirates. As he spoke, he raised his knife and slashed at Lorraine, but everything was cut in front of him. Huh, what's the situation? Where are the people? Behind you, the other pirates reminded him loudly. Just as he was about to turn his head, he felt a huge force coming from his waist. Then he folded at 90 degrees in the opposite direction and flew out, smashing the dock not far away into ruins. Dolai, brat, how dare you hurt my deputy captain? Brothers, kill him. Then a large wave of pirates rushed towards Lorraine. Trouble, Lorraine muttered, pulled out the famous sword Junhang and slashed it open, directly splitting the pirates rushing in front, and then split the coated pirate ship at the rear in half, leaving traces on the sea. A huge gap formed. It took a few seconds for it to refill with seawater. Ho, ho, weird, monsters, what kind of existence have we provoked? It's too scary, I won't be a pirate anymore. The remaining pirates who were not blown away were all stunned, their arms trembling, and there were constant sounds of jamming in their throats, and some simply dropped their weapons and ran away. Lorraine sighed, turned around and walked towards the other side in the distance. The captain, deputy captain and the ship of the pirate group had all been cut down by themselves, so they had to find another ship. Can I take your ship to Fishman Island? Yes, you can. Our big wave pirates welcome you. The captain stammered and agreed to Lorraine's request. He could clearly see the scene just now. Don't be afraid. I'm not a man-eating evil spirit. I just want to take a boat. Yes, the captain of the big wave pirates stood at attention and even saluted Lorraine. Lorraine, forget it, just do whatever you want. But our ship will take about an hour to complete the coating, please wait a moment. An hour? No. Not an hour, just half an hour. Don't be angry. The captain of the big wave pirates was scared to death, leaving Lorraine speechless. Okay, I'll wait for you on the side. The captain of the big wave pirates took a deep breath and quickly ordered the crew to move. He also begged the coding master to speed up. With efficient cooperation, it was actually completed in half an hour. Then Lorraine got on the boat to Fishman Island as she wished. The underwater scenes are not much different from those in the original work, except that there is no kraken, the monster in the original work, and no particularly dangerous sea monsters are encountered. As long as you are careful not to hit large deep-sea fish, there will be no danger. According to the original work, more than half of the mortality rate should only occur after the rise of Hody and his gang. 10,000 meters deep in the sea, 2 layers of huge bubbles wrap around 2 islands, one large and one small. Although they are located under the deep sea, there are also sky and clouds. Because the giant tree, Sun Tree Eve, growing near Fishman Island can transmit sunlight from the ground to Fishman Island, the Fishman Island located in the deep sea will have changes in sunlight in day and night. Under the reflection of the sun and sea water, the whole island is beautiful, like a dream world. Everyone, including Lorraine, was dumbfounded. The gap between what they saw in the original work and the reality before their eyes was really too big. Soon the coding ship arrived at the entrance to Fishman Island. After completing the normal entry procedures, the coding ship entered the scope of Fishman Island. After passing through the layer of bubbles at the entrance, the ship's membrane did not break. There was a flowing water channel connecting the entrance, leading the ship to the Fishman Bay. The membrane on the ship automatically fell off as soon as it entered the bay. Before getting off the ship, Lorraine saw a pirate flag in the most conspicuous place. It was the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, Fishman Island was already Whitebeard's territory. The iconic flag was hung on the entry port. The place you can see at first glance can have a great deterrent effect. I looked around at the surrounding scenery and felt that there was nothing special, so I jumped off the bow of the boat and left without looking back. Although this place belongs to the Fishman Bay, it is specially designated for pirate ships to dock, so there are no mermaids or fishes. People or something. All the pirates on the ship watched him go away. Great. Survived. They didn't even dare to take a breath along the way. Now that they had sent the King of Hell away, they almost shed tears of emotion. Lorraine walked like a country bumpkin, looking left and right with shining eyes. Needless to say, the beautiful mermaid lady, her eyeballs almost fell off. Suck, suck. I wonder if the mermaid lady's mouth will smell like fish when we kiss her, hee hee hee. Lorraine kept laughing weirdly, like a pervert. Both the fishmen and the mermaids looked at him differently, and some even hid far away. Although the number of kidnappings decreased a lot after Whitebeard declared that Fishman Island was his territory, they still happened occasionally. This guy looks so perverted, he must not be a good person. But Lorraine doesn't care. The relationship between mermaids and humans is not very good to begin with. It's normal to be a little hostile. It's not my problem. And no one can understand how an otaku feels when he sees this kind of scene. Whether it was the housemaid of coral reefs, the fish taxis on the water channels, or the mermaid girl wearing a bubble ring on her waist and only wearing a bikini, Lorraine was extremely fascinated. Putting aside everything else, this is the ideal hometown in Lorraine's mind. Of course, the mermaid beauty was just looking at him for fun. What attracted him most was the various special foods. After a while, his hands were filled with all kinds of snacks. Before he finished eating, Lorraine walked over with gleaming eyes. Next store. This whole street was full of places selling food. Lorraine ate from beginning to end, then wandered around, and finally got lost successfully. Woo! Lorraine, who was unfamiliar with the place, blew the conch given to him by Fisher Tiger. This is one of the uses of the conch. As long as one is blown, several connected ones will also sense it. At the same time, Fisher Tiger, who was talking to Neptune and Princess Otahime in Ryugu Castle, was stunned and took out a conch that kept vibrating from his pocket. What's wrong, Tiger? It's a friend here. It's the person I told you saved me in Mariajoya. I have to go greet him, so excuse me. As for the pirate group, we'll talk about it next time. Fisher Tiger stood up and said goodbye to the two people. Don't worry, Tiger, let's go together. You are also our friend. Let's invite him to Dragon Palace City as a guest. Good. Fisher Tiger didn't hesitate. He had to meet him sooner or later anyway, and then the three of them left Dragon Palace City on a whale. After blowing the conch, Lorraine sat in front of a shop and sipped a glass of sea grape juice. You haven't come after so long. Could this conch be fake? If it doesn't come after a while, ask someone and ask the boss for another fried clam. After a few more minutes, there was a sudden commotion on the street. His Majesty the King, His Majesty the King. His Majesty the King is here for inspection. A mermaid yelled nearby. Huh, what's the noise? Lorraine swallowed the fried clams in her mouth and turned around to look at. What a big man, fish. Neptune. Oh, this is Fish Man Island, it's normal. To be honest, this was the first time Lorraine had seen a male mermaid. The mermaids she saw along the way were all young ladies. Brother Lorraine. Lorraine turned around to continue eating when a shout came from above her head. When he raised his head, the huge goldfish had already arrived above the shop where he was, and he took a closer look. Fisher Tiger is on the whale, next to the giant King Neptune, and Princess Otahime, who is only a little bigger than Neptune's finger. Lorraine. So how on earth was Shirahoshi born? Hey, it's impossible for coelacanth and goldfish to give birth to fish. And those two princes, sunfish and shark, your family is very mixed. Lorraine had 10,000 questions in her mind, but she didn't dare to ask them. She had to respond with a smile on her face. Yo, Uncle Tiger, you are finally here. Welcome to Fishman Island. These two are King Neptune and Princess Otahime. Fisher Tiger introduced two people to Lorraine. I heard from Tiger that you fought with General Marine for a long time to save Tiger. Thank you very much. He is our friend. On behalf of the entire Fishman Island, we welcome you. Princess Otahime's voice was very pleasant, and she was also very polite without any airs of a princess, which made Lorraine feel refreshed, but also a little embarrassed at the same time. Because he has forgotten the etiquette of the pirate world. Holding a fist. Not appropriate. Shaking hands. Princess Otahime is fine. The remaining two may be able to hold him whole. In the end, Lorraine put her right hand on her left shoulder and bowed her body slightly, as a return salute. Ah ha ha, it's a coincidence. It's all a coincidence. No matter who is going to cause trouble over there, I should be there to help. Well, it's hard to talk here. Brother Lorraine, come up. Let's go to the Dragon Palace. There's a banquet just in time. Lorraine thought for a moment that although she was almost full, there might be better food in the palace. She didn't think of other things for the time being, and she was not in a hurry, so she jumped on the big whale. Dragon Palace City Banquet Hall. The extremely spacious and tall luxury banquet hall has a shell-shaped stage in the center for singers and musicians to perform on the stage, with a giant bubble film inside. Lorraine was now in a huge bubble, with a flounder as a cushion under her. I have to say that the food in the palace is much more delicious than what is sold on the street, and so are the snacks. The portions are large and enough. The most important thing is that they don't cost any money. Mr. Lorraine, do you have anything to do when you come to Fishman Island this time? Neptune asked him after everyone had a drink together, and Lorraine replied while chewing the sea beast meat. I came here mainly for fun. I heard that Fishman Island is the most beautiful place in the entire Grand Line. I have wanted to come here for a long time. Also, it took a long time to go out this time, so I wanted to bring back some specialties that are not available on the ground for my wife. Well, I'll go back tomorrow. Lorraine suddenly missed Robin a little. It had been nearly 2 months since she came out this time. It was so uncomfortable not being able to hold Robin, who was fragrant and soft, when she got up every day. That's it. Then let Minister Zuo pack up all the specialties from Fishman Island. Oh who, thank you very much, Lorraine said happily. Of course it's the happiest thing to have someone help me when I don't have to go out and buy it myself. Looking at Lorraine Fisher Tiger, who was immersed in his work, the others did not shy away from talking about the establishment of a pirate group. Princess, I have already decided. I will leave Fishman Island with Brother Lorraine tomorrow. We will talk about the pirate group later. In short, we cannot involve Fishman Island. Are you so anxious? Well, time is running out. But have you ever thought about it? You are a fish man. The humans above will not easily convince you. So I suggest you choose some adventurous young people on Fishman Island first. Form a pirate group with you. Quote. When Lorraine heard this, she also put down the juice in her hand and thought, it's coming, it's coming. Indeed, are there any compatriots in the clan who are willing to go with me? Your usual brothers, Jinbei and Aaron, are willing, and some young people who love freedom are also willing. Let's go and choose together after the banquet. Then, thank you king and princess. After the banquet, the group of people came to Geelong Court Square, where Princess Otahime was assassinated and the Straw Hats fought. A large wave of fishmen have gathered here, including Jinbei and others. The whale falls slowly. 4 people walked down. Humans. Why are there humans here? Did you sneak in? Do you want to kill him? The moment they saw Lorraine, the Murlocs became emotional, especially Aaron, whose hatred for humans can be said to be the strongest. Don't get excited. Fisher Tiger makes a big wave. Brother Lorraine is my friend and my savior. I was able to escape safely from Mariajoya this time only because he and another friend blocked the 2 marine generals. What's wrong with the general? He's just a lower race that can't even breathe in water. Aaron still had a look of disdain on his face, but his eyes were no longer so hostile. Unfortunately, he didn't know how terrifying General Marine was. But since he was his eldest brother's savior, it would be fine. I came here this time to announce something. That's because I made a big fuss on the ground this time. In order not to implicate Fishman Island, I decided to leave here and form a pirate group. Which of you is willing to join me? Brother Tiger, I want to go. Me, and I. The fish people were in high spirits, and each of them expressed their willingness to go with him. On the one hand, Fisher Tiger was very respected here, and on the other hand, they had stayed here for too long and were not interested in the ground. I am also looking forward to the life on the internet. In the end, Fisher Tiger selected dozens of people, including Jinbei, Aaron, Xiaoba and others. The Sun Pirates were formed at this time. It's ridiculous to say that Princess Otahime devoted her life to letting fish and humans live in peace, but she encountered many difficulties because of the existence of the Sun Pirates. However, no one mentioned the damage caused by countless human pirate groups to Fishman Island. Brother Lorraine, what do you think? Fisher Tiger turned around and asked. He felt that with Lorraine's strength, he would definitely be able to give some useful suggestions. He's pretty good. Although his strength is a bit low, if he's careful, he should be fine. And fishmen have a natural advantage as pirates. As long as they practice diligently, they should be able to ride the first half of the Grand Route in the future. The second half is very dangerous. It's better not to go there until you are absolutely sure. Lorraine thought for a while and gave some pertinent advice. The meaning was obvious. Just jump around in the first half, and don't think about going to the back. Fisher Tiger became thoughtful after hearing this, but Aaron was not happy anymore, and even Jinbei's eyes became sharper. Hey, what are you talking about, a human? What do you mean the second half is very dangerous? Don't go there if you're not sure. Don't think that because you are Brother Tiger's savior, you can just talk nonsense. Asshole. Didn't you just block General Marine? Isn't that amazing? If it had been me, I would have killed him. Lorraine, you really dare to say that? The more Aaron talked, the more tense he became, and he finally said this. Come and fight with me if you dare. No one else had any reaction when these words came out. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to see the general's combat power, but Lorraine and Tiger were both stunned. Brother Lorraine, don't be angry, Aaron's temper is like this. Fisher Tiger was a little panicked. A fierce man who could break a piece of the Red Earth continent, but no one present could stop him. It's okay Tiger, we are friends. I won't argue. As soon as these words came out, Aaron felt insulted. Why don't you dare, Lorraine, Fisher Tiger? It seems that we can't do anything if we don't take action. Fisher Tiger suddenly became nervous and was about to persuade him again, but Lorraine added another sentence to stop him. Don't worry, I won't do anything harsh. It's okay to let them know the difference. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving space for the 2 of them. You can strike at will. If you scratch your skin, I'll lose. Aaron couldn't bear this kind of stimulation. He rushed towards Lorraine. Iron teeth. Same on darts. It looks very fast to others, but very slow to Lorraine. He dodged it easily and casually. Same on gear car. Lorraine avoided him again. Do you only know how to hide? This move depends on how you hide. Hit the water. Countless water droplets turned into arrows and flew towards Lorraine. Lorraine followed Zoro's example and blocked all the water arrows with the hilt of his knife, with a cold face the whole time. This operation shocked all the fishmen. Human beings, you have the guts to confront me head on. Aaron was almost furious. As you wish. Lorraine suddenly disappeared from Aaron's eyes. Behind. When he was looking left and right, Lorraine's voice came from behind, and then his whole body flew out like being hit by a cannonball, hit the rocks, and was embedded in it. Aaron, he's fine, I acted in a measured manner. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Aaron dug himself off the rock. Looking at Lorraine with burning eyes. Do you dare to attack me head on? Why don't you dare? Lorraine decided to beat him since he was beaten. Aaron took his weapon, Zonfang, from the murloc on the side and rushed to Lorraine, jumped up high and slashed at Lorraine's head. Fall down. Lorraine doesn't dodge. One sword style blind 78 cuts. Chang. With a sound, Aaron flew back slightly faster than when he rushed over. It was still the same big human-shaped pit, but this time Aaron passed out. Everyone except Fisher Tiger and the king and princess were stunned. Can humans be so strong? The people of Along You know better than anyone else that he is an overlord-like existence in Fishman Street and has very strong combat power. Only Fisher Tiger and Jinbei can stabilize him. They thought Aaron might lose, but they didn't expect to lose so completely. Princess Otahime and King Neptune are much calmer. After all, Princess Otahime herself has a strong sense of domineering. Whitebeard and King Neptune are also friends, so this island will be affected by Whitebeard, shelter. Have you seen everything clearly? Don't look down on humans just because the fishmen are naturally 10 times stronger than humans. The sea is very vast, and there are countless terrifying and powerful humans. The man standing in front of you is one of them. Quote, I have personally seen his battle with the general, and even destroyed the Red Earth continent. The rocks that collapsed were enough to destroy Fishman Island. The battle with Aaron couldn't even make him cheer up and take it seriously. Do you realize the difference? Fisher Tiger loudly lectured these young fishmen. Listening to the whispers of the fishmen under his words, they seemed to be a little unconvinced. At this time, Aaron also woke up to the call of his friend, and he was still a little confused. Lorraine herself had some doubts. How awesome am I? Even though it meant destroying a small piece of the Red Earth continent, that and destroying it are two different concepts, right? Mr. Lorraine, please show your strength again. They are too impetuous. If we don't let them understand how cruel the ground is in advance, the Sun Pirates will be destroyed soon. Fisher Tiger implored Lorraine again. Well, yes, but what to cut? As long as it doesn't hurt anyone, everything is fine. Oh, Lorraine looked around and picked the farthest coral reef, which was probably hundreds of meters high. One sword-style split slash. The huge flying slash flew out and exploded when it came into contact with the coral reef, directly destroying half of the 100-meter-high coral reef. At this time, everyone including Aaron opened their mouths wide, and cold sweat fell from Aaron's forehead. I will die. If this knife hits me, I will definitely die. How hopelessly powerful this is. Strange, monster, that man must be a monster. The fish people whispered, and Fisher Tiger continued to speak when he saw that he was almost shocked. Do you understand now? Don't be arrogant, otherwise you will die without knowing how. I understand, Brother Tiger, the fish people said in unison, and Fisher Tiger nodded with satisfaction. Thank you very much, Brother Lorraine. It's easy, don't worry. Next, Fisher Tiger started arranging the affairs of the pirate group. The crew has been selected and the ship is relatively easy to get on Fishman Island, but there are still many things to do before setting sail tomorrow. King Neptune and Princess Otahime also returned to the palace first, while Lorraine found Aaron, and Jinbei was with him. Seeing Lorraine coming over, both of them swallowed and their bodies became a little stiff. Don't be nervous, I won't take action casually. Lorraine sat down next to the two people. Then what do you want to do? It's nothing. I just want to tell you that humans are not all bad people. There are good people among us. At least I don't discriminate against people of any race. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to risk my life to save your brother Tiger, right? After hearing this, the two of them felt that it made sense, and they also lowered their guard against Lorraine a lot. The other thing is that I have one more thing to ask Aaron. What? This time it was Aaron's turn to be confused. He couldn't think of anything else that Lorraine could need his help with. If one day, if, you go to a place called Kokoja Village in the East China Sea, don't kill anyone there. The rest is up to you. Can you do it? Is it just this? Okay. For the sake of Brother Tiger, I promise you. I was relieved to hear Aaron's promise to Lorraine. I just hope he doesn't forget that while saving people, he also has to worry about not changing the plot too much. It's really a lot of thought. Reward yourself by looking at the mermaid lady for one more minute. Dear Robin, you won't blame me. Okay, I'll leave it to you, don't forget it then, I'm leaving. Uncle Tiger, I'm leaving. Oh, walk slowly. Remember to gather at the Fishman Bay tomorrow and return to the ground. Good. He stood up, patted his butt, said hello to Fisher Tiger, and slowly left the Geelong Court Square. Seeing that it was still early, Lorraine started wandering around casually, and unknowingly came to the sea forest. This is the forest of the sea. How did you end up here? Forget it, go back. Lorraine, who had just taken 2 steps back, remembered that there seemed to be a piece of history here. That's right. If I take a rubbing of this piece of history and give it to Robin, she will definitely be deeply moved by me, and then I can take the opportunity to kiss, hug, and lift her up, and then. Oh ho ho ho, just do what you say, and Lorraine, who was originally planning to go back, suddenly became full of energy. The historical article is not difficult to find. If you dig a little deeper, you will see that it is not 1 piece, but 2 pieces. There is actually a red road sign historical article here. However, Lorraine found that she did not bring any rubbing paper. But this didn't bother him, he just used moonwalk and shave, and got the paper in 2 minutes. He didn't even use these 2 skills when fighting Aaron. It can be seen that this guy is working hard to take advantage of Robin. Although he can take advantage of Robin without this thing, making his wife happy is more important than anything else. At night, Lorraine slept directly in a hotel near the snack street of Human Bay, because this place has the best location in Lorraine's heart, and she can eat delicious food as soon as she wakes up. Early the next morning, Lorraine, who had a full stomach after eating, came to the Fishman Bay again. The ships here had been coated, and originally the fishmen didn't need them. But here in Lorraine, there are still some living facilities that cannot be soaked in water, so they are coated with films. Hey, Brother Lorraine, you're here so early. Good morning, Uncle Tiger. I'm going home now. I can't sleep. Then I have to ask you to wait a moment. The food for the voyage is not ready yet. Because the food is the easiest to gather, we prepare it last. It's okay, I'll just stroll around for a while. Probably more than an hour passed. The people delivering the food arrived, and it was King Neptune and Princess Otahime. Brother Lorraine, these are the specialties promised to you. There are all kinds of shellfish and Fishman Island specialty snacks. There are also pearls 10,000 meters deep in the sea. There are so many that I'm afraid you won't be able to take them away, so I specially picked the biggest one. Your wife will probably like it. As Neptune said this, he asked Minister Zuo to take out the things. Minister Zuo directed 2 mermaids to carry out a huge package from behind and put it in front of Lorraine. Thank you very much, Robin will love it. In fact, all kinds of snacks are enough. Lorraine remembers what Robin likes very clearly. First of all, there are various books, especially those about history, then there are sandwiches, not too sweet cakes, and coffee. I also like Pearl. After all, who among girls doesn't like bowling things? Lorraine put away his large bag of specialties and ran to the side to wait. There was nothing for him to do next. Fisher Tiger and the king talked for a long time. After all, they were about to leave Fishman Island, so it was normal to talk more. More than an hour later, several people finished talking at noon, and Fisher Tiger also returned to the top of the boat. Everything is ready. Brothers, set sail. The ship moved slowly. King Neptune, Princess Otahime, and a group of Murlocs waved goodbye to the ship. It slowly dispersed until the ship disappeared from sight. Everyone in the ship except Fisher Tiger looked forward to it, including Lorraine. The other fishmen did it because they were already pirates and could freely roam the sea in the future, while Lorraine did it because he was about to go home. Only Fisher Tiger looked solemn, because his path ahead was unknown until now, but it must be full of dangers. Brother Tiger, we are going on a voyage soon. I am really looking forward to it. What is the name of our pirate group? A younger brother asked. I have already thought about it. Our pirate group will be called the Sun Pirates. We are all fishmen, why not call them the fishmen pirates? Because some of our compatriots were rescued from the celestial dragons and were branded with the flying dragon's hooves, which symbolizes slaves. In order to prevent them from being discriminated against, I discussed with Princess Otahime and the others and decided to brand everyone on the ship with the sun. The mark is used to cover up the flying dragon's hooves. That's why they are named the Sun Pirates. If you don't want to, you can get off the ship now. We haven't left the Fishman Island yet. We do. We will never discriminate against our fellow citizens. The people on the boat shouted. Lorraine also laughed when she saw this scene, so united. Sure enough, only humans are keen on killing each other. With the help of the flowing water channel, the ship quickly arrived at the entrance of Fishman Island. Compatriots, once we leave this door, we have nothing to do with Fishman Island. Everything we do has nothing to do with Fishman Island. Do you understand? Clear. Amid excited roars, the ship left the Fishman Island and floated upward. Sabayati Islands, a little further away from the civilian entrance to Island 44. The Sun Pirates ship suddenly emerged from the bottom of the water, and the coating automatically fell off when it completely surfaced. Finally here, ha 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 ha. The fishmen's faces were full of excitement, and some fishmen who had never been here before marveled at the sky, the sea, and the mangroves in the distance. Uncle Tiger, it is not suitable for you to enter the Sabayati Islands now, let's part here. Okay, that boat is prepared for you. You can just use it. If we don't need a navigation tool, we don't even need a boat. The cabin on one side of the big ship opened, revealing a boat inside that could only accommodate a dozen people. A fishman directly pushed the small boat into the sea. Ha ha ha, thank you very much. Lorraine picked up her specialty gift bag and jumped off the boat. I'm leaving, Uncle Tiger, see you later. Ah, see you again, you will always be my friend. Of course, Aaron, don't forget what I asked you to do. Lorraine waved his hand and rowed the boat directly into the Sabayati Islands. After Lorraine's boat disappeared into the sea channel in the middle of the island, Fisher Tiger and his group also slowly left the Sabayati Islands. Where he went is unknown. Lorraine rowed the boat and managed to avoid getting lost, and finally arrived at island number 13 smoothly. Picking up his gift bag of specialty products, he tied the boat and walked towards Shacky's rip-off bar. As he walked to the door, Lorraine suddenly became playful. Knocked on the door, lowered his voice and said inside. Gate of opening. First, I'm a Marine directly under the headquarters, and I have been ordered to search for suspicious persons. As a result, it was surprisingly quiet inside, and it took a while before the sound of walking could be heard. The person who opened the gate of opening was Shacky. When he saw it was Lorraine at the door, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. It turns out to be Brother Lorraine, so naughty. First thought Marine was really here, and I was ready to let Hancock and the others escape. Ha ha ha, is Miss Shacky scared? No, that's it. Lorraine entered the bar with a disappointed look on her face. Rayleigh was not inside, but there was another eye staring at her fiercely. Alala, Hancock, Marigold, Sundar Sonia, are you scared? Hancock's eyes immediately burst into flames when he heard this. I'm going to turn this fool to stone. Marigold and Sandasonia hurriedly stopped him. Sister, please don't do this. Mr. Lorraine is our savior. This is not allowed. That's right, you can't do this. Hancock, if you are so cruel, you won't be able to get married, I tell you. Upon hearing this, Hancock became even more angry, and Marigold and Sandasonia were too nervous to stop him. Mr. Lorraine, please stop teasing your sister, we can't stop you anymore. The two of them had grimaces on their faces. Lorraine saw them laughing even more happily, and her bad taste was greatly satisfied. By the way, didn't Brother Lorraine go to Fishman Island? Why did he come back so soon? Lorraine went there yesterday and came back today, even if she didn't even have a day. Of course I'll come back after I've finished my work. Look, this is the specialty I brought back. Lorraine pointed to the specialty gift bag she had brought back, took out a few snacks and handed it to everyone. This is a specialty snack brought back from Fishman Island. Don't get angry after eating it. Oh, thank you. Humph, I don't want to eat it. Lorraine spread her hands to show that you were free. By the way, when I came back, I saw that there weren't many Marines left on the island. I guess the world government wants to suppress this matter. If they want to go home now, they can send them back. Hearing this, the eyes of Hancock and the three girls suddenly lit up. Can they finally go home? Really, has it calmed down after only 2 days? Only Mr. Rayleigh has gone out in the past 2 days and has not come back. We haven't gone out, so we don't know. Yes, I rode all the way in from the island and didn't see many Marines. It should be safe. Then just let Hancock and the others put on ordinary clothes and disguise themselves as fishermen going out to sea. Well, then let's wait for Mr. Rayleigh to come back and then decide together what day to set off. Okay, but you'd better hurry up, otherwise I'm afraid these snacks will go bad. Then my beloved Robin won't be able to eat them. Near noon, Rayleigh also came back from outside. He mainly went out to see what the situation was like. Otherwise, he wouldn't be happy to go out when there was wine and food in the bar. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lorraine sitting on the bar sipping juice. Hey, brother Lorraine, you've only been to Fishman Island for 1 day, and you're back so soon. That's right. What are you doing if you don't come back after finishing your errands? If you really want to travel, I'll just go there next time. Besides, there's no young lady on Fishman Island for me to hold. It's business to go home and hold my wife as soon as possible. Ha 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 ha, brother Lorraine is really free and easy. Shaki-chan, come and have a glass of wine. My old man is thirsty after running around for a long time. Rayleigh sat down next to Lorraine. Shaki quickly handed him a glass of wine. Rayleigh drank it down in one gulp. Then he glanced at Lorraine's juice and proposed again. Now, I'm telling you, brother Lorraine, wine is what men should drink, and juice is only for children. Rayleigh treats Lorraine differently than he will treat Luffy and others in the future. Luffy and others are a group of lovely juniors to him. Luffy is also his apprentice and respects him very much. Lorraine's strength is recognized by him, and he doesn't have much respect for Rayleigh. The two of them are more like friends year after year. TCH, what are you talking about? Who said that men must drink alcohol? That stuff tastes terrible. Lorraine is really not a fan of wine. In his previous life, as a top-notch rich second generation, his family had a lot of good wine, and his classmates often had gatherings, but he didn't drink at all. The reason is that he is allergic to alcohol. If he takes a sip, he will feel dizzy, chest tight, breathless, and have red rashes on his body. When he was a child, he secretly drank alcohol and frightened his parents. Even after 2 lifetimes, Lorraine still remembers that uncomfortable feeling. It is impossible for this body to be allergic to alcohol, but it is not as delicious as juice, and he still hates alcohol. Lorraine, who has lived in 2 lives, will always be a loyal believer in juice. Don't be angry. If you don't want to drink, I won't drink. Rayleigh responded disapprovingly, and then continued. By the way, I went out today, and there's no danger outside. Let's ask Coriosa to pick up Hancock and the others tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Brother Lorraine, do you have any objections as the flower protector? No, but I don't really agree with the flower guardians. I just sent them back on the way. I have flowers at home. What about you, Hancock? No, it's just that if possible, I would like to leave early. Because there is always some fear here. Seeing Rayleigh asking herself, Hancock, the older sister among the 3, immediately expressed his thoughts. At this time, Hancock was still quite polite, which was completely different from how he would be in the future. After becoming the king of Daughter's Island, she became more and more arrogant and had a brain for love. Of course, except for Lorraine, Lorraine himself didn't understand what had offended her. He was obviously her savior, so why did only Marigold and Sandersonia respect him among the 3? Well, that's understandable. Let's set off tomorrow. Let brother Lorraine give you a ride. Well, thank you, Mr. Rayleigh. Hey, didn't I escort you? Why are you just thanking him and not me? Lorraine was not happy. I did all the work and you just thanked Rayleigh. Yes, of course, the most grateful person is Mr. Lorraine. My sister was too happy so she ignored it. Marigold and Sandersonia quickly explained to Lorraine. Even Hancock said thank you to Lorraine. Although she thought Lorraine was hateful, she knew Lorraine's great kindness to them. Lorraine was happy on the spot, and her eyes curled up with laughter. Okay, is the boat ready? If not, I have one. I'll come over tomorrow morning to take you back. I'll go to the auction house first. After saying that to Lorraine, I didn't care about the reactions of others, picked up 4 devil fruits and went out. Lorraine's plan was to sell 2 devil fruits and take 2 back. After several years of getting along with each other, Lorraine and Belmere have become familiar with each other. This time Lorraine plans to take Robin away from Kokoja village. In case Aaron forgets what he asked him to do, he will also give it to him. They leave an extra layer of protection. The auction house is on island No. 1. Island number 13 is not far from island number 1. Lorraine took a bubble car to get there in a short time. Welcome to our auction house. Sir, please come in. The auction house here is open, and there are only 2 waiters greeting guests at the door, so it is easy to enter the interior. I looked around the venue and couldn't find anywhere where I could send items for auction, so I had to stop by a waiter and ask. Hello, excuse me. Hello sir, do you need anything? It's nothing. If I have something to sell at the auction house, who should I contact? Sir, there are passages on both sides of our entrance. The passage on the left leads directly to the backstage. If you need to sell items, there will be dedicated staff there to arrange it for you. Oh, I got it. Thank you. You're welcome. That's what we should do. After bidding farewell to the waiter Lorraine, he went directly to the passage on the left. After turning 2 turns, he came to a hall. There were more than a dozen people inside, and it seemed that they were all here to auction things. Welcome sir, what do you want to auction? As soon as you entered the hall, 2 waiters came to greet you. Nice one. Lorraine opened the cloth bag he brought directly. With his strength, he was not afraid of anyone thinking about it. Devil fruit. When the waiter saw what was inside, his eyes almost popped out of his head and he couldn't help but exclaimed. In an instant, everyone in the hall looked over, including many with evil and greedy eyes. Because Lorraine is too young, and she brought devil fruit to the auction at such a young age, she is simply a fat sheep in their eyes. Of course, there are also smart people. At such a young age, they can hold devil fruits for auction. It seems that there are more than one. Can the background be simple? Snort. Lorraine snorted coldly and looked at a few of them with a hint of domineering. The people who showed greedy eyes immediately broke out in cold sweat, and even the waiters were trembling. I'm sorry sir, this thing is too expensive, I can't decide. Please wait a moment. After speaking, the waiter suppressed the fear in his heart and ran away quickly. After a while, a man in a suit and leather shoes came over, and the man walked quickly to Lorraine. Hello sir, I am the person in charge of this auction house. Do you want to send the devil fruit for auction? PLZ follow me. Lorraine followed the person in charge to a room. The waiter made tea and backed out. Sir, please put the devil fruits to be auctioned on the table. We need to identify them. Lorraine directly placed 4 devil fruits on the table. Even though he already knew they were devil fruits, seeing 4 of them at once still shocked the person in charge. He hurriedly took out a magnifying glass and started looking at a thick book. It looked like a devil fruit illustrated book. It took more than 10 minutes for the person in charge to stop. How about it, sir? Among your 4 fruits, there are 2 paramesha fruits and 2 zoological fruits. Oh, no logia, no, what's that? The paramesha ones are the paramesha air fruit and the rock fruit, the animal ones are the animal cat fruit and the dog fruit. The specific shapes are not clear. You have to eat this to know. Oh, is that so? What is the effect of the air fruit? According to the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, after eating the air fruits, you can control the air around you. They are compressed to form air cannons. There are no more detailed records. Okay, got it. Then sir, are you sure that these 4 fruits need to be sent for auction? No, keep the air fruit and cat fruit. The other 2 are sold. Okay sir, 2 of them are enough to become the finale item. We have 2 sets of plans for your reference. The first is to send the auction, and our auction house will conduct a publicity auction, and then we will charge 10% of the auction price as a handling fee. This method will make your income higher, and the price of each devil fruit should exceed 100 million shells. Good, but it takes a while. Second, our auction house will buy these 2 devil fruits, and any price we get at the auction later has nothing to do with you. The only advantage of this plan is that you get the money quickly. What do you think you should choose? Facing the person in charge's question, Lorraine pondered for a while. When does the auction start? Our suggestion for a treasure like this is to auction it at the monthly auction. Of course, if you are in a hurry, we will have small auctions every week. It will be held at 2 o'clock today. What price can I get if I sell it to you directly? Also, are there any slaves at the afternoon auction? Hearing this, the person in charge showed a meaningful smile. Of course, the main auction item in our auction house is slaves. I didn't expect you, sir, to also like slaves. There is a beautiful pirate in this effort. In addition, if it is bought by our auction house, I can decide on each devil fruit for 100 million belly. Lorraine thought about it and sold it to the auction house, because Mary Joa had an accident a few days ago, and there were slaves in the auction house in the afternoon. If not, the celestial dragons would come to buy new slaves. What if I take something from someone else's house and sell it in the afternoon and I get recognized? Although I'm not afraid, it will still be troublesome, and it will be even worse if Hancock and the others are implicated. To be on the safe side, I'd better sell it to the auction house. But I still have to attend the afternoon auction, just in case there's anything good. After making the decision, the person in charge turned around and went out. After a while, he brought a big bag, which was full of Baileys of the largest denomination. A stack of 1 million was a full 200 stacks weighing dozens of kilograms, but this was completely different to Lorraine. It's a trivial matter. After handing over the money and delivering the goods, the person in charge left with 2 devil fruits. Nothing happened, so Lorraine went back and attended the auction on time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lorraine, who was sitting in the corner of the auction house, discovered the existence of the celestial dragon, and there was more than one. Sure enough, the celestial dragon would come out to replenish the slaves. Fortunately, the devil fruit was not directly put up for auction in the afternoon auction. Lorraine felt a little lucky in her heart. Following the opening introduction by the person in charge, the auctioneer Disco came on stage and immediately began to auction items. Lorraine watched with interest at first, but slowly lost interest because the auction items were all slaves and nothing else at all. Lorraine didn't need slaves, and he was not interested in using his own money to buy slaves and free them. If he met someone who freed slaves, he might help. It was impossible to take the initiative to rescue such people, so he simply left auction house. Early the next morning, Lorraine arrived at Island 13. Rayleigh, Hancock and others were waiting here early. Several people came to the side where Lorraine tied the boat, and their faces turned dark. Brother Lorraine, is this the boat you're talking about? It's too small. Ang, of course, isn't this a boat? It's big enough. There are 2 bags plus the food needed on the road, and the boat is just enough for 4 people. It's no problem to add 1 more person. In fact, Lorraine was right. At this time, Marigold and Sandersonia were not as scary as they were in the future. They were still young and beautiful girls. This ship can accommodate 4 people and those items more than enough. The reason why it feels small is because Rayleigh and the others have always lived on big ships when they go to sea. Including Hancock and the others, the ships they used before they were abducted were all very big. Are you sure this small boat can reach the windless zone safely? Of course it doesn't matter if you are alone. Hancock and the others are all capable. It is very dangerous to encounter a storm. Shaki was still a little worried, but Rayleigh didn't say much. Don't worry, the boat was much smaller than this when I came. There will be no problem. My body, my body. Hancock's concubine didn't come out even after being naked for a long time. Don't be a concubine, it only takes a day or 2, just be patient and it will be over. Yes, Sister Sama, we are very lucky to be able to go home, please be patient. Marigold and Sandersonia persuaded him softly, and Hancock finally overcame his psychological difficulties and boarded the ship. Shaki handed them a special record pointer and waved goodbye to them. See you next time, Brother Lorraine. Ah, goodbye, Uncle Rayleigh, Miss Shaki. Lorraine waved in response, and the 3 Hancocks shed tears and thanked Rayleigh and the others crazily. Then Lorraine rowed the boat and slowly left the Sabayati Islands, heading towards the daughter island recorded on the record pointer. After rowing for a long time, Lorraine felt a little hungry and stopped to eat. While eating, an idea flashed in her mind. Why should I row the boat myself? Just leave the 3 big laborers on the boat unused. They are not robin babies. Remember the direction of your home. Then you can go rowing. Okay, Lorraine was stunned for a moment when the three people answered so simply. He could understand Marigold and Sandersonia, but Hancock also agreed very simply, which was something Lorraine didn't expect. I just think that if I want to go home, I should help. I can't let you row the boat all the time. But don't think too much. Humph. Hancock was furious when he saw Lorraine's surprised eyes. Sure enough, even his savior, this guy is so hateful. Who does he think he is? Although Hancock thinks Lorraine is a bit hateful, she is actually the savior of several of them. She is not an unscrupulous person. If her personality was not so arrogant, she would have asked her two younger sisters to row the boat. Lorraine didn't think much about Hancock's words. She sighed with emotion that this was the kind of treatment a benefactor would have and then lay down happily. After a day and a half of sailing, Lorraine and his party finally arrived at the junction of the windless zone and the Grand Route. Hancock's three daughters finally felt relieved. First, they might encounter patrolling warships at any time at sea. The second reason is that their boat is really small and nearly full, so it will almost certainly sink if it encounters wind and waves. 3 of the 4 people on the boat are ability users. Once the ship sinks, it will be a near-death situation. The reason why I am not completely reassured is that the windless zone is a place where large Poseidon species are entrenched, and there is still the possibility of death at any time. Lorraine didn't think so much. Ever since Hancock's 3 daughters agreed to row the boat, this guy has never moved again. It can be said that he has no gentlemanly manners at all, and he even called it. You have to conserve enough energy to deal with emergencies. What if marine catches up? What if there are strong winds and waves? Doesn't he have to deal with it? Marigold and Sandersonia thought it made sense. It was just rowing anyway, no big deal. Hancock was a little suspicious of his real purpose, and Lorraine gave another reason. If he kept exercising and the food on the ship was not enough for him, then Hancock would not say anything, just let him be lazy. As the boat slowly entered the windless zone, Lorraine was no longer as lazy as before. Instead, he braced himself and prepared to deal with the Poseidon class that would suddenly attack at any time. He is not afraid at all if he is alone. Even if he is eaten, he can cut his stomach open and run out. Now that there are 4 people on the boat, he is afraid that he will not be able to save them. Of course, part of the reason is that he wants to catch a Poseidon to pull the boat, so good free labor doesn't need to be wasted. However, half a day after entering the windless zone, Lorraine, who was still a little excited before encountering the Poseidon species, also became less interested. Hancock, why didn't your elders come to pick you up? Did you forget? You picked them up, right? Lorraine's words made Hancock's face darken. What do you mean we picked it up? How can you not be so irritating when you talk? No, Mr. Lorraine, we haven't arrived yet. It will take at least a week to sail from Daughter Island to Marijoa. Even if we set off at the same time, it will take 3 days without deviating from the course. Marigold and Sandersonia hurriedly explained to Lorraine. Is that so? Then why don't you leave early? Sure enough, you still. Before Lorraine finished speaking, Hancock's face turned black. Hancock. Hard fist. I really want to kill this fool with one fist. Seeing her appearance, the 2 sisters hurriedly comforted her, then turned to Lorraine and said. That's not the case, Mr. Lorraine. Originally, Granny knew would come to the edge of the windless zone, but she thought it would take a few days to get to Fishman Island. She didn't expect that the incident would subside so quickly, so she didn't set off in advance. Quote. Oh, that's it, okay then. Lorraine just joked, and there was no other meaning. If it were true that the few people picked up would not become the king of Amazon Lily in the future. Alas, what's wrong with Mr. Lorraine? Why haven't there been any Poseidons here yet? Poseidons, it's best not to come here, it's too dangerous, and there are all big guys in the windless zone. Marigold said with some fear. You do not understand. Lorraine replied without interest and closed her eyes, leaving several people looking at each other. They were not on their way at night, and there were no lights on the boat. With the faint moonlight, they each looked at the starry sky above their heads. The 3 Hancock girls didn't know what they were thinking about. They were probably thinking about the future, while Lorraine was remembering her last life. I've been here for 11 years. I wonder if my parents can see this starry sky. There are also moons and suns. I'm really sorry that my son can't take over your family business and support you in your old age. Nung, moon and new moon. Thinking about it, Lorraine couldn't help but feel a little sore in her nose, and rubbed her face fiercely. Hancock's 3 daughters didn't know what happened to him, but they could feel Lorraine's sadness. Just when Lorraine was feeling sad, the hairs all over her body suddenly stood up. She felt a beast-like aura, and her half-lying body suddenly sat up. The aura on her body and the sharp eyes made the 3 Hancock women feel a little palpitated. Immediately, the momentum subsided and a look of joy appeared on his face. This is a windless zone, and there can be nothing else except Poseidon. Mr. Lorraine, what's wrong with you? Lorraine's sudden change made the 3 women confused, and they asked him strangely. It's okay. There's good news. What? You'll find out later. As soon as Lorraine finished speaking, the originally calm sea surface suddenly rose up. Lorraine's boat with several people stayed in the middle of the water bubble, and then 2 huge mouthparts appeared next to the boat. The boat was like a piece of meat in a bowl in its mouth. Grains of rice. Hi, Poseidon type. The 3 girls were so frightened by the sudden Poseidon that they hugged each other tightly. Now, don't be afraid, this is the good news I said. What kind of good news is this? We are about to be eaten. Woohoo, we finally escaped from there, and are we going to be buried in the belly of a fish? Marigold and Sandasonia burst into tears, while Hancock gritted his teeth and stared at the giant mouth. I told you not to be afraid. Watch me fix it. After speaking, Llewellyn used Moonwalk to reach the outside of the Poseidon's mouth. Only then did he realize that it was a frog like Poseidon. He used his domineering force to kick a tooth hard. Click. One of the largest teeth was directly broken by Lorraine's kick, and the entire Poseidon was kicked sideways. Ouch! The mouth that had been almost closed opened wide again, and let out a painful roar. The loud sound made the 3 Hancock women block their ears in pain. Such a size difference. How is it possible? How strong is this guy? As the eldest sister among the 3, Hancock was much stronger than the other 2. When Marigold and Sandasonia had closed their eyes and were waiting to die, she was staring at the huge mouth that was about to wrap around herself and the others. At the same time, I also saw the process of Lorraine's attack. Last time, he was desperate to escape and chased some Marines. He had no intuitive feeling about Lorraine's strength, but this time Hancock was really shocked. I will become so strong in the future. No, stronger than him. In this way, I will be able to protect myself and my sisters. Lorraine didn't know that one of his actions had planted the seed of a strong man in Hancock's heart. He just wanted to catch this Poseidon-like tugboat. Pong! The Poseidon that tilted to one side was slapped hard on the sea, and Lorraine's boat also landed steadily on the sea amidst the turbulence. Saved! The 3 women breathed a sigh of relief, and Lorraine also landed on the boat at this time. I told you not to worry. There's nothing that can't be solved with 1 kick. If so, use 2 kicks. Unexpectedly, this time Hancock also agreed with his words, and then Lorraine jumped towards the Poseidon that was still twitching on the sea. He drew out his famous sword, Jen Heng, and made several crosscuts on its fish head. Even the wounds were not deep. It caused the Poseidon to twitch again in pain, and then unleashed his conqueror's domineering aura. I know you understand. The Poseidon class has intelligence equal to that of humans. I will give you 2 choices now. The first is that I will chop you to death and eat your meat. The second is to pull the boat for me. I will let you go when you pull it to the right place. If you choose 1, just move your tail. If you choose 2, don't move it. I'll chop you to death. I'll count 3. 3. Before Lorraine could count to 2, this Poseidon-like tail with an upper body of a frog and a lower body of a fish started slapping crazily. That's more like it. Don't make any tricks on me. I can kill you even if you escape to the bottom of the sea. Fearing that it would cause trouble along the way, Lorraine deliberately slashed out with the greatest strength, splitting the entire sea surface into thousands of meters of cracks, which took a long time to be refilled by sea water. It made the Poseidon tremble with fear before he put away the knife with satisfaction. Then he quickly called Hancock's 3 daughters. Come and catch the tailwind fish and pull the boat up. Let me just say it's good news. The boat puller will deliver it to your door for free. Oh, the 3 Hancock girls have been confused by Lorraine's series of slutty moves. How can they do this again? Let the Poseidon class pull the boat. I have never heard of it and no one has done it before. I guess no one would dare to think of it. How could they have thought that Lorraine traveled through time and got countless inspirations from the original work? Luffy and the others can make sea beasts moo and pull the boat, and Shirahoshi can even make so many Poseidons pull Noah to her. Why can't he? With the Poseidon, the boat can be pulled much faster than rowing by yourself, and the original journey of more than a day has been shortened by more than half. Yahoo! I am a man like the wind. Lorraine put the boat upside down on the frog's head, with one foot on it and his hind legs stretched straight, holding a sword in his left hand and resting his right hand on his eyes. The three Hancock girls looked at him as if they were an idiot. Then Lorraine kept this position and rode the fish for more than an hour. Don't ask why, just that he thought this position was very handsome. Until a small black dot appeared in the distance. I saw the boat. It should be the person who picks you up. Come on, come on. Lorraine shouted at the three of them. Groliosa was sailing alone in the windless zone on Amazon Lily's unique giant snake pirate ship. As the former king of Daughter's Island, he had a very high status in the country. It was no problem to lend the boat for a few days. Only the arrogant Hancock was not polite to her at all. It is precisely because Amazon Lily's unique giant snake pirate ship cannot be attacked by Poseidons, and she can go to sea alone without being at the helm, otherwise she would have trouble even steering the ship. She didn't tell anyone about Hancock's three daughters, because she already knew from Shaki what the three Hancocks had gone through in the past few years, and it was not suitable for others to accompany them. But now, she is a little panicked. Because she saw a giant Poseidon showing its huge head on the sea and heading towards her crazily. See, Poseidon type. Turn quickly. Groliosa quickly directed the two giant snakes to turn. Only to find that after turning, the Poseidon also turned and headed towards her crazily. How is it possible? The Poseidons have actually begun to actively attack the ships of Daughter's Island. Then wouldn't Daughter's Island be very dangerous in the future? It's a pity that we can't pick up those three poor children. I hope that the people who sent them to each other can send them to Daughter's Island safely. But I'm afraid they will have to endure a lot of hardships in the future. At the critical moment of life and death, Groliosa was not thinking about her own safety but the future of Daughter Island and the future of Hancock and the others. Just when she was about to be buried in the fish's mouth, she saw the huge Poseidon stopped, and at the same time there was a sound above her head. Grandma knew. When I looked up, I saw the face of a young man, and there were three girls next to him. The girls were waving to themselves with tears in their eyes, the expressions on their faces were extremely surprised. In fact, under normal circumstances, you could see Lorraine on the fish head just now, but she was too short. It turns out it's you. I was scared to death. I didn't expect someone to be able to ride on a Poseidon. Are you the Lorraine who escorted them back? Groliosa suppressed the shock in her heart and spoke to Lorraine. That's right, it's me. Someone has sent it to you. Hancock, please go down. Live a good life after you go home. Lorraine responded and asked the three Hancock girls to get off quickly. The three Hancock girls also burst into tears at this time. They agreed and jumped onto Groliosa's boat one after another. Then I will go back with these children. Thank you very much, Brother Lorraine. It's okay. I'm just on my way. Since they've been delivered, I'll leave first. I'm still rushing home to see my wife. Well, bye, silly fish, change direction. Go home. With that said, Lorraine was ready to leave. Mr. Lorraine. What's wrong? Lorraine turned around and saw Hancock's three daughters standing neatly on the deck. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. We will never forget your great kindness. He bowed deeply to Lorraine 3 times, even Hancock was no exception. Don't worry about that, just live a good life. And Granny knew, you know their situation, don't let them be discriminated against. I'm leaving. Yahoo! The big frog took Lorraine away quickly, and Granny knew didn't turn around until it turned into a small black dot. This guy from Lorraine is really amazing. He was able to capture a Poseidon and use it as a boat. Yeah, Mr. Lorraine is very strong. He defeated Poseidon in one move. I will be stronger than him in the future. Yes, Oni-sama. Let's go back, girls. 2 days later, near Donghai Kokoja village. We have reached the shallow sea area here, and Poseidon species cannot enter. We're here so soon. I originally wanted to chop you up and let Robin taste Poseidon like meat, but seeing how hard you worked for me, I'll let you go this time. Let's go. Lorraine stood on the boat and said to the Poseidon, and then the Poseidon ran away on the spot as if it had been granted amnesty. Lorraine controlled the boat and rowed towards the pier. He quickly landed on the shore, picked up 2 large bags of things and ran towards his small home. He was the one who was talking about returning home like an arrow. Robin baby, I'm back. Lorraine kicked open the door to her front yard. Robin was sitting on the swing reading a book when he heard a whoosh and stood up. When he saw Lorraine at the door, a gentle smile filled his face. Lorraine, welcome home. The moment Lorraine saw Robin, all the fatigue in her body was swept away, her mood became very beautiful, and she threw the 2 large bags of things in her hand aside. He quickly stepped forward, picked up Robin, spun him around, and then slapped Robin on the face. Did you miss me? Lorraine held Robin and felt it carefully. Well, very good. Although she is only 15 years old, because Lorraine has raised her well, she is almost joining the D family. No, I'm just worried that you will be eaten by monsters in the sea. Lorraine, forget it, I won't argue with you, little girl. Then he let go of Robin and went to get her a gift. Just when Lorraine turned around to get some snacks, she heard Robin muttering in a low voice. If Lorraine hadn't been strong enough, she wouldn't have been able to hear it. Actually, I think about it every day. The corners of Lorraine's mouth raised directly to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Come on, I've brought you a lot of gifts. After controlling the corners of her mouth that were rising wildly, Lorraine squatted on the ground and started to take out the gifts. What is it? Robin also squatted next to Lorraine. Of course it's a good thing. Thump, it's a snack. And it's a snack that's a specialty of Fishman Island. I hope it's not broken. Lorraine took out the sandwich in her backpack and looked at it. After confirming that it was not broken, she handed it to Robin. Robin took it and took a bite. Oh, it's delicious. Much better than what I've had before. Robin's eyes lit up and he quickly finished off a sandwich. Don't worry, there's more. Lorraine opened her backpack directly, took out various small cakes, breads, pine cones, egg tarts, etc. and placed a lot in front of Robin until she couldn't put any more. And all the snacks were not bad. It should be that the people on Fishman Island specially made the shelf life a little longer. Robin's face was filled with a happy smile. Growing up, Lorraine brought her many gifts every time he went out. He never treated her badly in any way, especially in terms of food. In his words, it would be okay if he didn't eat something good when he was growing taller. Lorraine, you eat too. Robin picked up a cake and stuffed it into Lorraine's mouth. The cream was all over his mouth. Well, Lorraine swallowed the cake in one bite, Robin ate very gracefully, and his face was still clean after eating. How is this okay? Sneak attack. Lorraine kissed Robin on the face and spread the cream on it. Ouch. Lorraine, hey. The two started to fight with each other. After a while, Lorraine took the initiative to admit defeat before stopping. After washing up, she continued to go back to the yard to eat. There's a lot left, I can't finish it. Robin rubbed her belly, which was already slightly bulging. She usually stopped when she was full, but the snacks on Fishman Island were more delicious than she imagined, so she ate more. It doesn't matter. There's a freezer at home. Put it away and eat it slowly. What's that bag? It's money. Oh, Robin lost interest when she heard it was money. She didn't care how the money came from, anyway, it would be spent on 2 people in the end. In fact, I came back this time not only with snacks as gifts. And you will definitely like them. What is it? I won't tell you. If you don't tell me, don't tell me. I'll find it myself. With that said, Robin got up and went to dig through another bag. After searching for a long time, she finally found the pearl that was bigger than her fist. Wow, what a big pearl. Is this for me? Of course. Thank you. That's so nice, Lorraine. Robin held the pearl and kissed Lorraine on the forehead. Lorraine, operator, it smells so good. But, this is not a real gift yet. Anything else? What is it? Is there anything better than this? Then why didn't she find it? She didn't know that Lorraine was afraid of losing the rubbings, so she always carried them with her. Lorraine's eyes rolled around twice. Originally, he was thinking of using the rubbings of the historical text to deceive Chinchin, but he didn't expect to get a pearl. It seems that Robin's personality has become a lot more cheerful because of his changes in childhood. Seeing Lorraine touching her chin and rolling her eyes, Robin knew that he was planning something bad again. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. He immediately hugged one of his arms and pressed his face against his. Hey, tell me quickly. Facing Robin's offensive, Lorraine couldn't bear it. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out what to blackmail Robin into. He didn't think about it at all. Both of them are still young. Lorraine is old enough, but Robin is only 15 years old, so he can't let go for the time being, and the relationship between the two is already a certainty, so there is no need to make any unnecessary moves. Finally, he looked at Robin Bulling's big eyes and sighed, and was about to tell her directly. Halfway through his hand, he suddenly had an idea. If he didn't fulfill his obligation, he could have some fun first. Ahem, unless you call me husband. I will tell you. Lorraine smiled evilly. Robin's face turned red visibly. Although they have lived together for more than 10 years, they have never been called this before. Finally she gave in and called her husband with a satisfied expression on Lorraine's face. Lorraine. Operator, hee, idiotic laugh. Smelly Lorraine, I'm shouting. There's a gift. Take it out quickly. Hey, don't worry. My husband will never let you cry out that you lost money. He reached into his arms and took out the rubbings of the historical article and handed it to Robin's hand. What's this? A rubbing of a historical article. How do you like it? Like it? Wah, what? It's a rubbing of this historical article. I saw it when I went to Fishman Island this time, so I made a rubbing for you. Robin doubted for a moment whether he heard correctly, so he asked again, and Lorraine repeated it to her. Robin hurriedly opened it and looked at it, and then his eyes gradually widened. Lorraine had occasionally brought her some books over the years, but this was the first time for a rubbing of a historical text. Thank you. Woohoo. After confirming again and again that it was an ancient text, Robin threw herself on Lorraine and cried softly. She had not cried for a long time. Living with Lorraine has been very happy these years, but it does not mean that she has forgotten her identity and responsibilities. She is the only remaining scholar in O'Hara, carrying the responsibility of Dr. Kloba and her mother Olvi, the hope of Ya and others. It is her long-cherished wish and mission in her life to interpret the history of this article and reveal the blank 100 years of history. Lorraine felt a little distressed when she saw Robin crying, so he just held her and let her cry. When Robin had finished crying, he raised his head from his arms and gently wiped away her tears. There is no need to say thank you between us. In the future, I will take you to find all the historical documents and uncover the history of that 100 years. So don't cry. It won't look good if you cry anymore. You are already an adult. If you cry again, I will call Nami and come to see you. Lorraine said to Robin, half comforting and half threatening, and the effect was still very significant. Robin wiped his tears and put a smile on his face again. Look at this first, and I'll take you to find it later. Then Robin was so immersed in the study of historical articles that she didn't even notice when Lorraine called her. Lorraine, who was free, thought about it for a while, packed some snacks from Fishman Island, went to the Belmere family and knocked on the door. Gate of opening is 7-year-old Nokigao. Brother Lorraine, you are back. Yeah, we're back. Where are Belmere and the others? Lorraine bent down and touched Nuo Chigao's head. They're taking care of the orange grove. Come in quickly. Nochigao welcomed Lorraine in, asked him to sit down, and even took the initiative to make tea. It should be said that it is true that children from poor families have long been the masters of the family. Nochigao is not unfamiliar at all in doing these things and can be said to be very handy. After making tea, Nuo Chigao sat on the opposite side of the table with a small face. Last time I went to see you, I heard from Sister Robin that you had gone out. Nami was even angry. She said that you didn't tell her every time you went out and made her run away many times in vain. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, didn't I bring you a gift? Lorraine put the snacks she was carrying on the table. Nochigao's eyes lit up. She had just seen what Lorraine was carrying, but she didn't ask what it was. When I opened it, my mouth almost watered. There were all kinds of exquisite snacks inside. At this moment Belmere and Nami also came back, and they saw Lorraine as soon as they entered the door. Lorraine, you're back. Before Belmere could say anything, Nami's voice of surprise came over, and then she straightened her face again, as if Lorraine had offended her. Good afternoon, Bellemere and Nami. Haha, Nami, this girl was talking about you just now. Bellemere is a forthright woman, and after several years of getting along with her, she is very familiar with them, and it is absolutely fine to joke around. Nonsense. I didn't. Nami's face stiffened and she retorted on the spot. I brought you gifts. They are all delicious. Where is it? Nami asked immediately, looking everywhere, but unfortunately Lorraine blocked her from seeing him. Ha ha ha. It made several people laugh. How can it be repaired? Uncle Lorraine. This is wrong. You call me uncle, and Nokia calls me brother. The hierarchy is very confusing. I don't care. You are the stinky uncle. Bellemere spread her hands and said that she had nothing to do. Lorraine, why did you ask me to come here? While Nami was attracted by the delicious food, Lorraine called Bellemere to the outskirts of the forest. This is for you. Lorraine handed over 2 devil fruits. There are very few people with abilities in the East China Sea, and no one has seen this devil fruit, so Bellemere doesn't recognize what Lorraine gave her. Devil fruit. Huh, you said this is the legendary devil fruit that will gain powers and be disgusted by the sea after eating it. But this thing is very precious. It's quite precious, but it's of no use to me. Robin is already an Esper and can't be used. I can't have it. Don't be impatient. Listen to me first. Robin and I don't know when we will leave here. We have been with you for so many years and we have feelings for each other. Naturally, I will not be in danger here. But after leaving, if a powerful pirate comes to the village, it will be in danger, so it is up to you to protect the village, and these 2 fruits will give you the ability to protect the village. There is another thing he didn't say, that is, it would be difficult for Aaron to perform if he was here. Are you leaving? When? Why, I don't know when, but I will definitely leave, and it will take a long time to come back. The reason is also very simple, because Robin wants to study history, and he can't do it if he stays here forever. Oh, but it's nothing, this thing is of no use to me, and I'm not short of money, so it's decided, and I have other things to ask you. Oh, what's the matter? Do you know hockey? I know, but I don't know how. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Okay, but I still don't understand what you have to ask me for. Don't worry, if a fishman pirate named Aaron comes here in the future, you have to pretend that you can't defeat him. Apart from not letting him kill people, just do what he says. You can mention it if necessary. My name. Although Bellemere was confused, he still agreed. Seeing this, Lorraine didn't know how to explain to her in detail, and there were some things that he couldn't say yet. I can only make up a reason and say that it is to train Nami, and I want to take Nami to do something big in the future. Let her not worry. Lorraine also took great pains to complete the protagonist group. Although all this was caused by himself, everything could be solved without the 2 devil fruits, but he would not worry if he did not give them to him. After all, his friendship with Aaron was too shallow. Poor little Nami is about to be played by her adoptive mother and Lorraine before she grows up. I wonder if she will kill Lorraine when she learns the truth. You can choose one of the 2 fruits to eat, and give the other to Nuo Chigao. From now on, come here every night and I will teach you how to use domineering. Good. After introducing the 2 fruits to Bellemere, Lorraine let her choose. In the next 3 years, apart from going out, Lorraine would go to the outskirts of the forest on time every day to teach Bellemere how to use hockey. Now he has reached a basic level in both the sight color and the weapon color. Plus, he has beaten Aaron with the devil fruit, so there is no problem. Okay, that's it for today's practice. You don't need to practice anymore, you have mastered all the basics. From now on, you can only rely on constant fighting to improve. Okay, thank you very much for the past 3 years. You're welcome. Let's go. After strolling all the way home, Robin was still reading a book in the room. Have you finished teaching today? At first, Robin didn't know that Lorraine taught Bellemere to be domineering. Later, when Lorraine went out for several hours every night, she couldn't help but ask, and Lorraine didn't hide it. Lorraine hugged Robin from behind. The 18-year-old Robin was already a member of the D family. And he was probably going to surpass him soon. Robin baby, I have a question for you. What? You have lived here for so many years. Do you want to change your life? Why do you want to change? Isn't it good here? Because we have grown up and can go out and have a try. Before, we didn't go to the Grand Line because we were still young. Now we can go. Don't you want to find a historical article? Think. Robin answered immediately, but to be honest, she was reluctant to let go. After all, she has lived here for so many years, and she has deep feelings for this family. Are you reluctant to leave? We'll come back and stay longer after we finish looking for historical articles. Okay, I can go anywhere with you. Robin was not a nagging person. After thinking for a while, he realized that he still had to leave, and as Lorraine said, it's not like he wouldn't come back. After Robin made the decision, it would be much easier. All he had to do was decide when to set off. Lorraine has no idea where to go next, but she has already decided on the first stop. There is one place that he must go to, and that is Windmill Village. After all, he has spent 10 years in the East China Sea and has become familiar with Luffy, the son of the plane. I don't know when I will come back after leaving this time, so I should tell him. Another reason is that Luffy is now 7 years old, and this year will be a turning point in his life. Shanks is also in Windmill Village at the moment. He has been parked in Windmill Village for more than a year. There are wine bottles smashing 4 emperors and Bandit King Sig stepping on One Piece. How can you not go and see this scene? Just thinking about Lorraine is already exciting. Lorraine told Robin her general thoughts, and she said she had no opinion and would listen to Lorraine on everything. Just asked when to leave. Lorraine said that there was no further delay, and said goodbye to Nami and the others before setting off. After that, the two of them started to prepare. In fact, there were not many things to prepare, it was just a boat and food. Lorraine had requirements for the boat. In the past, it didn't matter to him running around alone, just a small boat would be enough, but this time he had to take Robin with him. He was reluctant to let Robin sleep in the open, at least with May. Li Hao is almost the same size. So Lorraine came to the street in the afternoon. In the past, Lorraine either bought a small boat or directly robbed another pirate ship. This time he wanted to build a small sea home for him and Robin in the future. He is going to hire someone to build a brand new one. After asking around, he came to the shipbuilding factory, and then went to the director to explain his purpose. The director of the factory received him warmly. Lorraine is planning to build a dhow similar to the Mary. There is only one requirement: use the best materials. In the end, Lorraine paid a deposit of 5 million Baileys, and the factory director promised to complete the production within half a month, so Lorraine could hold the launching ceremony half a month later. Lorraine didn't say much about this, and half a month passed in a flash. Those 2 devil fruits, Belmere, ate the air fruit. Now they can control it very skillfully. The air cannon can already hurt Lorraine without full defense. I would have known that Lorraine's defense is very terrifying. Yes, after years of systematic strengthening, his physical fitness has become comparable to that of the giants. And the animal cat fruit Nokiko also ate it a year ago. It was the animal cat fruit, in the form of a puma. She didn't give it to her at first because she was afraid that Nami would think she was partial, but later she realized that Nami had seen it. I don't dare to eat that fruit with all the patterns. P.S. Don't worry about why there are pumas in the pirate world, there are Chinese dragons da omega da. When Nokigao activates the fruit's power, she will grow cat ears and a tail, as well as fangs and claws, which are different from the cat-eared girl Lorraine imagined, which disappointed him. Half a month later, on the coast of Kokoja village, Lorraine, Robin and even Belmere and others were there. Because the launching ceremony of the Devil was going to be held today, Lorraine originally wanted to name it Robin Goddess, but Robin felt it was too shameful and refused to agree. In the end, I thought twice about choosing the name Devil. The reason is that one of the 2 people is called the Devil's Son and the other is the Devil's Guard. They will definitely reappear in Marine's sight after going to sea this time, so I simply named it after the 2 people's titles. Moreover, with Lorraine's terrifying financial resources, except for the treasure tree atom that could be used as the keel, all other materials were the best. The wood was a kind of pine that was said to be incorruptible in the sea for thousands of years. Lorraine held a bottle of wine in her hand, and then threw it towards the devil with all her strength. Bang! There was a sound and the wine bottle shattered. As the wine bottle was smashed, People next did also set off fireworks. It is said in the pirate world that if the wine bottle that hit the bow of the ship did not break or fell directly into the sea, the ship would be in misfortune. After the launching ceremony was completed, Lorraine generously treated everyone to a meal, and bought a mountain of food as high as a mountain, as well as sea animal meat that he had specially brought from the sea in advance. Cheers! Lorraine still drinks juice in a unique way. After the banquet, Lorraine asked people to move all the food prepared in advance onto the boat. Then he took Robin to Belmere's house. As soon as he saw them, Belmere knew the purpose of Lorraine's visit. The boat was built and they probably came to say goodbye. He made tea for the two of them and sat across from them. Ready to go. Well, we're getting ready to leave tomorrow. When are you coming back? I don't know yet, but before this happens, our house will be entrusted to you. No problem. Belmere waved his hand and agreed boldly, while Nami and Nojigao looked confused, not knowing what was going on. Nuo Chigao is already 11 years old. She has a premonition that it will take a long time for Lorraine and the others to come back after leaving this time. 8-year-old Nami doesn't think there is anything wrong. Anyway, Lorraine often goes to sea. The only difference is that she brought her with her this time. Robin. In the end, Lorraine left Bellemere a large sum of money and left. At first she refused to accept it, but in the end she accepted it after Lorraine kept fooling her, saying that it was to help them take care of the house. They won't come back so early anyway, at least not within 12 years. The next day, Lorraine took Robin aboard the Devil and slowly left Kokoja village. The Belmere family on the shore was seeing them off. Nami waved her little hand. Come back soon, Lorraine. Poor child, she didn't know that it would be 10 years before Lorraine left before seeing her again, and he dug a big hole for her before leaving. Lorraine on the boat was at the helm, and Robin was studying hard on the side. Since there were only 2 people out at sea, she felt that she should learn to steer the ship and not let Lorraine do it all the time. After teaching for a while, Lorraine tried to let Robin start operating. Unexpectedly, Robin learned quickly, which surprised Lorraine. He is indeed a genius who passed the history doctoral examination at the age of 8. The ship sailed slowly towards the East China Sea. The 2 people took turns at the helm. When it got dark, they anchored and stopped to rest. Soon they arrived near the windmill village. Lorraine, there's a Poseidon class. Hearing Robin's exclamation, Lorraine turned around and looked. Oh. It turned out to be the king of the offshore. However, the king of the offshore just glanced at it and ran away. How did it escape? Robin was shocked. He had been staying in Kokoja village for these years and had never been to the sea. He had never seen such a big sea monster when he was in O'Hara. He only learned about the Poseidon class from books. I beat it a few times when I came here before, so it will run away when it sees me, so don't worry. So that's it. Why did he run away? Ha ha ha. Robin couldn't help laughing. The 2 of them parked the boat at the port and boarded the windmill village. Their boat didn't have a pirate flag, so there was no need to cover it up. Shanks and the others parked their ship elsewhere. In order to prevent Mr. Garp from suddenly coming back, Shanks now faced Garp by delivering food. Lorraine took Robin all the way to Maginot's Bistro. The tavern was very lively at this time. Shanks' group and Luffy were all there, and Shanks was teasing Luffy mercilessly. The 7-year-old Luffy was incompetent and furious, which then caused Shanks to laugh even more. Lorraine and Robin suddenly pushed in the door and attracted everyone's attention. Lorraine had been there many times in the past 6 months and they all knew each other, but who was the beautiful woman behind them? Hey, there's a party. Lorraine, you came just in time. Shanks and the others, well. Luffy's eyes lit up when he saw Lorraine coming in. He was about to complain to Lorraine. Before he could finish his words, Shanks blocked his mouth with a piece of meat. Then he forgot what he was going to say and started eating the meat. Lorraine, come and have a banquet with us. Who is this? Shanks asked strangely. Before Lorraine could speak, Shanks spoke again. Forget it, it's not important. Since you brought them here, they must be friends. Brothers, let's have a party. Oh ho ho. Lorraine first got Robin a cup of coffee, found a relatively empty seat for her to sit down, and then joined the banquet. Hey, Lorraine is still drinking. She really doesn't look like a man. Is she afraid of being embarrassed in front of ladies? Ha ha ha. Fart, what's so good about wine? Juice is the way to go. Robin is my future wife. What a shame. Idiot, I don't believe it. Unless you drink it and show it to me. Shanks's expression was very funny, and the veins on Lorraine's forehead popped out, as if he was cutting this fool. It was interesting to see Lorraine, Shanks, Luffy and others arguing over whether to drink alcohol or juice. Her eyes were bent when she smiled. She had never seen Lorraine like this before. Suddenly Robin thought about it, is this Lorraine the real him? Before, he couldn't make friends just because he had to be with him. Thinking about it this way, Lorraine is really a great partner. In fact, Chun Chun just thinks too much, and Lorraine is happiest when she is with her. As evening approached, a group of people walked out drunkenly. Shanks, Lakealoo and others walked in front, arm in arm. Shanks, when are you leaving? We are also preparing to go to the Grand Line. Huh, to the Grand Line, do you want to get on my ship? That's not possible, there are no ladies on our ship. No, I'll just ask. That's it, I don't know exactly when it will be. That's okay. Lorraine, are you going to become a pirate when you go to the Grand Line? Hearing the two people talking about the Grand Line, Luffy immediately became energetic and finally squeezed in. At this time, he already had the dream of being One Piece. We are going to the Grand Line, but I won't be a pirate for the time being. Being a captain is very troublesome. That's it. Then do you want to come on my ship in the future? I will also go to sea in the future. Become One Piece. You little brat, how can you have a boat? You are so young, you have to be One Piece. That's right, Luffy is a brat who loves to talk. Oh ho ho ho. Lorraine looked disdainful, and Shanks next to her also looked in agreement. How can it be repaired? Don't look down on me. I said it would be later. In the future, I will definitely gather a group of companions to go to sea together, find the legendary secret treasure and become One Piece. Then Lorraine, do you want to come? Okay, let's wait until you go to sea. Lorraine didn't take it seriously and agreed casually. Based on his understanding of Luffy, even Luffy who agreed casually would take it seriously. Upon hearing Lorraine's answer, Luffy's eyes directly turned to Shanks and he laughed loudly. But no one paid him any attention. In the end, everyone dispersed and went back to their own homes. For more than a month after that, Lorraine and Robin did not build a new house and slept on the boat every day. Counting the 3 months during which they went to sea, Shanks and his group had stayed in Windmill Village for a year. The famous scene Lorraine wanted to see should be coming soon. On this day, Lorraine was watching them fight in the tavern. Suddenly, the door of the tavern was kicked open, and there was a silence in the tavern. A man with a withered face and an unshaven beard walked in. Lorraine was shaking with excitement and finally calmed down. He is coming, Bandit King Sig. The man who killed all 60 emperors on the sea and only 4 emperors are left is here. What happened next was no different from the anime. Sig wanted to buy wine, but Shanks and others drank all the wine, leaving only the last bottle. The Bandit King Sig was angry and hit the wine bottle with his fist. The wine and glass fragments inside scattered all over Shanks. Then Sig said the classic sentence, "Lousy is a criminal with a bounty of 8 million. And while Shanks was picking up glass shards, he smashed a bunch of dishes and left after saying something humiliating. Shanks and others burst into laughter, and Lorraine suddenly understood why they were laughing, because Sig was so weak that he couldn't arouse the interest in doing anything. Just like if the underworld boss was threatened by ordinary people, his brothers, including himself, would laugh out loud. There was only one person present who was extremely angry. That was Luffy. Everyone laughed and became even more angry. He asked them why they didn't fight back. Lorraine, you too. Isn't Shanks your friend too? Aren't you angry? Although the other party seems to be outnumbered. Lorraine was stunned and thought, it's none of my business, I'm just a freeloader. Shanks helped Lorraine out of the siege and explained a few words to Luffy, but Luffy didn't listen at all and turned around to ignore Shanks. Then his attention was attracted by the rubber fruit next to him. Lorraine, come on, eat quickly, eat quickly. What happened after that was exactly the same as in the original work. Luffy ate the rubber fruit, and then Shanks asked him to vomit it out in fear, but he didn't spit it out and stretched Luffy. After explaining the effects and side effects of the rubber fruit to Luffy, Luffy ran out in disbelief. Lorraine's stomach ached when she couldn't hold back her laughter when she saw this. Shanks and Luffy, two very nervous people, colliding together was so funny. Hey, Lorraine, you've been laughing since just now. It's too much. Ha 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 ha, I didn't laugh out loud. Do you think I'm embarrassed too? No, no, the strong one wields his sword at the stronger one, and the weak one wields his sword at the weaker one. It's just that some wine was spilled on him. What a big deal. It's because you and Luffy were so funny that I laughed. Quote. Oh, that's it. I also think Luffy is very interesting. Then he continued to laugh. As for Luffy, who ran out, Shanks thought that he couldn't accept that he couldn't swim in the future. He went out to calm down and didn't care. What could he do if he ate all the food? But he didn't expect that Luffy wanted to seek revenge from Sig. Lorraine knew, but he didn't tell. Maginot quickly came back to report that Luffy was beaten when he went out to seek revenge, and Shanks and his gang hurriedly ran out to support Luffy. After defeating the Bandit King Sig's younger brother, Sig escaped due to a moment of negligence and kidnapped Luffy. Shanks jumped into the sea alone and chased after him. When Lorraine saw this, he was not ready to chase after him. He knew what would happen next. Sure enough, Shanks came back not long after, holding the crying little Luffy in his arms, but his left hand was gone. Lorraine, thanks to you, Shanks, it should have been inevitable for Luffy to go to sea, but now I have an extra hand of kindness. Even 8 cows can't pull Luffy back after he goes to sea. He could feel the aura in Shanks's body that was like a savage beast. He would never believe that this kind of existence could save a person and lose a hand. He would have to rush to the street even if someone like Sig was as domineering as conquerors. After much deliberation, Lorraine could only think of this explanation. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.